J-E-L-L-O. Hello.
Hey, Aaron, it's Shag.
Oh, hey, Shag. What's going on, man?
Just calling you about the crossover this year.
Or so you'd understand. The joke's on you, Shag. I'm not involved in this year's JLMA. I'm not a big fan of the, what is that, DC 1 million? I didn't care for it. None of my shows were involved, so joke's on you.
You silly little man. This isn't about JLMA. No. Remember, there's the new crossover, the Merry Marvel Marching Society for 2021.
Oh, but my March episode is about ready to drop tomorrow. I was going to do the Power of Adam, start my covering of that.
Well, you explained to Derek why you messed the crossover up.
I got it under control, Shag. I've got this.
Sure you do, Aaron. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we'll see. Good luck to you, sir. That's like 12 books you have to cover.
Oh, damn. What am I going to do? I can't disappoint Derek. I like the guy. He's a good guy. Let me give me something to drink real quick. Who do I know that can call it the last minute that can help me with Spider-Man? Here we go. Tim Price.
Hello there, true believers. This is Head Speaks, a proud member of the Headcast Network family of shows. As usual, I am your host, Aaron Moss, aka Head. This is my mostly monthly Headcast, where I talk about comics, movies, role-playing games, TV shows, and anything else geeky that I want. So sit back and enjoy the ride. Let's begin.
What height will hit? On with the show, this is it.
And welcome to Head Speaks episode number 58. As I talked about in the intro, I planned on starting the Power of the Atom series this month, but due to events in quotes, we're going to put a pause on that until next month. And this month, I know it's a little delayed, but I appreciate you waiting for it. This month is a little longer episode than I normally do. Runs about 5 hours. This month, I have joined the newest podcaster comic book crossover, the Marvel Marching Society 2021. So, along with me, there's a jillion other podcasters out there. My good buddy Derek WC over in the Fan Holes podcast. He's kind of behind this one this year. So check out his shows. Check out Shag and Rob's the Fire and Water Network podcast. They've got a lot of shows over there based on this. Just look around the internet and you'll look for the hashtag MMMS 2021. But I guess enough blathering about that. Go ahead and sit back and listen as we begin this month. And I bring out my first segment, my only segment this month.
Faster than a speeding bullet.
In the great hall of the Justice League,
Spider-Man and his amazing friends.
the Justice League of America versus the Legion of Doom. This is What's in Head's Long Box.
Dedicated to truth, justice, and peace for all mankind. The world's greatest super friends.
This month in What's in Head's Long Box, well, I'm not alone this month. Someone's joined me over here in the Headcast studio. Allow me to introduce Mr. Tim Price.
Hey, Head, or Aaron, or whatever I call you. Hi. Thanks for having me. I'm glad. I'm glad I could come in. It's like the sofa is comfy. I appreciate the complimentary Cheetos. Those always go well.
Oh yes, that's why I keep them stocked up.
Good man. Good man.
And this month, me and Tim's get together to talk about a little storyline. It's part of this year's new crossover, the Merry Marvel Marching Society 2021. And we're taking a look at the Acts of Vengeance. And both me and Tim volunteered to look at Spider-Man, the Spider-Man issues. There was 3 different titles at the time. After a little Jello wrestling, and me and Tim had to fight out who was going to do this one,
It was kind of brutal for like a minute there when all of a sudden I realized, hey, wait, if I try to do the podcast on this, I'll have to do all the editing and everything. No, Aaron, you go right ahead. It's fine. I am fine being the guest host, and it be your show. That is no problem. So, yeah, good job. You win, man. You win.
Did I really?
Aren't we all winners in our own way?
This is true. That's what Mom told me. Oh.
Some ways are better than others. But besides that.
So, Tim, you're a fellow podcaster. Before we get started with Spider-Man, why don't you tell people out there that's listening a little bit about yourself and what you do?
Oh, absolutely. I've been mostly crashing and ruining other people's podcasts for a couple of years now. That's what I do. But for the last year and a half, I've been a co-host on the Batgirl Cassandra Cain podcast on the Right On Network with Ashford Wright. And that's been a lot of fun revisiting the early 2000s series of Batgirl, Volume 1, featuring Cassandra Cain. We just finished that volume recently. So we're moving into some of her later appearances, and that's going to be quite interesting because I've read some of them and I haven't read others of them. So that's going to be quite a time. But also about 6 months ago, Ashford and I launched a new podcast called The Outcasters, covering Batman and the Outsiders, starting in 1983. And that's where we kind of flip roles. Now I'm Johnny Carson, he's Ed McMahon, but he's still funnier than me and sounds better on the air than me. So, that's how that is. That's just how it is. But I get the fun of being the editor on that one. That's why I was willing to let you do this one. I was perfectly fine with you taking the reins on this show. But that's been a lot of fun. It's had a lot of great responses, good downloads. The people have been commenting on it and sharing it on the social medias. I've been so grateful for all the support out there of all the listeners who liked the show, retweeted the show, just coming in and listening to it and sharing their love for the Outsiders. It's been so great. So I've had a lot of fun this last year with that.
Good. That was a great series. I enjoyed that series.
Oh, good. Yeah.
Yeah, I've got your podcast on my queue to listen to. It's just I haven't had as much time to listen to podcasts recently.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I don't know how that is.
Everything.
How is that happening? I'm working from home full time myself, as everybody probably, most people have. I know plenty of you have not had that luxury, and I feel for you. But I've been able to work from home, and that's been a good thing in and of itself. But in the first world problems situation, driving to the office 2 days a week was my podcast listening time. And now that time is gone. So yeah, I already didn't have much chance to listen to podcasts before the stay from home. And now it's even harder. Mm-hmm. So it's like, but I still try to listen because, I love y'all. So I'm trying to listen.
Yeah, same here. So, yeah, as I mentioned, we're going to talk about the Spider-Man portion of the Acts of Vengeance crossover. Tim, did you read these issues when they first came out? Were you familiar with the Acts of Vengeance storyline? What's your history of the Acts of Vengeance and the Spider-Man titles? Absolutely.
Spider-Man's pretty easy. I've been buying Amazing Spider-Man consistently almost since issue number 213, 214. And I haven't stopped yet. So love Spider-Man. I've been on and off on the related titles. Sometimes I'll be getting them, sometimes I don't. It just depends on what's going on in those particular titles. At this era, I was still, obviously I was still collecting Amazing Spider-Man. I was big into Spectacular Spider-Man at the time, so I was getting that as well. I had kind of faded from Web of Spider-Man So I just knew a little bit what was happening over there. I think I borrowed them from my roommate at the time because he was probably buying them and I was able to read them from him. And I'm cheap, so I just borrowed them from him. So those were fun. But yeah, so I was reading these issues when they first came out. And I was right there from the very beginning. I was also collecting Avengers at the time. So finding out that the Acts of Vengeance were coming and everything was pretty exciting. It's like, oh, wow, an Avengers-centric event was pretty interesting. And the concept was definitely fun. If you go for like the Secret Wars style event, let me take my action figures and bang them together. It's like, here you go. Take random action figures of different supervillains and just like, who can I match them up with? Bam, 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 bam. It's just really just a fun concept. And I just had a great time with it. So yeah, I was reading these all along and just, I'm a huge Spider-Man fan. So that's pretty much why I stepped up right away. It's like, I got to do Spider-Man. Whoever's going to talk about these, I got to do them. As this was right in my wheelhouse at the prime, the peak of my collecting. I was probably buying, I can't even say how many books per month I was probably buying at this time, but it was a lot. I'll just say that. It was a good thing I had a job because I was buying a lot. But how about yourself? What's your background with Acts of Vengeance and with Spider-Man?
Very familiar with that. I started reading comics, buying comics in 1987 with G.I. Joe, as I've talked about.
Mm-hmm.
By the early 90s, late 80s, early 90s, I was getting almost every DC and Marvel book that was out there.
Wow. Yeah.
With I think it was 314, the Christmas issue.
Okay.
Peter and Mary Jane getting evicted, Santa Claus out front. That was the first Spider-Man I picked up off the shelf, and I bought some of the back ones. And again, by this point, I was reading, the Avengers, the Hulk, all the different titles I was. And the ones I wasn't into, I think this storyline helped get me into the. Yeah, I'm a bit of a collector, a bit of a OCD at times, and I got a completist. So yeah, I started picking up all the other titles and buying into it, and much like this, I think this was my first big Marvel crossover. Much like Invasion was over in the East, and that's kind of helped get me into the entire universe. So
nice.
I read came out, I was buying. Unlike you, I was buying all 3 Spider-Man titles. And then, again, like you, luckily I had a job that comics were a lot cheaper than they are nowadays.
Yes, this is true. I had to go refresh myself in my memory looking at the exact time frame. It's like, okay, I was just out of college and I was working minimum wage jobs, though. So I was not making big money. Right. That's for sure. But it's like a lot of my money was going to the comic book shop. So to the comic book shops that I was frequenting back then, I'm not even sure which ones they are anymore. You're welcome.
Yeah, I went to the same one all the time. There was some other ones I hit once in a while, but I had a pull bag. Well, for me, it was a pull box because that's many books out each.
Oh, okay. Yes, right.
I'd go in once every week or two, and tell the owner's wife, I'm like, just have my paycheck over to you guys. It'd be easier.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, that's right. I was in Northern Virginia, so I was going to a shop that was in Burke, Virginia. I don't remember what its name is. If anybody out there is listening knows what shop that is, please let me know because I don't remember. It'd be great to hear its name and just for the memories.
So again, as we said, we're going to talk about the Acts of Vengeance. This is crossing over all the Spider-Man books at the time. I'm going to go and read off the listing of which books it crossed over into, just we're all on the same page. It started in Amazing Spider-Man 326, then it went to Spectacular Spider-Man 158, Web of Spider-Man 59, Amazing Spider-Man 327, Spectacular Spider-Man 159, Web of Spider-Man 60, Amazing Spider-Man 328, Spectacular Spider-Man 160, the Web of Spider-Man 61, and it finishes, in quotes, in Amazing Spider-Man 329. I say in quotes because a couple months later, over in Web of Spider-Man 64 and 65, we had a little epilogue to the storyline, which we talk about the entire thing. So, real quick, I'll give you a quickish synopsis on, what was it, like 12 issues?
Spider-Man does whatever a spider can. Spins a web any size, catches seeds just like flies. Look out, here comes the Spider-Man. Is he strong? Listen, bud. He's got radioactive blood. Can he swing from a thread? Take a look overhead. Hey there goes the Spider-Man. In the chill of night, at the scene of a crime, like a streak of light, he arrives just in time. Spider-Man, Spider-Man, friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. Wealth and fame, he's ignored. Action is his reward to him. Life is a great big bang. Wherever there's a hang, you'll find a Spider-Man.
So this is the quick overview. The major Marvel villains have teamed up to defeat their various heroes. This time, there is a plan.
But that trick never worked!
This time for sure!
The villains will switch heroes and fight new ones. That way the heroes won't be used to the villains, and they think that'll give the villains the upper hand. So through the Spider-Man books, Spider-Man has to fight Galactus.
That would have been a real act of vengeance change. But with considering what we're about to hear, that would have actually worked.
Very much so.
Anyway, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No problem, yes. So, throughout the Spider books, Spider-Man has to fight Gravitron, the Trickster, Titania, Magneto, the Brothers Grimm, Goliath, the Grey Incredible Hulk, Shocker, Rhino, Hydro Man, Tess-1, which was created by Doctor Doom, Dragon Man, and the Tri-Sentinel, which Loki somewhat created and took control of. But amazingly, Spider-Man defeats each of these villains with the help of his new powers. It seems that early in the story, Peter Parker was helping a Professor Max Lubitsch with an experiment involving some new type of energy. After an overload and an explosion, Spider-Man finds himself gaining new powers each time he turns around. More strength, greater vulnerability, energy blast for both his hands and eyes, flight, able to control his webbing, a greater spider sense, and molecular rearrangement, much like Firestorm has. Of course, I gotta go back to Firestorm. Attempting to remove Spider-Man's new powers, Sebastian Shaw forces Professor Lubitsch to use his device once again on Spider-Man. But instead of removing the powers, the device finishes transforming our webbed hero. Spider-Man has become Captain Universe, a cosmic force that empowers a person with the Captain Universe identity and powers. This force comes along when some grave danger faces humanity. Captain Spidey Universe uses his new powers to defeat the aforementioned Tri-Sentinel, which Loki is using to get revenge on Earth for his acts of vengeance failing. After which, the powers disappear, leaving us with our normal, friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. And as I mentioned, over in Web of Spider-Man, a couple issues later, we had a 2-issue epilogue where all of the previous villains that Spider-Man had to fight come back for revenge on their defeat at our webbed hero. So that is both the Acts of Vengeance Spider-Man storyline and is also known as the Cosmic Spider-Man storyline. So
well done. Well done.
Thank you.
That's not easy to summarize for 12 issues.
Yeah, I tried to get it down so it wasn't, each issue. Well, this happened in this issue and this happened in this issue. And I'm like, well, that's going to take forever.
And there's, of course, also the typical Spider-Man subplots with the supporting cast going throughout all these stories. So if we had mentioned all of those, we'd... when does February end? I don't know. You'd be going for. I feel bad for you. You'd be going a long time.
My sixth grade would probably be graduating high school by the time I got done. But so what we're going to do is we're going to take each book at a time and look at them and give our comments and thoughts. Like I say, we're not going to get too much. I'll probably mention briefly the subplots that Tim mentioned, but yeah, we're not going to get too thick in the weeds on that because, again, like me and Tim was talking about earlier, Tim was saying that, these subplots, a lot of them have been going on for a while and they're going to keep going on for a while. So some start here and continue on. But yeah, so I'll briefly mention them just because, again, I was reading these books and I was heavily invested in the whole thing, but we're not going to spend too much time on that. So the first issue up is Amazing Spider-Man 326. We get the Acts of Vengeance logo in the top corner. We get Spider-Man facing off against Gravitron.
Graviton.
Graviton. See, I always have a problem pronouncing his name.
It's Megatron.
Right.
Graviton.
Like you want to say Galvatron. Why not?
Oh, man, we're really in trouble now.
Gravitron. This issue was written by David Michelini, penciled by Colleen Doran, inked by Andy Mushinski. Always mess that name up, too. I'm terrible at names.
That's close enough.
So this cover here, Tim, what are your thoughts on this cover of Amazing Spider-Man?
Oh, it's an interesting cover of Graviton just throwing a whole bunch of, well, he's using Gravitas powers, so he's throwing rocks and debris, etc. at Spider-Man. Spider-Man's kind of got his webs in his cowering position there. It's a cover by Colleen Duran, and I'm not sure. I would be willing to bet this is one of the few times Colleen has drawn Spider-Man for Marvel Comics. I'd be really surprised if she's done much more than this, but that was kind of interesting. And this is it's interesting in the timing of this, because this is issue 326, right after issue 335, and after this, Todd McFarlane had been the artist for the last couple of years, so he did 325. His next issue will be 328, and that's it for Amazing Spider-Man for Todd. He goes on to do some other title called Spider-Man, I guess. I don't know. It probably won't go anywhere. But
it's washed up after this. We never hear from him.
Probably. Todd
Merlin, something like that?
Yeah, something like that.
You never hear from him again.
Exactly. So that was pretty... But again, getting back to the cover, it's a pretty good cover. Graviton also, I think it looks really good. I think Colleen actually does a pretty good job with him as a character, because he is kind of going to look like a normal man wearing his sort of ridiculous costume,
right.
But that works well for her style. So I do like this cover. But what do you think about it?
Oh, this is a great cover. I was just looking up real quick and seeing, and yeah, she did this issue of Spider-Man, then she does Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man Annual #1.
Oh, right. Mm-hmm.
She did a story in Amazing Spider-Man 600 in 2009, and that's the only Spider-Man she's done as far as pencil. She's got a lot of work, but not much in Spider-Man.
Right.
Okay, yeah, she did part of the Justice League 3001. That was a good story too.
Oh, I love 3001.
I'm not here to talk about DC.
Yeah, we're not talking about that.
That's usually what I talk about. But no, this cover, yeah, like you said, this is a great cover. Doreen, she just does a fantastic job of Spider-Man, his webbing. This was, I think, it was after Todd McFarlane started doing the what do you call that? Like the ropey, knots in the webbing and all that.
Oh yeah,
You'll see that here. Yeah, Graviton. That guy there. Yeah, he's in the background. He's in the background, using his arms out, his cape's up, floating up in the air, using his powers on Spider-Man. Spider-Man's kind of ducking down, trying to protect himself. He's got the webbing under the arms that I love. Yeah, this is just a great cover. This is, and again, when I think of Spider-Man, especially this era Spider-Man, this is one of the covers I think about. Nice.
We also should mention that there's a text box above the title The Amazing Spider-Man that says the non-mutant superhero. Yeah. They were definitely kind of teasing the X-Men office with that little title there.
Yeah.
But keep an eye on that text box, because that's important on the following covers.
Yes, very much so. And so let's go through the story itself. Again, we started out. Let me see real quick. So do you have any initial thoughts on the beginning of the story?
Well, we have the Parkers in their new apartment having a housewarming party. Friends are coming over. We get to see a lot of their college friends. So that's kind of like the supporting cast of this series. It's mostly Flash Thompson and Liz and Harry Osborn and their new son. That's pretty much the focus of the kind of characters that are in the supporting cast in the Amazing Spider-Man at this time. Less so the Daily Bugle. It's more those people. And it's like the party is like got people wearing extremely late 80s fashion. It's okay. That's what they were wearing at the time. All right. It's fine. I'm only pointing it out because that's the period. I'm not really making fun of it, the choice of showing it that way. That's what they were doing back then. But also got to look at what Peter is wearing for this party. It's like, I have no idea what this is supposed to be. It's like he has a black tank top on and a fake vest over it. A fake sleeveless. So he's wearing a sleeveless black t-shirt and a sleeveless vest over it. only Colleen Duran could make that work. I'm sorry. That's only she could make that work. She makes it work. It still boggles my mind, but she made it work.
Again, very late 80s attire. It looks like, I think the white vest, as we call it, has a bunch of holes in it.
It does have holes in it. I don't know what that's supposed to imply. It's just I just don't understand it.
Yeah, I don't know if it's all one piece, if it's connected, or I'm not quite sure. But yeah, no, I was thinking the same thing. That's very interesting. And then you get the punk rock girl, whoever that is, with the mohawk and the Cyclops glass.
Yeah, the Cyclops eyes are on. Yeah,
light shorts and the big heavy jacket. That's one thing the story does, is date itself very well here with the clothing choices.
But the faces are all great. They're all Colleen Duran faces of the women and the men. It's like, oh yeah, they are model-esque. That's right in her wheelhouse. So it's great stuff that way.
Yeah, we may talk about the clothing choices, but that's nothing bad about the art. This is, out of this run, this is one of my favorite issues as far as art goes. I see. Yeah, she does a fantastic job. She knocks it out of the park. Spider-Man in a spider costume looks fantastic. I mean, sometimes you get them where they don't do something quite so well, but I think, everyone, Mary Jane looks beautiful. Aunt May looks good in here for, an older woman, but
I don't judge, man. It's okay. I mean,
stop and think about it. She's probably not much older than me at this point.
It hurts because it's true.
Yeah. Moving on. And at this point, we find out in the story that J. Jonah Jameson has lost the bugle to the Puma.
Thomas Fireheart has bought it out. That was the storyline in Spectacular Spider-Man.
Is that where I couldn't remember where that started at, but yeah.
That was mostly Jerry Conway who was writing that, was kind of pushing that storyline through.
Yeah, Jerry was writing. Of course, Jerry was writing both Spectacular Spider-Man and Web at this time. So
so those two books have a really tight continuity. Man, he was busy. Gee, criminy Jerry, that's amazing that you were doing both those books at the same time.
Yeah, I think it made it a bit easier for this crossover too, with Jerry doing 2 parts of the 3. So I mean, it's just like we said, it was a fantastic the way they were able to intertwine and actually make it a crossover, like you said earlier. Like the Superman Triangle books at the time.
Right.
And I love when they can do that.
Yeah, for this particular storyline, that's really how this felt like. It really felt like that and they deliberately set it up that way. So it was very much like an event within the event. This storyline was very like this sub-event for Spider-Man taking place inside the line-wide Acts of Vengeance event. So
yes,
good stuff.
Oh, very much so. And I think it's been packaged as the Cosmic Spider-Man too, which again we haven't gotten to that part yet. But yes. So anyway, so this issue just deals, like I say, just Spider-Man fighting against Gravitron, and there's nothing really for his powers changing in this at this point. At this point, it's just part of the Acts of Vengeance. Like we said, the Acts of Vengeance is where the villains have decided to switch heroes, thinking that maybe the heroes won't be used to the new villains attacking them, and that'll give them the edge. So let's talk about that briefly. What are your thoughts on that whole plan for the Acts of Vengeance? The villains switching heroes.
Well, it's one of those things where, that seems like it ought to make a lot of sense. It really seems like it ought to be a thing that works out. But it's also one of the funny things, one of the concepts of the Marvel universe is that the continuity within the universe is so tight, they tend to get surprise villains all over the place anyway. Yeah. It's not that unheard of for oddball villain X to show up in somebody else's book. Just because it's part of what makes the content. I mentioned this before in another show. It's like it makes the continuity tighter, but also makes the community of superheroes and supervillains seem smaller because they all can like mash up against each other anyway. But yeah, it's still just, like I said, it's a fun concept without a doubt. I don't know if in terms of strategically, it really matters.
Right.
Except for like Spider-Man here because he's going against Graviton, and that is such a mismatch. He should have no chance. Graviton has fought 10 Avengers on his own. He's defeated the West Coast Avengers, essentially. They only won. Anytime he's won, it's been because he's been stupid, which is not too surprising. That's how most times when against overpowered villains. But he's never been outpowered. He's usually just been outsmarted. But he's still he still was going against teams that could at least had big guns to stand against him. But and he just was just before this, he appeared in Fantastic Four fighting the Fantastic Four during Inferno of all things. Again, Graviton showed up to fight the Fantastic Four during an event.
Yeah.
So it just happens in the Marvel Universe. This is what they do.
Yeah.
But anyway, that's kind of my thoughts on it. So it's fun, but it's not that shocking of a thing within the Marvel Universe. It's out how the universe works. Happens all the time. But what do you think about the whole concept?
Well, so
did you enjoy it?
Oh yeah, very much so. I had just, like I said, I had just gotten into comics a year or two before this, and I just started picking up Spider-Man like a year before. So the whole let's fight other villains was an interesting concept because I hadn't seen it as much as you had in the Marvel comics, and I really enjoyed it. Now that I'm 51, thinking back about it, my first thought is when I'm reading this, and they're like, well, we can switch heroes because the heroes won't be used to us, and we'll have the advantage. But by that same logic, you're not used to the heroes, which you're not used to their tactics, which would give you a disadvantage, which kind of equals itself out. But
it should. But it really should. Well, now the only flip side is that a lot of the heroes' powers and abilities are more well known, common knowledge. So that at least helps a little bit in terms of fighting them. But yeah, still in all, it's like you should be at a disadvantage too, except of course for the usual thing that should be an advantage regardless of the surprise factor that you're attacking them out of nowhere. But if you don't capitalize on that
Yeah, having said that, though, I thoroughly enjoyed this when I first read it back in 1989, and I just reread it recently for this, and I enjoyed it just as much in this time. So,
I will say one of the things I really dug about it was one of the promotional posters, which I hope many people have seen, of the villains that are of the Cabal that are heading up the Acts of Vengeance. We just see them for the thighs on down, because we just see the legs of their costumes.
Yes.
And there's in the middle, in the center of them all, like a cracked Captain America shield, a fractured Thor's hammer, the Iron Man's face plates splintered. So just like these things, and just the concept that these villains could do this to those heroes' weapons was so cool. And I believe it was drawn by John Byrne. So even that, it's like it just sells the whole thing. So that really sold the concept, I think, almost better than the concept itself. Just the idea about, hey, could we really outpower the Avengers? And they didn't quite do that, but it it hooked me. I will admit, it hooked me.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to put the copy of the promo poster on the Facebook page.
Nice.
I may throw on my website. I'm still playing my website, but But yes, I got the copy of the poster. Cause that was a great poster. Just, the way we're looking at it as we're maybe one of the villains looking down at this destroyed stuff of the superheroes. We just see the villain's legs around us. Yeah, it was just a fantastic poster. I didn't even think about that until you mentioned it.
It's not a very Spider-Man poster, though.
No. Yes, it's not Spider-Man-y at all, but... But yes, it's still a fantastic poster. Anyway, so that's what happens in Amazing Spider-Man 326. Any other thoughts on this issue?
Oh, yes, absolutely. One of the big move that Graviton does to take out Spider-Man is degravitizes the Daily Bugle building to try to draw Spider-Man out. And he beats him pretty effectively. That is, Graviton beats Spider-Man pretty effectively. Traps him, wraps him up, and it looks like he's killed him by crushing a whole ceiling down on top of him. And then Graviton lets the Bugle building go back down and just flies off. So, yeah, we're back to Fantastic Four issue number 6 with the Baxter building going off into space and then just coming back down. No problem. Easy peasy. But he flies off and doesn't stick around to make sure that he killed Spider-Man or not. The classic villain move is
like you said earlier.
I've killed him. Hooray. I'm going off to have ice cream now. And he doesn't realize
stupidity.
that. Exactly. So I was like, this is one of those times was like, oh, nah, yeah, afraid Peter took a big loss this one. This is definitely in the L column for him. But thankfully it's not the end of him in the same breath. But it was a good fight. I mean, he put up a good fight and he was like saving people along the way. So he was being a hero all throughout it. So I don't want to downplay that part. Spider-Man was trying to make sure had to like hold off Graviton's power from crushing the other photographer at the Daily Bugle, a photographer who is Peter's rival and he really doesn't like, and nobody likes him because he's a greasy slime ball.
Very much so, yeah.
I had so forgotten about him until rereading these issues. And it's like, oh man, yeah, I hate this guy. This is great.
Yeah, I'd forgotten about Nick too until I read this. Like, oh yeah, I forgot about that jerk.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man, I hate him.
And he's in a lot of these stories.
Oh yeah. Also, yeah, he was the heavy reoccurring support at that time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but yeah, so it's a great fight, a great a shame about that it really was like a loss for Spider-Man, but he still managed to survive it. That's a win in and of itself. You just take it where you can, and like Colleen Durand's artwork. Yeah, if you haven't seen her other stuff, this should be enough of a teaser to get you to pick up some of her things because it is really just some gorgeous artwork in here. But what do you think? And what are your thoughts about this issue overall?
Yeah, no, I say it was. Yeah, this was before the whole accident. This increased Spider-Man's powers. So yeah, like you said earlier, he was definitely outmatched here. But even being outmatched, he held up his own. He was saving lives. He was doing what he could to stop the villain. Even though, like I say, if the villain had been a little smarter, a little less cocky, maybe he could have off Spider-Man. But then.
Mm-hmm.
Where we've been, so yeah, no, this was, like I say, that we've talked about earlier. The art was fantastic. The subplots in here, like I say, I love the ongoing subplots.
Mm-hmm.
And just I love the way that Spider-Man, even though he's getting his butt kicked, he's still smarting off and making his wisecracks. And there's even the point there near the end where he's trying to pull Nick Katzenberg, whatever his name is, up off the ground. He's crushed. And his spider sense is screaming at him, and he's like, I've got to ignore this. Even though he knows he's going to get smacked somehow, he's ignoring his own well-being to save an innocent, in quotes. I don't know how innocent Nick is.
And that strategy really shouldn't have worked because the gravity is still pulling Nick. So basically, he'd be pulling against Spider-Man, and that should still hurt Nick. But, it's like, whatever. It's comics. I did have two other really oddball notes. One is that on the printed copy, the last page has an ad to subscribe to Marvel Comics and has a picture. It says Xmas, and it's because it's Christmas time. It has a picture of the X-Men at that time. And that particular lineup. I have a coffee mug with this picture on it, minus the Santa hats. It's that Mark Silvestri lineup that when they went to Australia, that's the lineup. For those of you who are listening, if you can picture that lineup, that's what it is. And it's Mark Silvestri artwork. And it's I have a coffee mug of this without the hats. And I still have it to this day. It's a great coffee mug. The other thing that I had forgotten about until I put up my hard copy is that I actually have Colleen Durand's signature on this issue. I think that what actually happened here is that my college roommate at the time was a big fan of Colleen Durand. He got it signed by her for me.
Oh, very nice.
Yeah. So thank you, Dan.
Very nice. I like that. Well, let's go and move on to the next issue.
At this rate, we'll be done in about 5 hours.
Yeah,
that'd be awesome.
I get this done a little bit. Anyways, we'll do it. But again, this is just a great storyline. How can you help it? The next issue, Spectacular Spider-Man. Again, Acts of Vengeance. We get Spider-Man sitting there, doing a pose. It says, "This is it. Spidey goes cosmic. Now the strongest hero in the Marvel Universe." And behind him, we get the Trapster coming in the door. The Trapster really chose the wrong time to pick a fight. What are your thoughts on this cover?
Oh, it's a Sal Buscema cover. It's really pretty. And he's got the sparkly effect going out in all directions from Spider-Man standing in the middle. Spider-Man's pose looks pretty, clenched, like I'm ready to hit the restroom anytime now. And the Trapster coming in behind looks like he's trying to look angry. And it's when you read the issue, you go like, "Oh, dude, you just didn't know. You did not know what you were getting in for here." Because yes, now this is the issue where things really kick into gear. So it's a fun cover. In fact, I know that it's been homaged a couple of times. As well. It's a fun enough cover and a classic enough setup that it's been homaged a few other places. What are your thoughts on it?
Oh yeah, great cover. It's not quite as good as the Colleen cover, I don't think, but not saying this is a bad. That's just a fantastic cover. But this is another cover I think of when I think of the Cosmic Spider-Man, this era Spider-Man. This is another cover I go to. Because again, it's very dramatic. It's very, Spider-Man's got that pose going on. He's got arms up. He's like, "I'm ready." And all, here comes Paste Pot Pete behind him. Right. Not knowing what he's getting into. So no, he's very bottom. Like this a little with greater power. Because that's what Spider-Man's thing, with great power comes responsibility. So given greater power, well, what does
that mean? Exactly.
So again, we talked about this one is written by Jerry Conway, who I love because he created Firestorm. And also penciled the breakdowns is Sal Buscema. The finisher is Mike Esposito. Woohoo! So your thoughts on this? Let's go through this issue. What are your thoughts on this one?
It starts off with the Trapster trying to blindside Spider-Man out of nowhere. So this is really jumping right into the Acts of Vengeance concept, sneak attacks by villains who have not traditionally fought these heroes. And he's got his weapons on there, trying to blast him with paste, trying to make him fall with having slick stuff on surfaces. And he's actually doing much more effectively than you would think, but it is a sneak attack. So we kind of give allowances for that. And he really does get the upper hand on poor Spider-Man. So much so that he also just crashes into the restaurant where he was supposed to meet Mary Jane for lunch. So that's always hard for Mary Jane to see him in peril. And then he falls into the water and it's like, "Oh no, what's happened?" Because it's all covered in paste. Always sees a paste-covered glob fall into the river. So it's like, that's a big setup. It's like, "Oh man, no, Spidey, don't get beat by this Mort. No."
Well, I do like when they're fighting and, Trapster pops up and starts blasting him with his balls. And Spider-Man's like...
Phrasing.
After I said that, I realized what I said. There goes an explicit tag. No.
Sorry.
Spider-Man's like, "Wait a minute. Paste? Grease? Gumballs? I know you. You're the guy the Human Torch used to call Paste Pot Pete." Changing history, Spider-Man. Quit calling me that.
Which is funny because he's actually also has met him more than once. I know at least once that Spider-Man had to fight the Frightful Four.
Right.
And cause that's actually that storyline was one of the first issues of my Spider-Man mail-in subscription, my Amazing Spider-Man mail order subscription. So I know he met him there, but it's like, whatever. It's like, do you remember everybody that you meet? Just because
I was going to say, it just shows how memorable or unmemorable that the Trapster was.
Yeah, pretty much.
It's like, "Oh, I remember the Torch talked about you. I fought you before. I don't remember that. You're nothing memorable." Like Galactus.
That would have been funny though for Trapster to say like, "I fought you before, man. What the heck?
That would have been
you almost died next from me." It's like, doesn't ring a bell.
that would have been hilarious. Yeah. But yeah, he crashes in. Yeah, and that, like you said, it's got to be hard on Mary Jane when Spider-Man crashes in where Peter Parker's supposed to be having dinner with her, and Spider-Man crashes in all gooped up, falls out the window into the water.
Mm-hmm.
You gotta love that there were Trapster, I keep on calling Peace Spot Pete. Trapsters inside the building. I did it. Dr. Octopus couldn't do it. The Vulture never had a chance. Electro, Mysterio, Hobgoblin, and Puma. All of them wimps. When push comes to shove, only one guy had to take the waste of web slinger. Me, the Trapster. Now maybe people won't be so quick to call me Paste Pop Pete. I just love the dialogue in here.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, it's way fun. But I know it's like you're calling. He doesn't want to be called Paste Pot Pete anymore. That's why we keep doing it.
Yeah. That's how I am.
Yeah, exactly.
If I don't like something, I'm going to keep doing it just because that's who I am. Exactly.
Now it is also interesting that I don't really think Puma is enough of a household name for Trapster to even know who that is. So I'm a little surprised by that popping in there, but that's okay. I mean, I think that's more of a nod that Jerry has had Thomas Fireheart as a supporting character in a story, in a subplot in this book and in Web. So I know that's why that's there, but it's like, no, it just takes me out of it for a second. Cause like the Puma, why would, no.
Yeah. See, just having started reading this book maybe a year before, I wasn't as familiar with Puma not being, I thought maybe the Puma was a bigger character than he is. Seeing how, he was thrown up there with all these other, great villains, Electro, Mysterio, Hobgoblin, Vulture, Doc Ock, Puma. Oh, he must be one of the. Then later on, I find out who he really is. Oh, okay. Well, okay, yeah. Okay, they fought.
Yeah. Well, they've always been more like frenemies.
Yeah.
But it only fought like. He only had like a handful of appearances before Jerry Conway started writing these series. Anyway, only a handful of Spider-Man appearances, and they were not always fighting in them. It was definitely not like Puma's a big supervillain name or something. So it's just Anyway, enough about that. Enough about. I'm dissecting that way too much.
That's what we do. Dissecting 30, 40-year-old comics.
Yep.
And there at the bottom of page 8, I just love that scene where Spider-Man's busting out of the goop.
Mm-hmm.
He just flips the missiles.
Nice sound effect. Boom!
He comes up gasping for air. And again, I love Mary Jane, she's all happy to see her, her husband still alive for one, and again, she, when he fell in, she's like, it's Spider-Man. He's going to come back. That's what he does.
Mm-hmm.
But like they give a brief moment here for Spider-Man to look up and see Mary Jane, see that she's leaving, and give a mention there that even though he's fighting for his life half the time, he still takes time out to acknowledge what his wife might be feeling.
Mm-hmm. Very nice. And then we move on to back to their apartment, and he's there showering off the paste, which probably ruined his costume badly. Just time for Mary Jane to come home and give him a big old hug. Say, thank goodness you're okay.
And he's like, I'm sorry about the floor. Oh, forget about the floor. How are you?
Yeah, because the floor is pretty yucky.
Yeah, pretty much so.
Yeah. But hey, it's not his first battle with paste. Yes. What has that costume been through?
You don't want to ask.
No, don't ask, don't tell.
But I do. I hear how when he's hugging Mary Jane, he's thinking, why did the Trapster attack me? What what? I don't even. And here it does kind of tell you that they did fight before, because he says I hardly know the creep.
Mm-hmm.
It does tell us that they have had at least one in runs before. So I do like that little. Where the dialogue is there, or the thought balloons.
Mm-hmm.
And then we got to Wilson Fisk, the Kingpin, and he's getting invited to join the Acts of Vengeance by the Power Broker, and we get the Cabal, as you called them, sitting around in this. I don't remember where this is at exactly. I know he opens up a door that teleports him almost to this chamber where we got Dr. Doom, Magneto, the Thinker sitting around a table, listening to the report from the Trapster. I killed him. He's dead. So, what are your thoughts on this section here with the Cabal meeting and Kingpin joining?
It was fun to kind of get a chance to see how the Kingpin specifically got recruited into this, and it's like it makes sense for it to happen in a Spider-Man comic. That if you're going to have the Kingpin involved, it's like, yeah, Spider-Man is definitely the hook. Yes. Although to have him as part of a group trying to take out all superheroes, it's I'm not quite sure how that fits in. But hey, we do have Dr. Doom, who is the rightful monarch of Latveria. So hey, who am I to judge? Sorry, Professor Allen. But yeah, they all go through their Stargate door, their wardrobe to Narnia door that takes them to the same room. They all have their headquarters, has their own door, takes them to the room with their round table and their chairs.
Right.
And everybody's pretty much like blowing off Pace Pop Pete. You didn't kill Spider-Man. Come on.
Kingpin's I won't believe it till I see the body.
Exactly. He can get respect from the other villains, but there you go. But the Wizard, of course, is his old friend. So you would, you would think that he would have stood up for him a little bit more, but didn't quite go there.
And again, I don't remember offhand, but was he really his friend, or was he just a co-worker? I don't know if the Thinker had much more respect for the Trapster than anyone else did.
It depends upon which writer you have doing it. I had just I just read the first appearances of the Frightful Four back in the day, because I've been following along with the Make Ours Marvel podcast and their read through of the early issues. Right. So it's been fun seeing that there. And they were definitely allies. It was not just flunky or looking for a chance to stab each other in the back like most villain team-ups do.
Like we'll see in the storyline.
Exactly. Exactly. See, that the Frightful Four actually were close to being a team. That was the interesting thing. So that's the major thing, is that maybe, friends, of course, probably a strong word, because there's been other times when the Wizard just lorded it over the Trapster when he could. But yeah, it's still, he could have stood up for him a little bit more for that, being his old partner and everything.
Being teammates and all.
Yeah. So it's interesting that the villains that get left out of this particular meetup, we don't have Mandarin and we don't have Red Skull. So I'm not sure. It's not like it's a problem. That kind of makes sense. They kind of imply that this is a beginning of the gathering, but kind of like introducing it as maybe the Wizard suggested. Well, it's kind of, the continuity got a little bit wonky, because it sounded like that the Kingpin had recruited Graviton. Yeah, the Kingpin recruited Graviton to go after Spider-Man. Why would he have done that if this scene hadn't happened yet? So it's kind of a little bit of continuity there. But that just I don't feel like no prizing it myself yet. I think I just call like a misspeaking. Oh no, that's what it is. The Power Broker disguised himself as a Kingpin to recruit Graviton. Of course, that's all it is. And that's the Wizard recruiting the Trapster to go after Spider-Man for this issue and to get Kingpin to join it. So yeah, that's all. Easy.
Kingpin hired Gravitron without even thinking about the whole, not knowing about Acts of Vengeance. They just a happy coincidence that he picked someone else's. But yeah, it's hard to say. Other than I said, he's written by two different writers, so that's the real reason. But
yeah,
the universe reason why these things happen. That's what us geeks do.
Yes, indeed.
But I do like here at the bottom of page 14 when Trapster is blinking out of the screen. He's like, if you want your proof, I'll get it. He's like, it's your turn to waste my enemies, fat man. Let's see how you do against the Human Torch. Yeah, I don't think the Kingpin would do very well if he fought the Torch.
I don't know. I don't know. I'll put it this way. The Kingpin would not go unarmed against the Human Torch.
This is true.
And the Human Torch did not do so well one-on-one against Hammerhead back in the day. Yeah. So, you know.
Young and brash. And Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
I stand corrected.
But it's like, the Kingpin, no, he's not going to get his hands dirty with that. Come on. Please. Please.
And then the next couple pages is an interlude on the backstory of Joe Robinson on trial and meeting Stuart McPhee, whose brother Joe friended in prison. Again, that's part of the ongoing subplot. Unless you have anything to say about that, I think we'll move on from there real quick.
Yeah, but we won't come back to it again. I'll just say this is a long, ongoing subplot going for a long time that involves Robbie Robertson having Tombstone as a childhood bully, friend, whatever it was, and then Joe having to go to prison because of something he'd done when he was a kid, and befriending another prisoner, look out for Joe to protect him. That guy got killed by Tombstone in prison. Tombstone forced Robbie to do a jailbreak. Robbie didn't want to go, but he was forced to. And now he's back, turned himself in. And they're looking to try to get him off the hook and try to get his sentence repealed. But they're in big trouble because of the breakout. And here's our Deus Ex Machina character to come in and try to get a presidential pardon. So it's a long storyline.
Yes.
But it was, I still, I need to do a read through of it again. I do need to do a read through of Spectacular Spider-Man again, because I really did like that whole thing. And it was really great to see it all unfold so slowly. And also an excuse to read all of Sal Buscema's artwork again. I'll take that.
Yeah,
not an excuse to do that.
Nothing wrong with that. Any excuse you can find. But I will say that this subplot does come back. I think it was an epilogue to bite Peter in the butt.
Yeah.
We'll get to that briefly.
Yeah. But then right after this, now it gets good.
Yes.
Now we get the part we've been waiting for.
We go to Empire State University, this physics lab of Professor Max Lubish. And we get Professor Worky talking about how he found some new energy source, and he's trying to harness this device he's created. And as the machine overloads, I guess, and explodes, again, Peter Parker, he's Spider-Man for a reason. He's a hero, in or out of costume. He's going to do the right thing. He's going to do what he can to protect people. He senses the machine about ready to explode, so without a thought of his own safety, really, he jumps in to protect the professor.
And by a miracle of science, the two of them merge together, and their head turns on fire, and they have... Wait, oh, no, that's a different origin. Never mind. That's
Same
not
writer, but different character.
Yeah. That's just interesting how that all kind of turns around, because there's Jerry Conway, who's doing a pastiche of Peter Parker to make Firestorm, and then we have a pastiche of Firestorm in Peter Parker. Never mind.
No, that's very good.
That's not what happens. They don't merge. Listeners out there, no, they don't merge. I'm just being silly.
But at the time, Peter Parker is glowing as he's standing over the unconscious professor again. Kind of familiar. Those who read the first issue of Firestorm, Firestorm's origin. So, but they did not merge. But Spider-Man jumps out the window because he sees the electrical lines going haywire, and he jumps out and grabs the line. The girls are watching like, that live wire. You saw it sparking. It could have hit us. We could have been killed. But how did he do that? And Spider-Man's looking like, I should be dead.
Yeah. That's what's really also sells that moment. I mean, first off, we have that the wires kind of just hanging there limply in Spider-Man's hand, and there's like a smoke cloud coming off the end of it, just like shh. It looks it's a a very like quiet looking moment. And even the font of him saying, "I should be dead," is so small. It really does, like he's whispering it.
Yeah.
Like, "I should be dead," or under his breath. It's like, wow, it's a really well done moment.
Oh, very much so. Yeah. And it just tops off the scene of him saving these people. And again, being a hero doesn't really think about his own safety.
Mm-hmm.
Fire going towards these kids, so he reach out, and the only thing he can do is grab it to stop him from hitting them without thinking at the moment that it could have killed him.
Right.
And I love the professor watching out the window. Incredible, impossible. See, I personally would have liked to have said amazing and spectacular, but that's just my own geekiness.
I don't know why you would have thought those words. That's crazy. I don't know what that's just random words. I don't know what you're talking about.
Random thoughts that popped in my head.
And then we'll start seeing that Spider-Man's just his senses are expanding. Spider senses picking up things all over. He's able to hear a fly buzzing and can hear a girl humming to herself far. We don't know how far away. It's starting to give a hint of like a Superman kind of story where his powers are out of control and can't damp them down. So yeah, it's a pretty cool moment.
And he uses those new powers to find the trapster because he can hear him at the docks looking for Spider-Man's body. And I like it as he's looking for the body. We as we come up on him, we see him mumbling something about Spider-Man, show Kingpin, find his body, dredge the river, show him a corpse. Pretty much, he's talking to himself this entire time. Mm-hmm. Just not really fretting, but really just turning over in his mind the way that Kingpin kind of dismissed him and insulted him. Mm-hmm. Like I say, maybe if he had, and it looks like, correct me if I'm wrong, it looks like he's using his gun to fish.
Yeah. I don't know what that's supposed to be. But it's definitely like it looks like a rifle with a fishing line on the end of it. It's like
it's a very sophisticated fishing pole, but
he's holding it like it's a rifle, but the way that it's built, it's like that does not look like a rifle of any sort. It looks like a random hodgepodge of metal. I don't know what it's supposed to be, but then there's a line on the end of it. It's like,
dropping down the water like he's fishing. I don't quite know what he was going for there.
Mm-hmm. All of a sudden, the only thing it actually makes me look like is it looks like a one of the pieces in the game Battleship. So maybe something sunk his battleship, and that's what he's going for.
You are correct. I don't want to say anything bad about it because, God forbid, I say anything bad about Jerry Conway. But, and again,
I'm not knocking the art. No, I'm not knocking the art. I just don't know what that thing is.
Yeah.
It's me.
How it's supposed to be working and all that. But I do like when Spider-Man comes up behind him. He's like, word of advice. You guys do as much dental work as you do. Shouldn't stand around with his mouth open that way.
Good smack talk right there.
That's one thing I love about Spider-Man. And that's one thing I loved about the newest Spider-Man movies. I've got problems with them, but I love the way that he does the Spider-Man dialogue. While they're fighting, he's fighting. He's popping off the quips, and I think they do it better in this one than they did either in the trilogy or the Amazing Spider-Man movies.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would agree. Mm-hmm.
And so again, another hint of his new powers as the trapster shoots a missile at him. Spider-Man creates a web that turns into a hand that crushes the missile. And he was like, I didn't know he could do that. What? He can't. He did what the?
Yeah, it makes no sense. People who've been seeing Spider-Man on TV and in the photos taken by some P. Parker person, who knows? And yeah, it's like the webbing doesn't work that way. Now he'll do some crazy things with his webbing sometimes, but not that. So
Well, then he proceeds to shoot ray beams out of his fingers.
Mm-hmm.
And as the Trapster tries to shoot him with more of his little exploding balls, he just... No, you can't do that. I beat you only a couple hours ago. I beat you.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, that you did, Pete. Caught me by surprise. Would be pretty good. And he's like, we're the perfect match. My paste, your web. This is different. This isn't fair. And Spider-Man's line here, I forgot he said this here, but I've always said this to my middle son, who's 27 now. He's a teenager. Whenever something go against him or what idea I do, sorry, he'd be like, that's not fair. I'm like, you know what, son? I have to apologize to you if I ever did make anything make you like life's fair. Who said life is fair? So I just love the fact that Spider-Man says that in this book, that, he was saying it, decades before I told my son that. And again, you've got the paste pot, Pete, but I've got the power. Don't call me that. My name isn't Paste Pot, Pete. And Spider-Man just zaps him with his energy beam again, just makes his thing explode, covering him in his own paste, his own goo.
I hope Peter Parker doesn't feel too... He should feel a little bit bad about being mean to Pete, just for name alone.
Yeah, I was thinking that too.
Come on. But yeah, and then we have Trapster covered in his own paste, just like we saw Spider-Man at the beginning of the story. But Spider-Man's not going to make sure he's going to make sure he doesn't suffocate, so that's all good. But yeah, he stopped him, but he's like, one of the civilians says, I never knew you could do stuff like that. Spider-Man's like, neither did I. And frankly, friend, it scares me spitless. Yeah. So it's like, yeah, now it's on. Now the storyline really kicks into, this is when the story really kicked into gear.
Oh yeah. And he says something here I forgot about when I read this, that he says he's only the second. So Gravitron was part of the Acts of Vengeance.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it is a bit of a continuity error that my hand wave didn't work. So, because he did say he's only the second, like Gravitron was attacking him due to the Acts of Vengeance. So,
yeah, I don't know. But what was I thinking about? I don't remember. Never mind.
It happens.
Never mind.
And I do like here at the bottom of the page, it tells you, to be continued in the pages of Web of Spider-Man number 59. It starts giving you that direct link to, read this book next.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And we were talking about that off mic before we started, about what might have been the first real Spider-Man events that would have been the carryover between the series. And Kraven's Last Hunt jumps to mind.
Yeah.
There might have been something before then, but I don't know if it would have been as big as it was.
Kraven's big Last Hunt was one of the first big one, and then this one here outdoes that one.
Yeah.
That was what, 6 issues? 3 issues?
6 issues.
6 issues. 2 issues. Yeah. 2 of each of the 3 issues. That's what it was, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But this one here got total like 12 issues or so. So yeah.
Mm-hmm.
This one, absolutely just, we could do that better.
Yeah. And the reason it makes it more of an event is that this is really continues from one issue to the next.
Yes.
It's not like a single storyline that each of them do in parallel. It's like, no, this really is, you have to read them in the order.
Yes.
So.
Very much so. And then unless you have any other thoughts on that book, we'll move on to Web of Spider-Man 59.
Let's do it.
So again, we got our Acts of Vengeance in the corner. We get our non-mutant superhero on the top. Web of Spider-Man. Look out. Here comes the all-new cosmic-powered Spider-Man. Spider-Man's busting open the door. Titania, leave Puma alone. I'm the one you want. And in the foreground, we get Titania and Puma fighting each other, with onlookers looking at it. What the heck? So what are your thoughts on this cover?
It's a pretty good action cover. It's ironic that we had the last issue, the last cover, having a big Spider-Man in the foreground, little villain in the background. And in the Amazing Spider-Man, big Spider-Man in the foreground, little villain in the background. This time, villain up close in the foreground and Spider-Man in the background. And he's almost in the same pose. He's a similar pose to what we saw in Spectacular Spider-Man. But yeah, it looks like the Puma is not doing so well, which I wouldn't think with Titania. There's a real instance of the Acts of Vengeance plan, kind of how it should have worked, because Puma doesn't know how to fight Titania. He doesn't know anything about her.
Right.
He doesn't know anything about him either, but It then just comes down to muscle power when you don't know each other anyway.
And again, Titania's fought the Thing, so Puma doesn't stand a chance against her.
It's a pretty fun cover. I do like it.
But yeah, no, I agree. Yeah, and as we was talking, I just noticed the pose of Spider-Man is similar to the one on Spectacular as you was talking. I didn't really notice that until I just now got looking at it.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, just like I say, this one's to me is not quite as memorable as the other two, but it's still a great cover. And again, yeah, this was Spider-Man, in my opinion, in his heyday. Of course, like I said, being Shag Talk here quite a while back, to me, the golden age of comics is between like 1985 and 1995. For both DC and Marvel, I think they were knocking it out of the park for the most part. They were firing on all cylinders. I mean, the occasional misstep, but overall, firing on all cylinders. And, we had things like the Acts of Vengeance storyline and everything else going on in the book. So this, to me, is, perfect. And then we go on to the story itself. And I like this splash page here on the front with Spider-Man sitting on the edge of the roof, crouched. He's got his mask in his hand as Mary Jane comes in behind him, trying to comfort him, trying to get him to talk to her. And they have a little discussion there before he swings off to see what he can find. Any thoughts on that portion of it?
Oh, not much. It's keep it not too surprising that we're seeing replications. What is that word? I don't know that word. I know all the best words. The repercussions of what just happened. It's like immediately we're jumping into that. It's like this couple pages gives us the setup of what happened about his powers being expanded beyond anything before, and him not sure how to deal with it. So we're just jumping right into it and just kind of go along for the ride. So yeah, it's a good setup. It's a good setup without having to do it's a little bit of an info dump, but it's a dump that makes sense because it's him talking to Mary Jane. So
right.
That works out.
And to borrow a line from the irredeemable Shag, Mary Jane is hot.
I think that the artists who are drawing her at this time would agree with you.
I'm sure.
Based on how they're depicting her, they must think she's hot because they all draw her that way.
Yes. But Spider-Man takes off to meet of Thomas Fireheart. Okay, I had to stop, make sure I said that right.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And that's one thing about Spider-Man, Peter Parker, that it's part of his character, part of his mythos is the fact that he's so concerned about misusing the powers, concerned where they came from, wanting to do the right thing. And then he says, until I know more about them, I don't think I should be using these because I don't want to misuse them or I don't want to do something wrong. Which is a very Spider-Man guilty thing to do.
Right. Exactly.
And then we get some more info dump here with Dr. Doom as he's watching Titania lift a dumbbell. Dumbbell, is that the right word for that? Barbell, whatever it is.
Yes.
Lifting weights. Again, I'm a comic geek. I'm not a...
Either one is fine.
But yeah, again, another nice, almost splash panel here where, she's lifting up the big, huge weight, talking to Doom about how, she's fought She-Hulk. And, she's, I guess Doom's increased her power, so she wants another shot at She-Hulk.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, it's not what we're doing here. You're going to fight somebody else. Mm-hmm. And they have something here that I love. They have a little editor's box in Solo Adventures number 14. I love when they give you a reference to where these stories take place or the things they mention. I know for the longest time there, footnotes like that seem to be verboten at the comics. They didn't seem to use those anymore. And then they started using them again, but instead of referring to issues, they usually refer to trade paperbacks. Right. Which kind of bugs me, being, a fan of this era of comics. Mm-hmm. I'm like, well, yeah, it's nice you point out the trade paperback, but what if you want, you own all the issues, you want to refer back to which issue it was in, I don't know. I kind of like the way they referred to the actual issue numbers. Mm-hmm. That plus referring to the trade paperbacks feeds into that, the whole writing for the trades mentality, which, again, I'm not a fan of. Mm-hmm. But so what are your thoughts on this as she finds out she's supposed to fight Spider-Man?
Well, since I had seen Titania ever since her first appearance in Secret Wars, and so I've actually without meaning to, have pretty much had seen every appearance of Titania up until this point anyway. So there's a lot going on there. And I even had read that Solar Avengers story. It's kind of funny to call it much of a fight. It was more like Titania was around busting things up, and She-Hulk happened to be in Washington, D.C. at the same time that Titania was there, and had to leave court to go fight her to stop her from busting things. She-Hulk was in court trying to defend someone's rights against the Mutant Registration Act at the time. And so she would go and like punch her one time, go back to court. Titania would come and make some more ruckus, go back out, punch her again, back to court. It was really a fun tongue-in-cheek issue, with the problem being that as a result of her having to leave court so much, the case got thrown out, and they had to postpone the trial, which meant that the poor kid that she was defending was still subject to the Registration Act and being held in custody. So it's like she was really upset about that whole thing. So it was an interesting story, but it's not much of a Titania fight story. So that's pretty funny. But yeah, it's like, oh yeah, Titania has a big grudge against She-Hulk. We see that continuously. We see that all the way into Dan Slott's She-Hulk run, and which gives us a great issue with the origin of Titania, her true, not just where she got her powers, but who she was. I love that issue. It's so good. But yeah, and also in Secret Wars, she got beaten badly by Spider-Man. I mean, he just whooped her pretty good, and he shouldn't have stood a chance, because she was definitely in Thing level strength and She-Hulk and almost Thor level strength. And it's like, no, he still whooped her. So it was pretty great. And then to see her come in and be told to go after Spider-Man, it's like, no, I just got Spider-Man phobia. Arachnophobia, I guess. And this was also after Under Siege, Avengers Under Siege, when the Masters of Evil took over the mansion.
Okay.
So she's already been in a fight against Spider-Man since Secret Wars, with Absorbing Man helping her in that fight. Again, she didn't fare well against him. It's only because the Absorbing Man was there that they both got away, because she wasn't able to stop him on her own. So that really is kind of like planting the seeds that there's something about her and Spider-Man. It's like, she just has trouble against him. She just can't against him. She can't go toe to toe with him. So it's really, that's kind of fun, but it's also you're kind of tweaking the formula for the Acts of Vengeance. Like, two of her big defeats have been against Spider-Man so far. Why is this an Acts of Vengeance play?
Yeah.
What do you think about that? I mean,
yeah, no, I say at the time I hadn't read. I knew of Titania. I think I'd seen her in Fantastic Four, but I hadn't read Secret Wars at this point. I don't think I had read that Solo Avenger story at this point. Later on, a buddy of mine picked them all up, so I read them all eventually. But by this point, I don't think I'd read that issue of Solo Avengers. Mm-hmm. So yeah, I wasn't as familiar with her battles with Spider-Man, like you were. So, but yeah, I did. Luckily, I say, not knowing about them, they do give us here on these 2 pages enough information to know that they have fought. And like you said, she didn't do too well against him. Yeah. So, yeah, much like you were saying, it kind of goes against the whole Acts of Vengeance thing. But then again, he's fought Pete before. So she's not one of his regular villains. And I guess that's what they're going for more.
Yeah.
But
it's fine. I understand it perfectly fine in the mismatch mentality, but also it's like it.
Yeah. And I think I'm trying to explain it myself more than you. I'm trying to get myself wrapped around it, because I agree with you. It doesn't really. Well, it was a great storyline, and great. The whole thing was, all the different chapters of it was great. Some of it doesn't really line up with what their intentions they said it was going to be, but
yeah, it doesn't. Now it doesn't work from the elevator pitch of who the villain is as Spice said. It does work for the fact that if you have Doctor Doom viewed as the villain who's actually fighting Spider-Man, and this is Doom fighting through proxy. Oh yeah, this is a completely a Doom move, including mentally manipulating her into doing the fighting, planting a emotion chip on her to turn her fear into hate. It's like, yeah, that's a completely Doom move that I endorse completely.
And again, I do love that, as she destroys equipment, she goes out to fight Spider-Man. Doom's thinking about how, he's like, destroy him. He's like thinking, if you can, which I sincerely doubt. So even he knows with Spider-Man's increased powers, since he's taken Titania out already before without these new powers.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, yeah, you got to stand a chance. Well, I'll send you out there anyways.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, he gives a little here what happened, that, he slipped this device on her that converts her fear into rage.
Mm-hmm.
And again, he's like, still, Titania's chances against Spider-Man are problematic at best, for he is no longer a mere spinner of webs. As the traps are discovered to his mortification, somehow Spider-Man has changed, grown more powerful, more even than his destruction. I desire to understand the nature of his new powers.
Mm-hmm.
And again, we get a little reference box here, in Spectacular Spider-Man 158. And again, I just love this monologuing, I guess, inner monologuing of Doom.
Right.
Telling, he's sending against Spider-Man, but he doesn't expect her to win.
Yep.
Which falls back on what you were saying, that she's not really an idea candidate to go against Spider-Man. But again, Doom lets us know that that's part of his plan, is that he doesn't care if she wins or lose. He just wants to test out Spider-Man's new abilities and try to find out, because that's what. And again, I love that about Dr. Doom, because that's kind of his shtick, is trying to get more power. I know he's always tried to steal the Silver Surfer's power. So yeah, that's one thing that if you know anything about Doom, you know that Doom's always questing after more power, trying to get power from somewhere. So
yep, and it worked, and it really does feel like an homage to Doom going after, and actually successfully stealing the Silver Surfer's power, trying to, stealing Galactus's power, stealing the Beyonder's power. It's like, but it's like, and you kind of wonder, it's like, wow, is this really going to be the next step up from the Beyonder? And it kind of is.
Find out, yeah.
We don't know that yet. We don't know that for sure right now, but it kind of is.
Yeah, pretty much so, yeah. Again, we get some more here, B-story with the Daily Bugle, and how Daily Bugle used to be anti-Spider-Man, and Thomas Fire's like, no, we're is our webbed hero, we're his debt he feels he owes to Spider-Man. Again, that's kind of the backstory here. We didn't really mention that much. He feels he owes Spider-Man a debt of honor, so to pay that debt back, he's trying to rehabilitate Spider-Man's image by, buying his biggest nightmare, the Daily Bugle, and instead of everything being anti-Spider-Man, being very pro-Spider-Man. And as Nick mentions in one of these issues, that it's just what Thomas is doing is just as bad as what Jameson was doing. And it kind of is, if you look at it from a third-party view, just look at, a journalist should be impartial and should just report the facts. But again, for us loving Spider-Man, we want to see, these great Spider-Man, Spider-Man's the hero, our webbed hero, and all this. We want to see the Daily Bugle report that. But journalistically aside, they're both different sides of the same coin.
Kinda. The only distinction is that we've had definitely plenty of stories with Jameson. I'm not going to go into the subplot that much. I promise. I'm really not going to, because we have plenty of stories to cover. We need to get moving. But Jameson would take something that Spider-Man was involved in and say he had done something he had done, and that's not something that Fireheart is not claiming Spider-Man to having done good things that he hasn't done either. But that's just, so I understand the thing is that, he's just still biased. He's definitely biased. Now, Jameson, though, would outright just say, like, oh, that's not Electro. Electro is Spider-Man in disguise. It's like, that's...
They're keeping it together. They're working together.
he's really making things up all the time. So they just couldn't be proven one way or the other until the very end of the story. And he'd have an egg on his face, and he'd be and the next issue, the New York public didn't learn their lesson the last time. So, but this whole thing is just, this one goes on for a while as well. And it just is, it's just more as an interesting thing, just a different problem for Peter to deal with as we see as it goes along. But it's like, it's as far as other things that go on, And
this subplot is here, one, for the subplot value of it, but also we get Titania busting in looking for Spider-Man because she knows that the Daily Bugle reports on him all the time. And she's busted. Where is he? Bring him out here. And everyone's like, who are you talking about? And, Spider-Man, who do you think? What, are you all stupid? Listen when I'm talking to you. I think he mentions here that, they fought in the past, but she's never been one of his real enemies.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Well, but and that's the other thing there is that she's such a rookie. She doesn't really have any real enemies, period. But that's why,
at the time I wasn't aware that she was that new of a character.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, I understand. And it's like in terms of archetypes, the She-Hulk is a natural archetype kind of villain for her, opponent for her. Absolutely.
Right.
When we see it mentioned together, it's like, oh, that makes perfect sense. But it's like, no, she doesn't have a villain. She does not have a nemesis. I'm sorry. She has to work a little bit more to get up to nemesis level. She's more like occasional thorn in the side. And that's why she wears those on her arm. That's why she has those thorns there on her sleeves. That's their literal thorn in the side.
Great catch.
Thank you.
Then here on page 16, we get Thomas transforming into Puma.
Mm-hmm.
He sends he knocks the woman he's with out. Good. She'll be stunned. Uncertain what hit her. No, she's gonna know you hit her.
Not a good look. Not a good look on Puma.
Yeah, no, and again, I know. I say I don't think he's quite a hero. He's not a villain, but he's not quite a hero per se. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. Especially looking back at this issue with 2021 eyes.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this was,
Well, that particular scene is a trope of, knocking out the civilian so you can change it to your costume identity because, I got to protect my identity. But it's like, no, knocking people out is not safe. Yeah. So, you just
goes against the wall.
You just kind of go that way with it. And just knocking out a woman, knocking out a woman, no, just no.
Whole Me Too thing going on. And
yeah. But think also that I love the character design of Puma from the very beginning. I thought it had a lot of potential. So I was actually glad to see him kind of get a bit of a shtick here. I don't necessarily really like the storyline that's his part of. I don't like this moment of it. But overall, the Puma always I just had a soft spot for him as a character. I think it's a cool idea. But yeah, they just kind of, and well, I shouldn't throw aspersions on Firestorm, but there is a moment where Ronnie knocks out a woman too for the same situation. So it's like, I don't know, just a little concerning there.
Don't you dare talk about that. It's call's over.
That's okay. That's fine. That's fine.
No, yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Like I was saying, so then Spider-Man shows up. Titania has just thrown Puma out of a window. Because that's how that's how an immensely stronger character would deal with a less strong character. You throw them out, and they're basically going to splat somewhere. So it's a fine strategy. But Spider-Man shows up and waits him in time and puts him down on a rooftop and to go in to fight Titania on his own. And they're mixing it up pretty well. All the way falling down into the street. Big old blammo as she knocks him back out of the big old pothole they just made, and he's just saying like, I should be dead. Even with my spider strength, that impact of the fall should have shattered my spine. But all I feel is that blasted buzzing in my head.
And not to mention that you just won't move.
And bashed into a car. Ouch. Ouch. I fell off a 30-story building. I break pavement. I flattened the hood of a car, and all I say is, ouch, what's happened to me? Good questions.
Yeah, like as she picks up the next piece of concrete, she's like, blast you, bug. How many times do I have to smash you? Why won't you die? Like, lady, believe it or not, I'm asking myself the same question.
Yeah. I changed himself to the Amazing Cockroach Man. Can't squish him.
I do like the fact that, Peter is questioning, again, he's taken all this that normally would turn him into paste, but he's taken all this abuse, these hits, and like I say, he's all, ouch, ouch. I should be going, oh my God, what the heck? What's going on here? Just furthering the question of what's going on with Spider-Man.
Yep. But then, Puma tries to jump in. He manages to tear off the emotion controller. Titania knocks him out, but then starts to have her own Spider-Man fear come back. And Spider-Man makes the mistake of saying, you just knocked me over the place.
You've been beating me the last 20 minutes.
What do you mean you can't beat me? We've been doing it for 20 minutes. He's like, you're right. I must have been an idiot being scared of you. It's like, oh, no, Miss Peter. Me and my big mouth. Yes, exactly. You and your big mouth.
Yeah, and I do love that bit of the art on those panels there. Where we see her going from angry and frightened, or angry and just mad, all the way back down to afraid.
Mm-hmm.
And then Peter smarts off, and then we see, again, going the opposite direction from the afraid back to the anger and, I'm going to kick your butt.
Right. But they just get fighting, and she's pounding on him, and it's like, it's really not doing much to him. Yeah. I mean, it's confusing him and keeping him from retaliating, but it's not really hurting him. And then we get that huge splash page and him blasting her with big old energy blast, bada doom, just knocking her through a window and completely unconscious in one blast. It's like, and the fight's over.
Right.
Like, dang. So the power is that power has really stepped up.
So let me ask you this: you're more into Marvel at the time than I was. You've been reading longer. Mm-hmm. At this point, with the way this energy blast was, did this tell you anything about what was going on?
That's the thing, is that unfortunately, it's been so long since that first read through. I'm even trying to remember if there was some promotional copy that intentionally spoiled where the power source was, even before the storyline came out. I just don't remember. It's like, did they give away too much about it in Marvel Age or something at the time?
Right.
So that we actually knew that this was the Captain Universe power. I don't know. I just don't know. But there was, from just reading it here, if I take it at face value, I have no clue where the power is coming from. I think they've done a good job of keeping it under wraps. If I heard about it beforehand, it was outside this storyline.
That's what I wasn't sure, because this is my first encounter with Captain Universe.
Mm-hmm.
So, I wasn't sure if this was a giveaway, if that energy blast or that energy signature around Spider-Man is familiar enough to be.
Oh, yeah. That was something I did not know Captain Universe myself. My collecting of it was really much of overall of Marvel Comics was much more starting the early 80s. So, no, but I did know. All I knew from Captain Universe was the Ohatmu entry. That's all I really knew before this storyline. But for some reason, I'm thinking that something had given it away before I actually read these issues. But that's water under the bridge now.
Right. That just doesn't really matter. I was just curious.
Mm-hmm.
Someone that was reading at the time that had been reading for a while when they picked up on the whole Captain Universe stuff.
Right. Mm-hmm.
And then, do you have any other thoughts on this issue?
Not me. Do you have any thoughts?
No, like I say, it was just a great issue. Like I say, the subplot, which tied directly into the main story, and Spider-Man, again, almost forgot to mention here, Spider-Man gets another power. He's got his supervision.
Oh, yeah.
Nick Katzenberg taking photos of him. He's like, is that what my Danger Sense is warning me about? Let's get serious.
Right.
Actually watching him as he's preparing an act of vengeance. And I do like, maybe just it's corny, and I like corny, my wife says, but I do like how they keep throwing in there, in the dialogue or in the thought balloons or in the captions that, acts of vengeance. It keeps kind of beating us over the head with it, but I like it. That's right up my alley.
But yeah, this is the branding that you would do.
Yes.
This branding works well in this era, a wordier era in our comics. This is how you brand it. So
yes, very much so. All right, well then we'll move on to the Amazing Spider-Man issue 327.
Okay.
We have the Acts of Vengeance. It's the Amazing Spider-Man title. The very top, again, you mentioned this earlier, to keep an eye on the non-mutant superhero. It now says the non-mutant cosmic superhero. Like at least, or last, you'll believe a spider can fly. Kind of riff on Superman. Because Superman came out, the movie came out
1979.
Yeah, so I think it was a decade
10 years ago. 10 years before this.
Yeah, so Spidey faces the X-Men's toughest foe, Magneto, and makes mincemeat out of him. And again, we get they want to do at the time, we get the X-Men logo there. And
right.
Spider-Man flying in the air, one hand's glowing with power, the other shooting an energy beam at Magneto. Again, I'll go first on this. This is a great cover. Again, it's not one that's quite as memorable as the first two, but this is fantastically done. This was an Eric Larson and Al Gordon cover. Eric Larson's one of those that sometimes I enjoy his art, and sometimes I don't like it quite as much. He's got kind of a sameness to all his characters, and at times, again, not disparaging him because he can draw circles around me, but yeah, Eric Larson's one of those that, it depends on the mood I'm in and depends on the story he's doing. It's either really fantastic or it's not bad. But this cover, to me, falls into it's really fantastic. What are your thoughts on this cover?
Oh, it's pretty cool. It is just really cool. I do like how it really conveys that Spider-Man is flying. Magneto looks very fierce. In fact, I almost think the Magneto is better than the Spider-Man on the cover. Almost. I think Larson will get there soon enough with his Spider-Man portrayal pretty soon. So yeah, it's a pretty great cover. But yeah, and so it's like, getting Magneto into the story. We already know that Magneto is one of the Cabal. So having him part of the fight here is a big deal. And, in terms of continuity, this is not that long after Magneto was still part of the X-Men, not one of their foes. He was still he had been on their side for quite a while. And this is only recent. This is just maybe it's probably a couple years after the Fall of the Mutants.
Oh, okay.
And the Fall of the Mutants is when he full on eventually quits the school because the Xavier School's been destroyed, the mansion's been destroyed, the X-Men are all gone in Australia, and the New Mutants are the only ones left, and Magneto basically ditches them to join the Hellfire Club and hang out with women in bondage wear. I don't know why that would appeal to him, but
you blame the guy?
Yeah, I'd say yes. I don't know.
If you're into that sort of thing,
I think so. I guess so.
I mean, anyways.
So it's like he's not been back to official full-time villain really yet, and I don't even remember if he's really done anything that would have qualified as really returning to villainy, aside from leaving aside from not becoming not being the teacher for the New Mutants anymore. So it's interesting. This whole storyline goes almost like an excuse to bring Magneto back onto the dark side.
And that's yeah. I'm going to say this sounds like this is probably his return, if you will.
Yeah. But one of the big things that I remember from this story, from the whole Acts of Vengeance, is actually one of the things that Magneto does is a great issue of Captain America where he's facing off one-on-one against the Red Skull and locks the Red Skull in a bunker, really to let him die. And it's like, on the one hand, you just left a man to die. On the other hand, Nazi. So I don't know, I'm
Yeah.
I think I was on his side in that particular situation.
I think side. Yeah, I don't blame that.
That's another postscript to Acts of Vengeance. It's not part of the official crossover storyline, but it's one of the postscripts. So, but I shouldn't be spoiling the Captain America coverage. I'm sorry. Whoever's doing Captain America, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. But anyway, we should talk about the issue.
Let's get off Captain America and go back to Spider.
And the X-Men and the New Mutants, whatever. Next week, talking about Wolfpack and I don't know.
And this one
Super
was
Pro. I don't know. Next,
he says quickly, try to move on from spoiling other people's stories. This was written, as we talked about, David Michelini still. This one, and I don't remember offhand at the time. Each of these issues have a different artist. Did they not? Do you remember offhand? Did they not have a regular artist at this time for some reason, or was it the crossover they were doing it?
I'm not sure why they had the different artists, except that this was that McFarlane was definitely transitioned off the book and was getting ready to start the Spider-Man book. So they were probably trying to find the new artist. Maybe Larson wasn't ready for full time at this point. But they had Colleen Duran was definitely a fill-in issue. But they don't note this as a guest penciler. They don't say Eric Larson guest penciler. They just say pencil. So I think, and this is just before. I mean, we're going to see this right here. It's like the next issue is drawn by McFarlane. The issue after that, drawn by Larson, and that starts Larson's run of Amazing Spider-Man. So this is him coming on board as the full-time penciler. So I think it's just coincidence that happened at the same time as this crossover.
Because I said I've been reading these books, but it's been so long ago, I don't remember offhand the details on who was on each issue until I look at it and see. But
right.
So anyway, so the splash page here, we get Spider-Man hanging upside down. He's got his webbing in a bunch of different chemical compound or
molecular model.
There you go. Thank you. That's what I was trying to find. I couldn't think of that. As he's explaining to Mary Jane kind of what's going on. So real quick, what is your thought on Larson's Mary Jane?
There's a lot of arsonists in this book. No. Larcenists? Case of larceny? I don't know. He definitely makes her curvaceous. Yes. That way. She's very curvaceous. That's his, and this is just his style. I think what you're talking about this before with Larson is that he has a very definite style.
Yes.
Yeah, it's definitely you can tell Larson different from other artists. And this is just, this is when his style was still new.
Right.
He had done Doom Patrol by this point. And he'd done lots of other fill-in issues and small stints on various things by now. So I think he's still just kind of defining his style. I think I do like this a little better than some of the things I saw beforehand.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, this is Lodestone from Doom Patrol, basically. That's who this is. Yeah. And she's cute. She's just really cute. I
was trying to place what this reminded me of because something about it was bugging me. Not that it's bad, but just something about this was tickling back in my mind that.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
And that's what it is.
She even has her hair done into a ponytail, and Lodestone always had that long braid.
Yes, I love that run of Doom Patrol.
Yeah.
Yes.
I loved Rhea a lot. I really did. I really did not like what happened with her later. So because I liked her as a character so much from the beginning. So,
and while I enjoyed the Grant Morrison stuff that came later, I much preferred the superhero-ness, I guess, that Paul covered in the first part of the series. But yeah, this isn't about Doom Patrol. It's even DC at this point. We're Marvel.
Darn it. But I digress.
Again. Sure someone else to talk about Doom Patrol if you want to hear more about Doom Patrol.
Yeah, there's a couple of crazy. Maybe somebody from Australia does that. I don't know.
Aussies maybe. Talk about. They're waiting for Doom Patrol for some reason.
They're waiting for Doom.
But yeah, no, this is
Garv.
Spider-Man talking with Mary Jane again, doing what Peter Parker does best, worrying about the consequences of his actions, afraid of what's going to happen. He's like we mentioned earlier. He says it here. With great power comes great responsibility. What does almost godlike powers have? Bring kill somebody. And Mary Jane's like, will you just stop talking like that right now? Everything happens for a reason. You just figure it out and you'll have your answers. And again, I do like they mention here, she's like waving the slice idea how you got the powers. And again, we know the editor's note, well, if you read Spectacular Spider-Man 158. And I keep mentioning this. I love those and I missed them when they were gone. And I missed I talked about earlier. I don't like it as much that they're just referencing trade paperbacks now. But again, that's my own pet peeve.
That's fine. It's your show. You can let your pet peeves out. It's fine. Just this is therapy for you.
Yes,
it's fine.
Which there's a lot of. Oh. And then as Spider-Man leaves, Mary Jane gives him a hug as she's cleaning up his webbing.
She probably has to do that a lot.
Yeah, more than likely.
And as showing that he is a great husband, he lets her do that. It's like, oh, no, Peter, no. Clean up your own dang mess.
That's her job. Here comes here comes all the hate.
I can't even. No.
Good thing my wife's not sitting here. Anyways, moving on before I get in more trouble.
Yes, please.
We get the Cabal. Magneto, the Wizard, Dr. Doom, and a humongous Kingpin.
A very Larceny Kingpin.
Very overstyled.
Oh, I don't know if I would say that, but yes.
Well, it's very not over. I think it's the wrong word, but it's very.
I know what you're saying. It's a little bit. It's more caricatured than usual.
There you go. Thank you. That's what I'm going for.
Yeah, absolutely.
Again, I'm not saying it's bad. It's just it's very like we said. Larson's got his own style, and that very much plays into it.
It's just funny. It does look funny because his arms and hands are so much smaller than the rest of his body, out of proportion with the rest of his body. That's the main thing that's going to jump out at you for this one.
Yeah.
Whereas I do like the Kingpin and some of the most still kind of like it's an unrealistic depictions, but it's works so effectively are like Mark Bagley's version of him for Ultimate Spider-Man, where it's like he's got these enormous meat hooks for hands, and it's like, holy crap. You do not want those hands on you. So
no, not at all.
That look where supposed these petite little hands, it loses a little bit of the effectiveness, how intimidating he's supposed to look. His
head's a little smaller than his body than it should be, I would think.
But then on the bottom of that same page, I gotta say, I love the way that Larson depicts Magneto's face within his mask and the mask itself. That he nails. It's like, Magneto's sneer, just perfect. I just love that.
100%. Yeah, whatever, and again, in quotes, faults that he may have with the Kingpin. It's Magneto more that makes up for that.
Yeah. And all they're doing here is they're deciding, like, okay, so who's going to go after Spider-Man now? Right. And because he's so powerful, it's like we got somebody has to take him out because he's just, or like at least figure out how powerful he is. And Magneto volunteers, which actually makes sense because of the group of these, he has the most individual power of the group of them. I mean, there's difference between powerful and dangerous. Dr. Doom, dangerous. He's probably the most dangerous of the group, but Magneto, definitely the most powerful of the group. So that's a great thing to see happen there. And Dr. Doom is, like, of course, very happy to try to capitalize on this however he can.
Yes.
So, did you like that scene?
Oh, yeah, I loved it. Yeah, I mean, because like we talked about earlier, Kingpin's more of a behind-the-scenes guy. He would send someone else to do his dirty work. Doom would send a Doom bot, or, he would let someone else take the risk first. And the Wizard, well, he's the Wizard. What do you want? And but Magneto, he's very much, if need be, he does use other people, but when he feels it's the right time, he is very much a hands-on type.
Right.
So, yeah, definitely. And like I said, I was just getting into the comics at this time. I wasn't aware of Magneto at this point being a good guy for a while. It wasn't until later that I found out about those storylines. So to me, this new Magneto's a bad guy. fit perfect here to me.
Mm-hmm. Sure. Oh yeah. Well, his time as a bad guy is much longer than his time as a good guy. So.
Oh yeah.
Now
But
it all
like
works.
that was just a fantastic. Yeah, just I'm looking at that image of Magneto. We get kind of a close up, then we get an extreme close up of his face, and yeah, Larson did a fantastic job on that.
Yeah, that's good.
Loved it.
Good.
And then we get more of the subplot with Flash Thompson boxing and Peter and Mary Jane watching it with Flash's girlfriend in quotes coming on to Peter. So
yeah. So, and not to get too much into this subplot either, but just know that yes, Flash Thompson's trying to get himself a new career as a boxer after other trouble with his ex-wife and problems and being off from the army and everything for so long. But so he's just starting that. But the other running bit from every issue of Amazing Spider-Man recently has been that he's had a different girlfriend every single issue. And he just can't seem to find one who's going to go the distance every single issue. So last one, it was like Goth Queen, who was a killjoy at the party. This time we have almost nymphomaniac who's hitting on anything that breathes.
Right.
So yeah, poor Flash. That's going to continue too. So,
and I do like that where she's like, "Yeah, what's your name? And what are you doing after the matinee?" And Mary Jane's like, "Coming home with me, Cupcake. Any objections?" Just that look on her face when she says, like, "I'm standing right here. What the hell is your problem?"
Yeah. The faces on that page really are very good. Those are really
very much so. And then we go into Magneto, and again, Magneto comes onto the scene, and he lands on the ground. This one guy's like, "Hey, man, Halloween ain't for 2 weeks yet," and he makes the guy's headphones squeeze against his head, just trying to crush his head. This whole page, the way it's laid out, the 5 long panels, as Magneto actually lands and just uses the headphones to crush into the guy's head. He's like, "Headphones squeak tighter like a vice. Lousy mail order pieces of junk. I'm going to sue." Yeah, I don't know how piece of junk mail order headphones would crush your head like that.
Oh, yeah.
I guess Magneto's not really that well known at this point.
Oh, he's well known. This is just you can take it as the guy there didn't see him land and is assuming that this is somebody wearing a costume. Because with all the costumes that happen and all the superheroes and supervillains in the Marvel universe, you'd probably figure cosplay probably is an everyday thing. It's not just for conventions. So that's very possible. But it's like he's just assuming this is some yo-yo in a Magneto costume probably. But it's a dumb guy in general. It's like as soon as your headphones start squeezing on you, it's like, oh crap, that was Magneto. Because he's threatened the UN on live television.
I thought he was,
known by now.
Known for threatening the world nations and threatening the president, the White House.
Yeah,
I didn't think these were secret battles, but when this guy's like, lousy piece. And I get the joke they're going for on that, but it makes that guy look like a giant doofus, not knowing, especially after his metal headphones start crushing in on his head.
I'm not saying he's not a doofus. I'm not saying the guy's not a doofus. I will not doofus shame at all. But it's just like he's like, no, he ought to know who he is. So that's just how dumb he is. Okay, got it. But Magneto just keeps strolling through the park and scaring off other people who are smart enough to be scared off, including another Mohawk blonde woman. It's like, where are all these Mohawk blonde women in New York in 1989? I didn't live in New York, so what do I know? I didn't see them in DC. That's all I can say. It runs off with the baby that she's sitting and leaves behind her portable TV set. So that gives Magneto just sitting there listening to someone talk back to Secret Hospital. And those of us who remember, Secret Hospital is the soap opera that Mary Jane has a job at. Yep. So that's just a nice little carrot, nice little Easter egg of that storyline. But it's like, we don't say anything else about that storyline. So that's fine. We can just move on.
And is she a nanny or is she a wife? Because she says the housewife gigs for the birds.
Oh, you're right. It probably is a housewife.
It's her kid.
Yeah, it is her kid, probably.
But yeah, so he's another blonde with a mohawk. I don't know where. Yeah, again, I've never been to New York, so I don't know how commonplace they are.
And fishnet stockings. You're welcome, Ryan. And the way that young moms dress in New York is very different than what I would have thought. But hey, what do I know?
But it's New York. It's full of weirdos.
That's why I should know, though. If it's weirdos, this is weirdos. Come on.
I'm the weirdo on the West Coast. So yeah, I'm not familiar with the weirdos on the East Coast.
Oh goodness.
Then at the bottom of that page, we get Spider-Man kind of again give us a little mental dialogue dump, a little flashback to him becoming Firestorm. I mean, Cosmic Spider. Because again, that image to me is very, and this isn't a Jerry Conway book. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a very Firestorm look there with the beams around them and
the atomic electron thing going around his whole body. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. And in fact, I have been thinking about this more as a Superman analog story when I was rereading it until we started talking. And then like within 10 seconds of us talking, it's like, wait, I'm seeing tons of Firestorm in here too. It all was clicking. It's like, yeah, there's a lot of a Firestorm pastiche here as well. Just
hanging back. I
see both. I see there's Superman parts and there's Firestorm parts. It works for both.
Yes. Yeah. Thinking back on this, like you, I remember this is a Spider-Man or Superman kind of riff. Kind of Superman powers can fly, the heat vision, telescopic vision, super hearing, and all that. But then as I start rereading this, when he starts, using the webs to create things, and later on he'll fix his costume. Yeah, it's very much Firestorm.
Yep,
so absolutely. Very much Firestorm and Superman mixed.
Mm-hmm.
And then after the professor shoos him out of the lab, matter how I use the same line. You're no longer required, Mr. Parker. Good day. Well, so much for gratitude for saving your life, stupid.
Yeah, he didn't really remember that very well, but then he was probably unconscious at the time. He just didn't know what happened.
True.
But they got that lab fixed up pretty fast because it was busted up pretty good at that story. But yeah, so now Peter decides the next best thing to do is to test out his powers and try to figure out what they are. Goes to a junkyard with a bunch of wrecked cars and asks permission to go blast things, which he does quite effectively.
Oh, yeah.
And then showing how things are different back then than they are in 2021. The guy who works there calls the local news to get paid for a hot tip, as opposed to just posting it to Twitter or Facebook or Instagram or the TikToks, the Space Mice and the Tubues and whatever. I don't know what they are now. You got paid for those things back in the day, people. What the heck?
Some people get paid for this kind of stuff today. I don't know how they're doing it.
Not this people.
But not this. I don't know how they're doing it, but
I don't know.
I'm doing the podcasting because I enjoy it, not because it makes me money. I wish I could retire from the IRS and do this for a living, but that's another story entirely. Again, more of my therapy I'm working on.
Yeah, there you go. I'm holding out for you.
And then we cut, as you talked about, the secret hospital. You get a beautiful shot of Mary Jane sitting there. It doesn't matter that I'm married. I want you, doctor. I want you now. And again, if you're not familiar with her being an actress or being on Secret Hospital, this first panel may be like, what? I think that's why they have that there, is kind of that what factor before they lead into the next. Really, Miss Shane, please call me Sybil. That is.
Oh, yeah, it's funny. Yeah, so we're just, and this started in the last issue with her getting a phone call about getting the job, and this issue with actually starting the job. This is a new subplot of her being out of the modeling world because she got blacklisted, thanks to her stalker. That was a great storyline. And now getting into a soap opera instead. So now she's on the actress career, new thing there. So yeah, Mary Jane always does things big.
Oh yeah, that's what she does.
Mm-hmm.
And then we cut to yep.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
I was gonna say. Then we cut to Spider-Man at the docks lifting up a barge. Like this barge weighs a zillion tons.
Very scientific analysis by Peter. The science major. A zillion. A zillion.
On,
That's okay. That's okay, Peter. You go for it. I'm with you. I'm with you.
And then as Magneto comes along and pulls out of his hands.
Mm-hmm.
Magneto! What is he? Oh, news hounds. My private tests are being broadcast from here to Hoboken.
Mm-hmm.
Again, nowadays in 2021, it'd be being broadcast worldwide.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. But yeah, so that's a... Now, on my printed copy, page 16, they actually had a coloring mistake and made Magneto's helmet purple. So that's just nitpicky because that's what we're here to do.
Yep. Like I said before, especially when you have great stories like this.
Mm-hmm. And the fight is good. And the fight kind of gets off with him throwing a lot of Magneto throwing a lot of metal debris at Spider-Man. So it's almost like a replay of versus Graviton.
Yes,
it's a lot of the same moves.
Yep.
They both control things. They throw things at their opponents. Just use the environment against them. That's what they do. Just he does it through metal rather than gravity. But now Spider-Man has his zappy powers and zappy zaps to save himself.
And I do like this here mentions that when Magneto shows up, Spider-Man's like, I don't know much about Magneto, but rumor has it he's reverted to his bad guy mode, which kind of gives us a little hint to what you were talking about earlier, how previous to this he was a good guy, and he's just recently returned to being a bad guy.
Right. I think that's more of an editorial cheat rather than an actual story thing that they could point to. I don't really. Maybe if someone out there knows better than I, please let me know. I'd be glad to know what happened there. But as far as I know, Magneto hadn't done anything publicly to show he was in bad guy mode, or even like even the hero community kind of sort of knows what goes on with the X-Men, but not really.
Maybe that's why it's a rumor.
I don't know where he would have gotten this rumor from.
Well, yeah,
that's my thing. I don't know where he got it from.
Dead. Sorry, we're dead.
Yeah.
So yeah, they wouldn't have told him. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't know where it really works, but it's fine. I mean, it's there to kind of makes at least it keeps like Spider-Man's like in the know, so that he's expecting it as opposed to being surprised by being attacked by Magneto. It's like it doesn't matter either way. It's like how would he know that how would he really have known that he was a good guy for a while?
And I say not only that, like I was kind of saying, it kind of also gives us a hint to what's been going on with the X-Men. That apparently Magneto was a good guy for a while, and Magneto apparently was a good guy for a while, and he's just recently gone back to being a bad guy. So I feel like, for whatever reason they put it in there, I do like that it kind of fills you in a little bit.
Right.
And like you said, that's fantastic. That last little panel there where he's blasting all the different debris and he's moving his hand all around.
Yes, nice.
That's fantastic.
And that is a good little Firestorm move too. Either it's blasting or as transforming the debris. Either way, it works either way. So that's really nice.
Yes, no more the Firestorm portion of the Superman Firestorm Matrix.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And I do like this. These zap powers do come in handy now and then. Whoa. It bounces into Magneto. He's like, the force will protect me. I actually felt Spider-Man's impact. His strength is astounding. My hopes are dimming. Because again, he talks here earlier how he wanted to try to use Spider-Man. Spider-Man maybe a little tougher than he thought.
Mm-hmm. Right. Oh, we don't think we really mentioned the fact that Magneto's motivation is that he's wondering if Spider-Man had a secondary mutation that amped his powers up, and that's why he's so much stronger than he used to be, and why he has so many new abilities. That's what he's here to figure out, and thus probably use him for his own battle against humankind. So, and we all know that's not going to work out because he says in the front he's the non-mutant cosmic superhero. So we already know this Magneto. If you'd read the front of the cover, you'd know. It's like, come on, man, it's right there.
He was too busy making schemes and making plans to read the front cover.
I guess so.
I mean, again, this is some. I'm going to say this is some great artwork here. Spider-Man swinging around on his webs, being chased by that crane. As the crane hits him on the next page, and he turns it into glass. Again, Firestorm move right there.
Yes, it is. Nice. Yeah, because Eric Larsen's having fun with the artwork here. I think it's some great stuff. We go to the next page, and it's like the two cars being thrown to him, and Spider-Man jumps away from the cars towards us, the readers, crossing out the boundaries of the panel that he's in, and the panel's kind of like shattered on the borders. That's so good. Yes. Oh my.
That is sweet. I do love that. It almost like 3D the way he's coming at us.
Yeah.
And I do like that there at the bottom of that page. He's saying, Magneto's controlling these things, but I still can't shake the feeling I've stepped onto the set of Christine 2.
Dated pop culture reference.
That's right. I love Stephen King, so I'll accept it.
Okay. All right. Absolutely. Then it's timeless reference is what you're saying.
There you go.
I got it.
And then he turns his way into a giant bat. As he knocks it out in the middle of the bay. At least that spook won't hurt anyone out in the middle of the bay. And again, so he's like, I'm sick of being attacked for no reason. Find out what's going on here. Is he swinging with the webbing all around him? Again, I love when they do things like that with Spider-Man swinging like he is, and then the webbing just up and around him, and just showing how much webbing he's got out. And
that was a very much an McFarlane move, a McFarlane style thing that he introduced. It's right up Eric Larsen's alley, so it's no surprise that he kept it going as well. Most artists don't do this with that much excessive webbing, but that was definitely a McFarlane thing. And it kind of became the de facto style a bit for Amazing Spider-Man for quite some time.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, so it's fun. It doesn't make any sense, but it's fun. It looks really cool. And then he just swings up, and we basically have a different version of the cover for page 24. It's basically the same thing, but it's a different poses for each character, a slightly different perspective, and it's pretty cool. I mean, what do you think of it?
Oh no, I was going to say I love this image. I say it's very reminiscent of the cover, and just a great splash page of Spider-Man, swinging in the air, Magneto flying up, and Spider-Man just blasting him. You're going to tell me. And I was just looking at his hand, and it looks like he's making the usual gesture he does when he's making a web, as he uses to shoot the energy blast at Magneto. Which is
I don't know. I don't know. I think actually he's like pointing his. Well, maybe I don't know if he's either. Well, we only see one side, so it's like he's got his thumb and his finger out, but I don't know if he's got his other finger out for like the flippy for the thwips.
That's what I look at.
Or if he's doing it like this and like pointing and going bang bang bang. Bang, bang, bang.
Okay, it could be
sure. Can't see because we can't see his pinky. We have to know what the pinky is doing.
Oh, see, I was looking at the wrong hand.
Oh.
Yeah, so that would be more of a bang, bang. Yeah. Okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
I don't know. It's kind of, it's just, but yeah, he's just figuring out how to zap things. He's probably going like, this is not natural. I don't know how to hold my hand. I don't know what to do with it.
Right. Gun? Do I do a gun? Do I the web sling? What do I? I don't know.
Do I make a fist? Do I point my fingers out? Do I do the Vulcan salute? I don't know what to do with it. I can see Peter's brain doing that. I don't know what to do with my hand.
Yeah, very much so. Oh, and then as they're fighting, his enhanced hearing picks up, screams for help as he realizes that again, using the Superman, super hearing, super sights, telescopic vision, he sees that the car he threw out into the ocean hit a cruise ship and making it sink. He's standing there on the edge like, my webbing can't reach out that far. What do I do? And all of a sudden he starts flying. And he's like, won't this ever end? Magneto saying, it is time for this to end.
That was a funny, nice little parallel in the thought balloons. That cracks me up.
Yes, I love things like that.
And the next page, like, there's a big headshot of Magneto with the Spider-Man panels on the other side, and it's a really good headshot of Magneto. It's one of those things where it's not as stylized as Eric Larson usually does. So it's like he's reined it in a little bit, or the inker helped soften it a bit more.
One of the two, yeah.
Make it a little bit more realistic and then less exaggerated.
Yes.
So, but with that, because it's either that or Eric Larson really likes to draw Magneto. One or the other. I don't know what it is. But yeah, Spider-Man just is flying out there. And Magneto's basically decided that his powers are just all over the map. He can't be a mutant. Mutants all have powers that are like still tied together somehow. This isn't going to work. So I could still argue that no, that still could work. You just have to think harder, man. It's like that's how all the Marvel powers work. They all could do great. There's really it's really very tangential going from A to C plenty of times. How power work. It's okay, but it's like fine. If that gets Magneto off his case, okay.
Whatever works. Like this is Spider-Man's flying down towards the ship. I don't know if you like Iron Man and Human Torch do this all the time. I mean, flying without web lines? I think I'm getting airsick.
Yeah, for Spider-Man to basically saying that this just isn't natural. You ought to be without swinging on a rope. This is just wrong. It's like
yeah, as he picks up the ship and flies it to safety.
Mm-hmm. We all have our definition of normal. That's all I'm thinking there, Spider-Man. We all have our definition of normal.
Yeah, I guess some people are like, Spider-Man saved us. Yeah, but he almost got us killed.
A typical Spider-Man reaction.
Yeah,
I like that.
My question for that is, how do they know that Spider-Man threw the car in the first place?
Oh, I don't.
That's my question, but
that's a good question. They didn't necessarily. I did gloss over that. You get points for that. That's for sure.
That's why again when you get a straight.
Unless they had binoculars and they were watching the fight.
Maybe there you go.
They might watch the fight and then saw, wow, look at that car that Spider-Man threw at them. Boy, that thing's really moving. That thing's coming right.
It's getting bigger. It's getting bigger. Yeah.
But hey, it's not that the stereotypical Spider-Man reaction. Half the crowd loves him, half the crowd hates him.
Yeah, very much so. And so here it ends. Spider-Man, he's swinging home like this. He's like, time to get home the normal way.
What did I just say? Everybody has their normal.
Yeah. And again, Spider-Man's here. Spider-Man's want to doubt if he should be Spider-Man anymore. He's got a spare costume. He doesn't know if he should wear it anymore or not.
Mm-hmm.
And, she's like, well, you got to win.
You use your power to save lives.
What if I make mistakes? Sure, I save lives this time, but what about next time?
Mm-hmm.
Let me get our little next issue box here. Next time, visitor from Vegas. It ain't Avon Collin.
Yeah, and there's a picture. For those of you who can't see the image, because I know you're watching us very carefully on the podcast. Yeah, it's a headshot of the Gray Hulk.
Yes,
because we are just after the Mr. Fix-It phase of the Gray Hulk.
And see, this is my intro to the Hulk comics. I was a fan of the Bill Bixby TV show, the cartoon, and all that. But this is when I started reading the Incredible Hulk comic book. Was during the Acts of Vengeance.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
that's awesome.
Again, I went back to some of the back issue, but yeah, from here I picked it up from here on, and yeah, so
yeah, I'd read a little Hulk here and there, not really collecting, but I jumped in on the ground floor with the John Byrne issues because I was following Alpha Flight with John Byrne. So when he went to the Hulk, I went to the Hulk for John Byrne, and I stayed basically until Peter David, and I bought all the Peter David run. Love the Peter David run.
Oh, I love that. Yeah, I love the Professor.
Yeah. It's epic.
The Maestro. That whole it was just
yeah.
I love Peter David run. That's in my opinion. That's the best Hulk I've ever read is the Peter David's entire run.
But we digress.
Again, we're talking about Spider-Man. So again, on to the Spectacular Spider-Man 159.
Did all these changes make us dizzy? A little bit.
We have the non-mutant cosmic superhero, Acts of Vengeance, Spectacular Spider-Man. Look, nothing can stop him now. He can fly. More powerful, more dangerous, more controllable than ever before. Here comes the Cosmic Spider-Man. With all that power, make a difference against the magical might of the Brothers Grimm. And we get Spider-Man flying towards us with the Brothers Grimm's faces in the clouds behind him. What are your thoughts on this cover?
I like the image of Spider-Man flying. We have the floating heads of the Brothers Grimm. I don't care for the floating heads of the Brothers Grimm. It just looks silly. It just looks silly. And having read the other stories before this, it feels like a real step back. When we've had Titania, we've had, Magneto, and now we have the Brothers Grimm.
Yes, sit back to me.
These guys do not. What? Okay, sacrificial lambs. Okay, that I'll buy. But it's like I can read the answer because will they matter against the Brothers Grimm?
No. He's gonna wipe them out.
Will that power make a difference? Yeah, it'll make it'll make a difference. They're going to be squashed like bugs. Yes, that's what will happen. Thank you.
And see, at first, when I first saw this cover, I thought maybe because again they've been kind of increasing the matches against him, never having known who the Brothers Grimm were before. I thought maybe they're a little more tougher than they turned out to be.
Sure.
This is my first run-in with the Brothers Grimm.
Well, I will. If you go to the Superman parallel of the story, implying that their powers are magic and Superman's vulnerability to magic, there's a hint that perhaps that means their abilities will level the playing field.
I said anything about that, but you're right. Yeah,
but it doesn't. So let's just talk about the story.
But then again, I go to the Firestorm aspect of it. And
no, that don't matter. But
So yeah, we start the story out with the wizard freeing the Brothers Grimm, bringing them their costumes.
And he does a graviton move of using, because he has anti-gravity powers too, of breaking them out by making their prison cell float up. So graviton move again.
Yep. And again, they refer to the Acts of Vengeance here. A group of like-minded men have joined acts of vengeance against each other's enemies. We destroy your enemy Iron Man, and return the Brothers Grimm destroy one of ours. Fair idea, who do we kill? We were thinking Spider-Man.
And you know that since they don't know what's going on with Spider-Man, they got to think, oh yeah, we got a shot. We've taken on Iron Man. Spider-Man should be no problem. Spider-Man, no problem at all. I do feel like yes, they've been slip knotted. They're being put in there deliberatutely to fail.
Oh, very nice reference. I like that.
Thank you.
Being a Suicide Squad fan, I love the Slipknot reference.
So we get to the splash page, and oh my, it's kind of wild, people. For those of you who don't know, on page 3, the splash page, we have Spider-Man floating in the air upside down with his legs crossed, just thinking to himself.
Much like he would normally do holding onto a web.
Yeah, and the title says, These Shattered Senses, or A Tale of the Brothers Grimm. That's not the interesting part. The interesting part is that very prominently behind him, taking up most of the panels, is the Twin Towers. That's, that kind of took me back when I first saw it. It doesn't really say anything. I'm not saying anything about that. I don't think it's not really relevant to the story or anything about the references to the Twin Towers itself. Just crazy to think that, back then they wouldn't have known what would eventually be happening. It's like it's 12 years before any of that happened. So, different time. Just a
little bit. We got Spider-Man here in front of the Twin Towers. And when the Spider-Man movie came out, the Tobey Maguire Spider-Man, one of the original promos, him making a web between the Twin Towers, catching a helicopter.
Yes.
And September 11th happened, and they got rid of that footage really quick.
Yeah.
Little tie there, but like as he's sitting there saying, I beat the Trapster, Titania, Magneto. Energy, I don't understand. My spider senses have increased. Hi, Bird, where am I? Oh my gosh, how'd I get up here? You didn't realize he was flying upside down. And when he does, it's kind of like the old Roadrunner cartoons where the coyote runs off the cliff. He's running off and he realizes, oh, I'm in the air. Then he falls.
Yep. All that he was missing was a little sign that said, help. That's all he was.
Oh, yeah.
He manages to stop himself with a web, although he just didn't have to. But yeah, he is not used to his powers. He's not used to his powers, but it's like, I don't, that's an instinct kicking in, so that makes perfect sense. But it's like, still, it's just funny that's actually cementing he doesn't know how to handle these powers. So
he's got them, but he doesn't know what to do with them, doesn't know how to use them. Mm-hmm. Like, this is getting really out of hand. Every time I blink, I'm using some extra power I didn't know I had. Now it's flying. What's next? And then he makes the little camera that Doom was watching him with blow up.
Mm-hmm.
And again, we get a little reference here that the first time he caught someone who was watching him was in Web of Spider-Man 59. Again, as I said, I love these little cross references to other books, previous issues.
Yep. Well, you still had to try to find these individual issues on the stands. So, yep, it's good stuff.
Yeah.
We got a lot of Doom, a lot of Dr. Doom especially in the Jerry Conway issues here for this storyline.
Professor Middleton happy.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Absolutely.
And again, as Doom's sitting here slouched over, thinking about what's going on, and again, he refers to the acts of vengeance, my allies in these acts of vengeance. See the Western only as an enemy to be annihilated. Mm-hmm. But I do like, again, they're referring to it as the acts of vengeance, as they keep just to remind you of what's going on.
Mm-hmm. Right. Got to keep the branding going.
Yes, that's the word I was trying to think of, the branding. And then again, we get some more subplot with about Joe Robinson prison deal. We're not ready to go much into. Again, it's just an interlude.
Yep.
But like Spider-Man lands at the campus where they're fixing things, and just going back to what you were saying earlier about the lab, was the last issue where the lab was fixed up back to normal. Mm-hmm. It was mentioned here that they're still working on the power lines that was shattered during their experiment.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, his spider sense is going off, and that's because Jameson's there.
Yep. And that was one point they were making, is that every little thing is setting off his spider sense.
Yes.
To ridiculous degrees, way out of proportion with the threat. Everything is a super big threat.
Yep.
And so this is now a story. This is now following the plot line of Jameson having lost the bugle and him wanting to recruit Parker to work at his new magazine that he's going to start up. So we got that storyline going on. So there's, as you, so you don't worry, you Spider-Man fans out there. There's plenty of subplot drama going on.
And that's one thing I loved about Spider-Man this time, was the subplots, how they went from one story to the next. Yeah, I just thought it was fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
Because again, being a big fan of continuity, I love when they have storylines and I mean, you got your single standalone issues, but in the background, you got this B subplot going on.
Right.
That's been going on for, even sometimes for years.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I just love that.
Right.
Let me see here. And then we get to Spider-Man swinging through the city, and we get a building of some sort. Oh, Madison Square Garden. Just a building in Madison Square Garden being lifted off the ground. Again, his first thought is, don't tell me Gravitron is back.
And they say, it's the same move again. Yes.
And until he sees the anti-gravity pods and he realizes it's the wizard, the Trapper's old boss. And again, they give you a little reference here. If you didn't know that, Spider-Man battled the wizard back in Amazing Spider-Man 213.
That's what I was saying. Because what happens after that issue is that, at that first there's an issue with him fighting the wizard by himself, and then he fights the whole Frightful Four,
right, with
Namor's help, Namor the Submariner's help, because Namor's villain Lyra is the fourth member.
Oh, okay.
And the reason that she's there is because she camouflaged herself as a Caucasian woman and moved into the same apartment building as Peter Parker. People, it's just a thing, okay? I know all this stuff. Don't stop looking at me. Stop looking at me.
I admire you. I've read some of these stories, but not as, again, I wasn't reading them at the time. So a lot of this older stuff I'm not as aware of.
But Peter, Spider-Man has to save a couple of civilians who were clinging to the outside of the Madison Square Garden. I don't know what they were doing there. They got themselves lifted up partway. Bad move. He turns his webbing into airbags for the guy to land on. That's pretty great.
Into a catcher's mitt.
Oh, right. That's what he says. Made a catcher's mitt.
It looks like I said, airbags or something. But he says here, it's from the fist of a catcher's mitt.
Right. There you go.
And then we get the brothers Grimm throwing pies at Spider-Man. Exploding pies.
Yes. There we go. So we got a Punch and Julie thing happening there too. Good. I
love that more Suicide Squad references.
But yeah, so they're throwing all these. Well, it's also, and it's like trickster stuff too. It's very much like the trickster because he'll throw gas-filled Easter eggs, and they're flying around on clouds. So it's crazy little gadgets that look like they're harmless things, but are deadly contents. And in spite of, and like the gas actually is almost the most effective thing they've thrown at him because he's actually like coughing and choking. Yeah. So it actually worked against him. Titania punched him in the face and just ouch. This is like he's actually like God.
Yeah, very much so.
Mm-hmm.
Tear gas. Like it feels like cotton candy. Works like tear gas.
Yeah.
And again, the way the brothers Grimm, again, I'm not familiar with them, but the way they're talking here is very much reminding me of a Tomax and Zaymot from G.I. Joe vibe.
Oh.
I say I'll float. I say I won't. Brother, you're such a pessimist. He's like, allow me, by all means. It's just the way they're talking is very much reminiscent of the twins from G.I. Joe.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Absolutely. I get it. It's like the two prairie dogs from Warner Brothers cartoons. Oh, absolutely. No, up to you. Oh, thank you.
Think about it. Yeah, very much so. Yeah, I do see that.
But I like the Tomax and Zamak.
Again, that's where my mind goes is G.I. Joe. So that or Firestorm. So.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, this
Fire Joe.
What's that?
Fire Joe.
Fire. G.I. Storm.
Oh no.
But yeah, so they destroy the pods, making the building fall down towards Spider-Man. And again, he webs up the bottom of it. And I'm just trying to look here. He webs up the bottom of it, and it stops flying. I'm not quite sure what happens there.
Yeah, they don't. They kind of let it. He off panel. He catches it.
Oh, okay.
They don't show it on panel, but he catches it.
Okay.
I think the webbing also kind of like holds it together, right. And with how he's been able to mentally control the webbing, I think we kind of like imply that he also mentally is helping it stop falling. Because, yeah, on the next page, they say the brothers are arguing. I told you the arena would float, but you didn't tell me the web slinger would catch it. So.
And the thing we were talking about earlier, he's like, neither did the wizard. Spider-Man is much stronger than we were led to believe. Notice that, did you? Sonny brother, our little trade-off doesn't seem like such a bargain after all. Like we were talking about earlier, that, they've been in jail, so they don't know what's going on with Spider-Man. And oddly enough, the wizard neglected to mention that to him.
That is peculiar, isn't it?
I think it was a mistake, because I don't think the wizard would have done that intentionally.
No, definitely not.
He's such a sweater.
Slipknot. Slipknot.
No, they're better than Slipknot.
No, there's a bit, yeah. The next panel after the little chat, Spider-Man is thinking to himself, "Ow, ow, ow, ow," from having caught Madison Square Garden, which is just insane. And it's like, because also, when you think about the size of that building and dropping it into the city, if it had landed, Spider-Man being hurt is not the only problem that would have resulted.
Right.
They would have destroyed blocks of the city as a result of that.
But that's what I was wondering, because it looked like it's coming down right in the middle of the street.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, oh, man, what?
Yeah. So that's a bad thing.
And so is he saying out because he hurt himself catching that? I took it because right after that he says, every move I make, every breath I take, my spider sense stings me with a warning.
I think you're right. I
read it long ago.
I don't disagree with my thought on it. I don't think it's completely invalid, but but you're right that's not what they say there. They say that it's a spider sense. So it's like, okay, yeah.
And it's almost like a song. Every move I make, every breath I take.
Every breath you take, and every move you make, every bond you break, every step you take, I'll be watching you.
Reminds me of the song for some reason. Anyways, moving on before you run off.
Yes.
So Spider-Man keeps battling the undynamic duo. And again, I like to hear on the bottom of page 25, Spider-Man's like, believe it or not, you clowns did me a favor. Last few days I've allowed my powers to use me instead of me using my powers. Thanks to you, I'm finally taking charge of my life. And man, does it feel good. And he just snaps them together and takes them out.
Now I got a different song. Reunited and it feels so good.
Reunited and it feels so good. Reunited 'cause we understood. There's one perfect thing, and sugar, this one is it. We both are so excited 'cause we're reunited.
So, anyway.
And then he blasts his webbing at another camera and causes it to explode.
Yes. But also, the problem with that part is that he did it completely instinctively. He didn't stop to think about it. Again, his overreacting spider sense just made him do it, so he did it. And he's like, oh, dang it, back to square one.
Body just reacted. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And again, we end on this page with Doom talking about, as we've talked about previously, I want that power. By right, it is mine. Ultimate power is the ultimate destiny of Doom. Which is just great. Very, very Dr. Doom-like.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. And Doom is going to be Doom. Doom's going to be Doom. That's the way.
So any other thoughts on this issue?
Oh, it's just continuing to move the same plot forward. Really kind of just like interesting to start to see the different perspectives on what would Spider-Man do with this level of power.
Mm-hmm.
How would Peter Parker react to this level of power? And the answer is not very well. He does not like this level of power. He likes where he is. He likes being street level. He likes being able to punch bad guys in the face. He does not like this much power. So it's really interesting to see that level, especially when we see the Firestorm parallels and how well Ronnie Raymond did with that power.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just an interesting look into the character. And, as I think we're starting to just have a little bit more fun with, I think we get more of the character beats with Jerry Conway's take on this rather than Michelini. But looking at the Firestorm and Superman parallels, that's probably pretty much why, because Jerry started the storyline. It might have been his idea, really, to do this run. It might have been his idea. Yeah. So yeah, that's where I think about where it is right here. Do you have any last thoughts?
No, I say it's a fantastic story. Yeah, we're about halfway through it. Actually, I guess that was the halfway mark.
Yeah.
Acts of Vengeance.
Yeah, that's halfway.
Wow. Head Speaks will be back after these important messages.
was an idea.
To bring together a group of remarkable people.
To see if we could become something more.
So when they needed us, we could make the podcasts.
That they never could.
In time, you will know what it is like to cross over. To feel so desperately that the comic is right, yet to fail all the same. Dread it. Run from it. March 2021 still arrives.
Evacuate the network. Engage all defenses. And get this man a cold Mountain Dew.
Ooh, a cold Mountain Dew. I haven't tried one of those. Nah. Make it warm. Thank you.
Fun isn't something one considers when podcasting an event. But this does put a smile on my face.
Who the hell are you guys?
The Merry Marvel Marching Society. We don't know where we're going, but we're on the way.
A podcasting crossover mega event in the spirit of J.L. May. Coming in March 2021. Covering Marvel's fall crossover event, Acts of Vengeance.
A cabal of evil threatens the Avengers and the entire Marvel Universe.
Dr. Doom, the Red Skull, Kingpin, Dr. Doom, Magneto, the Wizard, Dr. Doom, the Mandarin, and Dr. Doom have banded together to pit Earth's mightiest heroes against foes they have never faced before.
An array of heroes face enemies they are totally unfamiliar with.
But who is secretly pulling the vengeful cabal's strings?
And can the Avengers take down the true mastermind before his hidden scheme succeeds?
Featuring podcasts from Third Degree Burn, Back to the Bins, Avenger Spotlight, Coffee and Comics, Comic Book Time Machine, Doom Speak, Fanholes Podcast, Fire and Water Podcast Network, Head Speaks, Into the Weird, Justice, not entirely dissimilar to Lightning, a Thunderbolts podcast, Longbox Crusade, Married with Comics, The Quantum Cast, Resurrections, an Adam Warlock podcast, Rolled Spine podcasts, and Views from the Longbox.
Marching its way to your favorite podcatchers and hosting sites in 2021.
Act of Vengeance, a true story.
Born out of violence, adopted in chaos, teenager Cassandra Cain is seeking the answer to a question. If nurture can undo nature, raised to be an assassin, Cassandra is trying to burn the pages of her past and write a whole new future.
So I'm throwing gasoline of vengeance, and I'm lighting matches with my pain. Now I'm setting fire to those who've burned me.
can write to us at thehunterspodcast.com or go to Twitter at hunterspodcast. We're on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, and your other podcatchers. This podcast shares a feed with the Hunters Podcast, the Batgirl Cassandra Cain podcast. Cheers.
Yo, Joe! He'll fight for freedom wherever there's trouble. G.I. Joe is there. G.I. Joe, American hero. G.I. Joe is there. It's G.I. Joe against Cobra and Destro, fighting to save the day. He never gives up. He's always there, fighting for freedom over land and air. G.I. Joe, American hero. G.I. Joe is there.
Attention, Joes. This is General Hawk. I have an important mission for you. I need you to listen to G.I. Joe, a Real American Headcast. It's a monthly podcast where Aaron Moss, codename Head, and two other Joes, Ryan Daly and Kyle Benning, will be reporting on the comic book G.I. Joe, a Real American Hero. Previously published by Marvel, currently being published by IDW Comics. We'll also cover the special missions, the yearbooks, order battles, etc. To hear their message, report to GIJoe.headspeaks.com or iTunes or Stitcher Radio. You can get further information at Facebook, Google+, and Twitter. All under G.I. Joe, a Real American Headcast. Dismissed.
Now we know!
And knowing is half the battle.
G.I. Joe! G.I. Joe, a Real American Headcast, is a proud member of the Headcast family.
He never gives up. He'll stay till the fight's won. G.I. Joe will dare. G.I. Joe, American hero. G.I. Joe.
And now back to Head Speaks.
Only 14 hours to go.
This may be the longest episode I've ever done.
Oh, man.
And this is the guy that had 10 people on my episode of G.I. Joe.
Oh,
just
boy, I'm so sorry I passed on editing this guy. So sorry. I feel regrets.
Next issue. Moving on. Web of Spider-Man number 60. Again, the top of the page looks the same. We get Goliath standing here. So you're the strongest universe in the... try that again. So you're the strongest hero in the universe? At the Chorus Command, Goliath strikes. They give me a huge Goliath with Dr. Doom and Magneto and Kingpin's faces around him, and then little bitty Spider-Man waving up at him like, the old man yelling at the clouds.
Mm-hmm.
What are your thoughts on this cover?
He's got a little white circle aura around him down at the bottom, so it's pretty good. I like how that shows off it. That gives you a hint of more than just Spider-Man impotently flailing his fist saying, "You dang giant monster supervillain, you get off my lawn!" It's but yeah, it's also kind of interesting just the choice of having Magneto in his non-helmet look, with his high collar.
When I first saw it took me half a second. I'm like, who's that? What is it, the Grandmaster or whatever? Okay, Magneto. Okay, never mind.
Yeah. It's like X-Men number 200 Magneto costume.
Yeah. So again, this issue we have Spider-Man starts out right away, as we talked about previously in other issues, in the middle of a fight. And I like the title here, The Harder They Fall, with the word falling.
Mm-hmm.
A little touch there.
That's fun with the lettering.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
Again, written by Jerry Conway. Pencil was Alec Zavik. Inker was Keith Williams. Again, just great. Yeah, starting off in the middle of the action. It's like, joining the movie halfway and going through it, seems like.
Mm-hmm.
And again, we get Spider-Man talking about how he fought the Trapster, Titania, Gravitron, the brothers Grimm. And then give a little note here, as shown in our recent Acts of Vengeance crossover.
Yeah, they've now reached the point where they actually have to. His summary of all the things he's doing can't fit all the references anymore without taking up a whole page.
Issue this. No, just see the Acts of Vengeance crossover. Just save yourself some time.
Yeah. Just go buy some comics. You'll find
more. Yeah, it worked.
Oh, goodness.
It worked. So I got into the Marvel Universe. Anyway, so yeah, Spider-Man's fighting. And again, another villain that he's fought before.
Mm-hmm.
He tells him here, the last time we fought when I was a smuggler, you got your way because I have a fraction of the power I have now. So again, it was promoted as, fighting heroes that never really fought before, but it's fighting heroes that haven't really fought too often before.
Right. Well, and this one works out fine because, this is also this character. This is Eric Jostin. So his original supervillain name was Power Man, and he fought the Avengers by and large, and also related Avengers heroes, or some of them solo, like fighting Captain America once or twice with his powers. Basically the second generation Wonder Man, or Wonder Man 2.0. But then also here he has his new identity of being able to grow tall and be the new ionically powered Goliath. So it's at least, he's definitely not a Spider-Man only villain, but it's like, he's also somebody who's as a character, he's fought Spider-Man before, but as Goliath, this character has not fought Spider-Man before. So this is actually one of the more impressive upping the antes on the villains that Spider-Man is fighting in this series with this cosmic power. Magneto is also right, and it's Magneto and Goliath. Those are both big guns in the Marvel universe. So this is a big deal. This is a big deal to me.
Is this the first time he became Goliath?
No, he became Goliath in an Iron Man annual, maybe number 7, maybe. But yeah, from there he's fought the West Coast Avengers a lot of times. He was a big part of the Avengers Under Siege storyline. Going one-on-one with Thor was a big, awesome moment in that series, mostly because Thor threw Mjolnir in his forehead more than once, and just seeing him take that beam right in the Bane pan just made me fist pump. Yes. So yeah, but he's been Goliath for a little while now. He's been Goliath for a few years now.
I'm more familiar with Eric later on when he's in the Thunderbolts.
Sure. Oh yeah, when he became Atlas, absolutely.
I love that. Yeah, I love that beginning of the Thunderbolts. That was fantastic.
Nice.
But again, that's another podcast for someone else is doing.
I think so. Right.
Yeah. Buddy Derek WC's on their podcast. They're covering Thunderbolts.
Nice. Justice not dissimilar to lightning.
Yes. Yes, very much so. Yeah, great podcast, great book. But anyways, so we get Spider-Man flying. Is he flying or I'm not sure he's flying or jumping. I guess he's flying because he's punching him several times. It just knocks the stuffing out of him. I'm like, I'm not the same Spider-Man. These days I got more power than I know what to do with. You really want my best shot, Big G?
Mm-hmm.
Knocks him out.
Oh yeah, it's a pretty good fight and pretty fast, all things considered. And yeah, they do it. There's earlier comics where they could have done the same thing with Spider-Man and pretended that he wasn't flying.
Right.
Like explains like he managed to just like jump off of this bouncing off of something coming back. It's like, but no, they're pretty much leaning into the fact that he had to fly to do this. So good stuff.
And I do like as he swings away, he's like, oh, which bothers me more. Find myself target all these costume lunatics from Traps to Goliath. Having so much power inside me when I fight them, I really don't know my own strength.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, that theme is going to keep on going for quite a while.
Yeah. We get Nick Katzberg watching this as he scratches up top of some guy's car as he keys it.
Yeah. Nick.
What a jerk he is.
Very jerk.
You
go ahead.
I was like there, top page 8, where the police are checking on Goliath. Is he dead? No, I can't hear him snoring. I don't feel very much. I bust a tailpipe.
That actually is funny to me. The idea that when you get knocked out, you might start snoring. And to have a 50-foot tall man snoring, that's a little terrifying.
Yeah. And as he shrieks, hey, what's happened to this Joker? The guy called Spider-Man called Joker, somebody else in a different universe. So.
Yeah, it's a different Joker. Yeah, different guy.
And then the FBI, in quotes, shows up to take custody of him.
Mm-hmm.
And Kingpin is having to then bring him back. And then we get some more subplot for Spider-Man, for the Spectacular Spider-Man.
Mm-hmm. Yep, where he goes out to visit Aunt May and Nathan Lubensky, and because Nathan has terminal heart disease at this point, so it's kind of a sad period of his life. But they're living on their own to let him have nice, quiet final days. And Peter broaches the subject of, what if you had the power of life and death? Because with what he has right now, he doesn't really know if he has any limits. So is this something he could do? Could he save Nathan? It's like now you're cooking on the moral questions of the powers that you have, and where do your responsibilities end, and how far do you impede nature?
Right.
It's now you're cooking. Now you're giving something really big. Now you're getting the big, deep thoughts are coming out, not just I might hurt somebody. As we know, yes, Peter, we know you might hurt somebody. It's also like the opposite question, like I could really help something that I couldn't possibly have done before.
Right.
What do I do there? So it's that I don't necessarily know if they don't go into it as I don't know if I really if I would go all the way with the way that Jerry takes the discussion, but just to have it, that's what you need to be doing with this particular storyline in Spider-Man.
Oh yeah, no, if they had more time, I think they could have gone, like you're saying, much further into with great, ultimate power. What kind of responsibility do you have? Like here at the bottom of page 11, we ask Aunt May, he's like, just hypothetical, what would you do if you had the power of life and death? And just that shocked look on her face. I'm like, oh my God, is this going to be the time when she has a heart attack? It's just that look on her face.
That's the only problem I have. That is that face is a little over the top for that question. I just don't know if that necessarily is like it's like her hands are at the side of her face, like, oh, no.
I understand what they're doing. They're trying to go,
a little too much. That's all.
Like cliffhanger to get you, through the interlude. But it's a little.
It's like, May, we need like a 5. You're giving us like a 13.
Yes. Pull that back.
Dial it back a little, May.
Just pull that back just a little bit. But anyways, back to the Cabal, where they're chastising Goliath for failing to destroy Spider. I like that when the Magneto's like, another chance to flounder. These are acts of vengeance, not mercy.
Dang.
And they keep throwing that acts of vengeance bit out there, which I enjoy. So.
Well, like Magneto has no room for throwing shade. Does he not remember a mere 2 issues ago? I just don't think that he has any right to be throwing some shade.
Yeah, no, you didn't do a whole lot better, Magneto. So,
You did not finish this job either, man. Come on.
Well, yeah, he said to send Goliath.
That's right. Oh, heavens. We have Doom monologuing, of course, to make sure that we know what the plan is. Again, because, otherwise, how are we going to know?
Just in case you jumped into this storyline midway.
But then we jump back to Peter and May having their talk. And it's like, circle of life. That's what it boiled down to. Circle of life.
Yep. I'm ready for Ben to die. I'm ready for Nathan to die. And I'm ready for when I'm ready to die. Too bad Marvel wasn't. But that's another story entirely.
So that's wild for now.
Yeah. Anyway.
Oh, goodness.
So we go back to the subplot of the Daily Bugle with Nick bringing Thomas pictures of Spider-Man saying, look at him, disregard of safety commuters, they're dynamite. And this is where we get talking about earlier how, not quite as bad as you brought up, but Thomas has gone the opposite way of Jameson, and he doesn't want to show anything bad about Spider-Man.
Mm-hmm.
Like Spider-Man's a hero. Bring me photos like Peter Parker to reflect Spider-Man's heroism, or find a new job. So again, I think he's not quite as bad as Jameson the other way, but he is. I only want to print the positive for Spider-Man, which I understand. Again, he's our hero, but looking at it from a journalistic point of view, it should be a little bit more in the middle,
balanced.
Thank you. There you go.
Yeah.
But anyways, moving on from there, we get Spider-Man jumping into the office.
Mm-hmm.
Again, trying to tell Thomas Firehart that, I don't like what you're doing any better than did Jameson. Again, going what we were just talking about. And then we get Gloria come in. And again, are you familiar with the storyline they're referring to?
Yes, I am. She had a romantic relationship with a man that she eventually learned was a gangster. He was one of a pair of brothers called the Lobo brothers. They were werewolves.
I think I remember that now.
And so
reading the Lobo brothers.
Yeah, and so this is not Lobo. So they're not related to the guy who rides a motorcycle through space. Yeah, although, because the timing of his popularity rise as well, it's not that far off. So it's a little inky, the coincidence of those two names. But yeah, so that was the whole thing. And she'd been attracted to him, and she had a gun and had intended to shoot it to save her lover's life. And Spider-Man was there fighting them, and the gunshot accidentally killed her lover instead. And it was not so. The summary right there is probably all you need to know.
Okay.
They were just a couple of gangsters that were trying to muscle in on the Kingpin's territory because Kingpin's in charge of all the territory.
Right.
So gang war stuff, and yeah, here's the thing. It was a thing.
Speaking of Kingpin, he calls up Firehart.
Yes.
Firehart, and tells him I want to talk to Spider-Man. Again, Spider-Man uses his powers to overhear the conversation. He grabs the phone. Give me that phone, Kingpin. This is Spider-Man. Are you guy behind the creeps been attacking me? Yes or no? It's just very blunt, very very out there. Like are you behind this? And he says, I'll meet at Battery Park, and Puma offers to go along with him. He's like, no, man, in my fight. And again, Thomas is thinking, I don't like you, but I'm respecting you. Because again, Spider-Man's willing to take this fight on his own. He doesn't want to have someone help him.
Right. And yeah, but the whole Fireheart storyline too is just crazy because he's the CEO of a big corporation. It's like he is spending way too much time at the Daily Bugle.
He's got someone else handles other business,
and he's the thing I thought was cool was that he's part of a corporation, and yet he also is a mercenary for fun. But then now he's trying to run the Bugle at the same time. It's like I would think the rest of the Fireheart Enterprises would be a little bit upset about him not spending time with the rest of the corporation. But hey, I guess he wants to play newspaper man. Okay.
Yeah.
But there's the Kingpin. Yep. There's the Kingpin raiding at Battery Park for Spider-Man to show up, which he does. And then his spider sense goes berserk. Danger all around me. And out from the ground comes bursting a huge burgundy hand, which can't be good. Burgundy is never good. So, what are you going to do?
Not quite as bad as purple, but
Yeah, there is that. And the rematch is on, but Goliath seems to be even bigger than he was last time. And he's hearing things like, saying that Dr. Doom helped him, make him bigger than ever before. Yep.
You? The Kingpin? Out of Dr. Doom? When did that happen? Why don't people tell me these things?
And that's also showing the bad guys talking too much. This is something you really don't want to be letting that sort of thing slip. But instead, it's like, nope, they can't help themselves.
Of course, if you're expecting to kill Spider-Man, who cares what he knows?
Well, there is that.
But We know how that's going to work out.
And it's like, because so many people have succeeded in killing him before.
Yes, he did so well the first time he fought.
Yes. I have 327 issues of Amazing Spider-Man by this time alone. That's 327 instances of someone trying to kill Spider-Man and not.
Yeah.
Let alone the Spectacular Spider-Man issues and the Web of Spider-Man issues and the Marvel Team-Up issues and the other issues that I guess get started in. So, oh yeah, today's the day. Today's the day.
You're the one that's going to do it, Goliath.
And then just as he's about to stomp on Spider-Man, because like, yeah, Spider-Man's eyes start glowing and we get, not heat vision, almost heat vision, but it's not heat vision. But zaps again.
Cyclops' beams.
Mm-hmm. Sharoom. Fazam. Arg. And then Goliath pulls the absorbing move of the blast, actually making him bigger and bigger. I've seen this movie. It usually doesn't end well for the person growing bigger.
No, usually not. I read this in comics too. It usually doesn't work that well. But
no. Usually it's bad. When you
cut away to Dr. Doom talking about how when he inputted the mechanism in Goliath's pituitary gland, diverting part of the power to Dr. Doom's system.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, just a fantastic battle. Spider-Man, he's on webs and he's flying, just blasting him with his energy beams.
Mm-hmm.
I think you got more that nuclear symbol, what it is around him as he's flying around.
Mm-hmm.
And again, he's using his super hearing to hear that Goliath's heartbeat is going like a jackhammer.
Right. So it's like it's not going. Yeah. So picture, and then it turns into Ant-Man and the Wasp, where the Ant-Man has to go into the river after the boat.
Yes.
That's what we exactly get. Except now it's Goliath picking up the entire boat, not just the one guy. And it's not looking good. And just like in Ant-Man and the Wasp, it doesn't look good for the big guy. Because Spider-Man gives him another huge full power blast, which makes him grow even more, and he actually can't breathing and starts to pass out again, just like in the movie. It's crazy. It's crazy to see this. This is much more in advance of the movie. Yeah. And the thing we also had just before that is when Spider-Man does the blast, we see an outline of another figure around Spider-Man.
Mm-hmm. And that was going to be my next question to you. Were you familiar with Captain Universe at this point to know, or are you still like me, like, what the heck is this?
No, having seen him in the Ohatmu entry, this very much like, yeah, that's the Captain Universe costume all the way. So if for people who'd read Ohatmu,
right,
which apparently Peter Parker couldn't be bothered to read. I don't know why. I mean, I would have thought that would have been one of the required courses at Empire State University. I imagine they have a whole major devoted to superhero studies. So I would think.
Of course, in Peter's defense, he can't see the energy being around him. So,
well, okay, that's absolutely true. 100% correct on that front. I'm just saying that, I don't really think Spider-Man's read his Ohatmu.
Probably not. I'm not going to say he did. I won't argue with that.
Otherwise, he would know more about Goliath, and he would know more about Trapster, and he would have known about who the brothers Grimm are by then. So,
But like I say, yeah, he's Goliath's heart. I think in Ant-Man, it just he couldn't breathe because he got too big. Mm-hmm. Here, his heart gave out, and he falls into the water, causing a huge tidal wave.
Mm-hmm.
And I like here at the very end of the page 30, where in the epilogue, where all of Doom's monitors are shorted out and fried, and so things are shattered.
Oh yeah, and because the first thing he says before we see that scene is he says "excellent." So it's like, oh yeah, that's so Doom. Things are busted up and falling apart. Yes,
knowledge.
Yes, things are going according to plan.
There's one thing besides power that he wants is knowledge.
Oh, but he doesn't want knowledge for its own sake. He wants knowledge for the power that he gets from the knowledge.
Yep. It's your hand in hand.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have any other thoughts on this issue?
Oh, it was a good smackdown.
Oh yeah.
You know, I was not really a long time enough reader to recognize him as Power Man. I would not have known that. I didn't really know that back in the day. I really kind of knew this character first as Goliath.
Oh, okay.
Introduction of him as Goliath. So, and then reading his backstory in Ohatmu was like, oh, okay, that's kind of neat.
So he is okay.
Because it's like the Power Man I know is Luke Cage Power Man. That's
right.
Power Man to me. So I knew about him quite a while, but knowing that there was another Power Man before him, it's like, okay. But as a villain, and the whole twist of him being like kind of Wonder Man powered, but then also able to grow like Goliath, like the Pims. So I like him as a villain because it was just a good smackdown, good fight for him. So I like that one. What did you think of this one?
Oh no, yeah, it was a great story. Like I said, great story, but it wasn't a whole lot of story per se. But there was some of Dr. Doom and his quest for power. But yeah, like I say, it was a great fight. Both, the beginning fight when he gets wiped out pretty quick, and then when he comes back, and again, I don't know, he was holding his own against Spider-Man, but he just had too much power, and just his heart wanted to give out. Well, as we talked about earlier, we do know he survives this, but at the time, you saw him fall in the water. It shattered all of Doom's equipment. It's just a fantastic fight issue.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go and move on. We're spending about half an hour per issue, so we're going to be here. Hope you have any plans.
Let's pick up the pace.
Next issue.
A little less on the subplots.
Yeah. Spider-Man's fighting the Hulk. This is the Gray Hulk. This is done by McFarlane. I love this. Spider-Man's just punching him, saying, now who's the strongest out there? Everything around the Hulk, the logo, the border, and everything just getting smacked around. Mm-hmm. And again, they've lost the cosmic on it now. It's back to the non-mutant superhero.
Mm-hmm.
Thoughts on this cover?
Oh, it's fun. But the non-mutant superhero part is great because it's like mostly off the page. All you can see is the non-mutant You can't see the rest. So I love that. I love the fact that the Hulk is busting into the Amazing Spider-Man logos. Mm-hmm. Letters are going all over the place. The corner box is torn off of the side. The Hulk himself looks massive because it's Todd McFarlane drawing the Gray Hulk, which he really cemented that look for the Gray Hulk. Mm-hmm. With including green tongue. Spider-Man's doing a great uppercut punch. Love it. Great pose from that. And then if you have the direct market version of the comic, instead of the UPC code in the bottom, you have the corner box, which has like just the top half of the Hulk's face from the nose up. Yeah, that's good stuff. I love this. I just love how this is. And this is McFarlane's last issue of Amazing Spider-Man. Now,
his own Spider-Man.
So, and plus the Mutant Menace of Sebastian Shaw. That's in a corner box on the lower side. So it's like, okay, we've gone from Magneto, who's joined the Hellfire Club, to Sebastian Shaw, who's been kicked out of the Hellfire Club by Magneto.
Yes. So, and if you don't know about that, this issue kind of confirms all that and lets you know if you're not following the X-Men books. This lets you know all of that. So
don't worry about it. They'll tell you all about it.
Yes.
Because in this era, it's like, yes, they'll tell you.
Yes. So going through again, this was written by David Michelini, Todd McFarlane. Again, guy doesn't do anything after this. This is the art on this with the letter Ray Parker. And again, we get the Hulk starting out, just the Gray Hulk smashing the ground. Mm-hmm. Again, it's Todd McFarlane Hulk. Need I say anything more?
It's exactly a page out of his run of the Hulk. Mm-hmm. Just great.
Yeah, and I like that he did this issue, seeing how he was doing the Hulk at the time, and it's very, like you say, it's a page out of that book, so it's very nice.
Mm-hmm.
And as we find out that this takes place right after the Acts of Vengeance of the Hulk storyline, because they mentioned that it was the Grey Gargoyle.
Mm-hmm.
The warrior will stay away from here. And I remember, like I picked up, this was when I started reading the Hulk, was the Grey Gargoyle and the whole Acts of Vengeance thing. That got me into reading the whole comic. So, very familiar with that.
Yeah, and that was a good issue.
Oh yeah. And then
someone else's issue to talk about.
Yes, that's for someone else to deal with. We're talking about. In fact, I was going to do Hulk, but someone else volunteered, so that's why I ended up with Spider-Man. I can't do Hulk. I'll do Spider-Man. I love Spider-Man.
There you go.
But yeah, we get Sebastian Shaw, which again at the time I wasn't that familiar with, picking up the Hulk. And I love that scene. I was going to skip it. That last panel there on page, I think it's page 3, where the ship's landing and the Hulk's just with dust and just an outline of him. I think that's a great scene right there.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, you don't see any of his features. It's just his silhouette, and it's just his gray silhouette against kind of like the brown and orangish dust cloud and brown mud and rocks beside. It's like, yeah, it's so good. And with so little detail, it looks so good.
Oh yeah, very nice. And on the top of the next page, all right, Buster, where do you want this rock? On your head or up your? Like, wait a minute.
That is so, and that Michelini did a really good job of channeling Peter David's writing for Grey Hulk, because it's got the voice right. I really like it. It really gets the voice right.
Yeah. And here's something you don't see everything about the Incredible Hulk. I do enjoy dealing with the reasonable men. Not every day the Hulk's called reasonable.
Oh, love it. Well, and especially but that's this era of the Hulk, that's for sure. If you did the Green Berserker, it wouldn't work the same way.
No, not at all.
This is the post Mr. Fix-It version of the Hulk. So he's just lost his job at Vegas, and he's on the run again, and he's changing back to Banner in the daytime again.
Right.
So yeah, and he wants to get back to his lifestyle somehow. So,
and I like how Michelini in this, if you're not reading the Hulk, he catches you up on what's going on. He was in Vegas. He loses. Here he turns back into Banner during the daytime. Hulk at night. So they catch all up as you're reading this issue, which is really nice.
And I have to think that if anybody had read this issue for the first time, and not been reading Hulk, right, I really think you would be intrigued enough to go check out the Hulk.
Mm-hmm.
If any listeners did that very thing, I'd love to know that, because it seems like a great
I'm not sure if that's what I did or if I just picked up because of the Acts of Vengeance. I don't remember now if I got it because of the Acts of Vengeance or if this led me to it. But yeah, no, I agree 100% with you. And then we get some more of Spider-Man, Todd McFarlane's Spider-Man on top of the torch, Statue of Liberty.
Yes, page 5, and Spider-Man appears in his own book. Finally.
They got the Hulk as a guest star in it,
I guess he's being polite, yeah.
Who's going to tell the Hulk no?
Fair point.
But then, the little battle with these terrorists, or whatever they are.
Mm-hmm.
He starts, they're shooting at him, and he's using his web lines to go all over the place by his pure willpower. Turn them to lassos. Take out these two.
So now he's Green Lantern.
Yes.
His webs have become Lantern green ring energy.
Yes. Yeah.
I did not notice that before that's what he did in the previous issue some too.
Yeah. I didn't even think about that until you brought it up.
Yeah, it's kind of Firestormy, but it's also kind of Green Lantern-y.
Yes.
It's like, oh, geez.
Firestorm.
He's turned into a Mazo. Spider Amazo.
Yep. Mazo Man. Wait a minute, what?
No. Shazazo. No. Never mind. Moving on. Spider-Man busts up the terrorists pretty easy because, hey, of course he can. Normally he could. It's redunculously easy for him to take him out. He stops the bomb by covering it in webbing and turning the webbing into adamantium.
Yep.
So, and now to date this to date, this is a 1989 comic book. Yeah, you know what I'm going to point out, right? In this lower corner, the guy he's holding the guy by the collar. The guy says, "What are you?" And Spider-Man says, "I'm Bat. I'm Spider-Man." So now we know exactly what year this came out in.
Yeah, if you're not quite sure, was it 88, 89, 90? When was this?
89.
Oh, 89, right there. Yeah.
We're still 89.
Yeah, the Batman movie, of course.
Late 89.
Yes. Yeah, and Batman came out earlier that year. So, yeah, it's very, yeah. And again, though, that was during the whole Batmania craze. And
oh, yeah. The movie started the Batmania craze. So,
yes. So yeah.
But that panel alone, straight out of the movie. It's straight out of the movie. That opening sequence in that. So,
oh, yeah. Who are you? Yeah. Spider-Man. That's fantastic. Yeah, I love that. I thought the same thing when I read that you did. I'm like, oh, yeah. It's telling us when this took place.
Yep. And then Spider-Man flies away from the scene. Now, he's got his arms kind of like out to the side, which is kind of cool for him with the webbing under his armpits. And he kind of looks better as an arms out flyer, like he's going to be doing a gliding thing with webbing he already has in the armpits, as opposed to the Super Friends, Superman fist front position. That doesn't really work for. But I also, again, for me, it's also like Peter's going like, I just don't know how to get comfortable this way. What do I do with my legs while I don't. This is no.
What I do with my arm? My arm is usually moving. I don't know what to do with. Okay. This is what an airplane does. I guess I'll do this.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's very, very Peter Parker, I think.
Yeah.
He's flying along. He's like, this flying without web lines for the birds. And then we get another shot of the World Trade Center.
Good choice of words.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. There's the World Trade Center again.
Yeah. Again, squarely putting this play in New York and very, telling you this happened before the 2000s.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
So, and as you mentioned earlier, we get Flash Thompson with another date. Amber, the love of his life, who is a bit of a biznatch. Too much.
Yeah.
She sends it back. He's like, this is just slightly done more than we said was not done enough. Oh, I don't care. Fix it.
Yep. Lovely person.
Throw her out of the building. And then to cut back to the actual story, so we get to move on this. We get the Hulk dropping in the middle of the city. Kind of reminiscent to me of the Incredible Hulk movie, I think it was, where he jumped like the Abomination.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And again, he's like, I better use my close-up vision to see what. Just so we don't trademark on telescopic vision.
It's like he's never read any Superman comic books. He doesn't know what to call his powers.
That maybe the editors did read Marvel or DC Comics and wanted to avoid that lawsuit.
Yeah, there is that. I do like it when little things like that are pointed out and they kind of like blow your mind of like the fact that, boy, if this was I read a comic book that this was called telescopic vision. That was that kind of meta nod. I always like that.
Yeah,
they didn't do it, but I kind of like it with that. I would have enjoyed that.
And then we get the Hulk thinking how he has nothing against the Avengers, but hey, the kind of money he's offering, I'd even scrag myself. And he throws up bus, and the guy's like, Ernie, I just see that? No, neither did I. Which again, and maybe it's just me, that kind of reminds me of Superman 2? No, Superman. When he catches the plane, he's like, what's that? I didn't see nothing. It's kind of the same vibe there.
Mm-hmm. Right. Well, and the thing there is also that the Hulk just threw that truck, and they don't really make it sound like that he's positive that Spider-Man's in the area. Would that truck just been killing people if Spider-Man hadn't just happened to already be there,
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. That makes me a little nervous. Usually, even Grey Hulk was a little bit, cautious about. He was not going to just kill civilians.
See, I wasn't as familiar with Grey Hulk, so I know the earlier mindless Hulk, if you will. He would, be willing to do that. I think not intentionally.
Right. If a truck was driving at him, he would have smashed it, and not necessarily have watched to see was it going to go hit anything else.
He was fighting so bad to see him picking the tank up or truck up to throw it at somebody.
Yeah, exactly.
Without taking the consequence.
Possibly, but yeah, still that's throwing it at somebody.
Yes,
and usually there's a chance for him to see that shake the people out of the truck first before he throws it. This one's like, no, he didn't even. It's like he just picks up a truck and throws it. There's nobody he's necessarily throwing it at until Spidey's webbing net or glove or whatever he puts out there. It's because of fingers around the fingers around it, but not like a hand finger. It's just loops it, the bandit, and catches it. So it's like, honestly, that's the only thing I was thinking about is that in this one scene, it's like the Grey Hulk was just if Spider-Man hadn't been there, he was killing people. That's all I'm just taking from that, which is really sort of disturbing to me because I didn't really take that as a Grey Hulk trait. So this is where I'm not quite sure if Michelini. This is where I just question a little bit, just a little bit.
And see, I had just gotten into the Hulk comic at the time, so I wasn't quite as I'm more familiar with the mindless Hulk from the TV show and stuff. So I wasn't aware so much that this was very out of character for Joe.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But there at the bottom of the page, you see there's a bunch of people right underneath the truck where the truck was going to hit. So,
oh yeah, it's not
Spider-Man.
Yeah, definitely.
And again, we get some more battle between the Hulk and Spider-Man, like here on a couple pages in, where the Hulk's like, excuse me, yes. Where the Hulk's like, maybe I better stop pulling my hand, changing color, banner starting to take over, and he's like, it's too soon. Oh, wait a minute. I'm further east. Sun's coming up earlier.
Which was a great moment. I really kind of liked that moment of them not realizing that, him forgetting that, but also being, showing this version of the Hulk, he could figure out what was wrong.
Yes.
Why he was in trouble.
It shows, he's not the Professor Intelligence. He was smarter than the Green Hulk.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So he smashes an ambulance and runs off, shouting to Spider-Man where to find him.
Right.
And the only reason he really got away, because Spider-Man could have, with his current powers, could have kept up with him.
Right.
But the patient in the ambulance needed to get to a hospital, so Spider-Man helps him fly the patient off. So that's it.
Spider-Man flies off. One of the ambulance like, Spider-Man can fly? Did I sleep through something? The last couple of issues.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. We have Bruce Banner walking around New York City without a shirt and in torn pants. And it's like, yeah, we're situation normal for Bruce Banner. Sad to say.
Another question about the Hulk at this time.
Sure.
So did Banner not, because I know sometimes Banner knows what the Hulk's doing, sometimes he doesn't. This seems like one of the times where he doesn't know what the Hulk's doing.
Right. That's definitely the case here. They're leaning into it being a split personality where they don't know what the other is doing.
They've gone back and forth on that with different writers or different versions of the Hulk. So, and that's what I was getting from here, but I wasn't quite sure if that was keeping with how the Hulk was in his own book at the time.
Yeah. Now this is perfectly fine.
And I do like there the cross from that where he's on the phone telling me, I've got an upset stomach. I don't want to be back to work. He's like, oh, got to go. It's like, cop looking, saw me panhandle. I guess that's enough, son. Bring it back to the office. The cop's like, fruitcake. But create a fruitcake. I love that dialogue there.
Yeah, that's fun.
And then the next page, we get a classic page of McFarlane's Spider-Man swinging through the city on his web line, which becomes a lot more stylistic when he starts his own book. The webbing gets bigger, and the knots on it get bigger, and it's very, very detailed. But yeah, you can see that starting in these books. So
right, I love how he does the nighttime New York skyline, because he's got the buildings all black silhouette, but he has yellow sections to show lights coming from within the buildings. That's really nice.
Oh yeah, that's very nice artwork there. Yeah, that's fantastic.
And then we have Spider-Man getting to Roosevelt Island, where the Hulk told him to meet him. And there's a couple of young boys. I think they're a lot younger than the art makes them even younger than I think they're supposed to be.
Yeah,
I think who've stolen some cigarettes from one of the moms and are using the island to do that. And then that's where Spider-Man shows up for the fight, because Spider-Man's like, okay, cool, I can cut loose and not have to worry about civilians. Nope. Because also in the history of Spider-Man comics, has he ever been able to have a fight with no civilians around? No. Never. I have this is issue number 328
of just the Spider-Man, Amazing Spider-Man. Then you got the Web, Spectacular.
That's
Marvel Tales.
So yeah, but oh man, on the top of page 24, it's not like we haven't seen it before, but there's even more so just how massive McFarlane's Hulk is compared to the Spider-Man figure is just fantastic.
Another quick question then about the Hulk. I was under the impression that the Joe Fixit Hulk was smaller
than the Green Hulk. Yes,
I thought he was like more normal size.
Joe Fixit was not normal size though.
Okay,
no, he was still big.
Okay.
And I'm going to chalk this up to this is not a realistic depiction, or at least it's not as consistent as other artists would have made the same dimensions of a Hulk. But, if you want to believe that the Hulk weighs half a ton and is 7 feet tall, that's probably, I can believe the ton. I think he's probably quite a bit taller than 7 feet though here in the picture. But I'll chalk it up to artistic license, and I just really I like it too much to really quibble about
and no, I'm not quibbling.
The Ohatmu stats, I don't care. I love this picture.
Yeah, I'm not so much quibbling, because again, like you said, this is a fantastic image. I was just curious, because for some reason, I always thought I heard people talk about how Joe Fixit was smaller, a lot smaller than the regular Hulk was. And most images I seem to remember seeing where he didn't look as big as this. And so I was just curious if this was artistic license or if this, was more what he looked like. So, but that's great. A little bitty Spider-Man facing off against a humongous Hulk. It's fantastic. And like I was saying, these are my two favorite Marvel characters. So seeing them squaring off like this and fighting makes me giddy as this little schoolgirl.
It's a pretty great fight. Pretty great. Lots of smashing, lots of dodging, Spider-Man doing his Spider-Man stuff and punching back and being much stronger punching wise.
Well, that's what Hulk says.
Yeah, he says, been working out, Webhead? I nearly felt that. That's pretty good. That's pretty great. And then the I-beam blast comes out, and he says another new power. No, you've had this power already, Spider. He's already lost track of which powers he's used and hasn't used yet. He got so many of them. I don't blame him. I'm having trouble keeping track. So
yeah. And like the little kids here come running over a stick. Leave him alone, you big jerk. This is our turf, and no one's going to trash Spidey here without a fight. You're crazy.
That's right. Oh no, where'd they come from? Yeah, kid trouble. So the Hulk prepares to actually bluff the kids off. He actually makes that thought there that he's going to bluff them off. He's not going to actually try to hurt them. But Spider-Man reacts as though it is an attack and punches the Hulk into orbit.
wow, he's still going, but he has to come down sometime. Want to bet? I was like, orbit? Great. I'm in orbit. I can hold my breath, but once the sun comes up, what do I do first? Freeze, suffocate, or explode? And again, makes reference here that he was from Vegas. And from what I learned about odds in Vegas, my money's on Kuplop.
And what's great about this whole thing is having read some of the older Thor issues, there was like stories of Thor knocking Loki to Asgard.
Right.
It's like, that's a pretty far hit.
Yeah.
I don't really remember how many other times we've seen characters in the Marvel universe get knocked into orbit. But yeah, it's now Superman, yeah, of course he could do that. No problem.
Oh, yeah.
But it's like in the Marvel universe, the rule's a little different. Not something that happens as much. So it's pretty awesome. And then Spider-Man has to fly off and save him.
Yeah. And I do like that. The kid's like, Mr. Spider-Man, what if he never comes down? And it's time to find out. It's a very Superman image there of him flying off to rescue the Hulk.
Yes, very much so. Like that a lot.
Yes.
And grabs the Hulk and brings him back down, and the Hulk tries to save face. It's like I would have saved myself somehow.
Yeah,
it was a nice gesture, so I'm going to return the favor. I won't kill you this time. Yeah, right.
And Peter's like, kill me after what I just did. I'm not even sure I can die.
Yeah, so that's a good ending to the fight.
Oh, very much so. And again, we end with Peter Parker talking to Mary Jane, and again, very much worrying about his new powers and the damage he can do. And he's like, I think I killed Goliath. I almost killed the Hulk. What am I going to do? And again, the whole melodrama, the whole worrying about things is very much a Peter Parker thing to do.
Mm-hmm. Yes, indeed. And we have a final bit with Sebastian Shaw, having his goons take Banner back out to Nevada, which is kind of funny. It's like, you don't want to try to keep him because you got the Hulk here. Are you sure you don't have any more use for him? Or it's like, if you're that worried about him, why don't you try to kill him? It's like, I'm not quite sure where that is.
Got him there.
But I think it's like, or maybe he is just smart enough to realize, which I wouldn't put past him, that, yeah, the safest thing is just to try to keep him out of my hair if I can.
Let me get rid of him again.
Yeah, just that. And that, if I try anything too much, it might go badly. So let me not do that. But then we have the next issue box, which does not mention the continuation of this story. It says next issue, Sentinels.
Yes.
It does not mention Acts of Vengeance. So that's interesting. I don't really think I don't think it's necessarily good or bad. It's just interesting.
Yeah, it's, and again, this was not tied into wasn't written by the same writer as the other two books. So,
yep. So
maybe he didn't know what Gary Conway was doing next.
Well, he still could have. They were saying like continued in Spectacular Spider-Man number blah blah blah.
They skipped that this time.
Yeah, I don't know.
But speaking of the Spectacular Spider-Man, issue 160, this was actually entitled "The Cosmic Spectacular Spider-Man." Next Vengeance crossover. We get Spider-Man, Shocker, Rhino, and Hydro Man. I've beaten them all. Who's next? And then we get this robot coming behind him with Dr. Doom further back, kind of controlling things. Neat cover. I like this one. Again, not as memorable as some of the other ones, but I love the way that they have got the cosmic or spectacular this issue. Instead, the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man, it's the cosmic spectacular Spider-Man.
Yeah, it's nice how they managed this. They had enough space to slip it into the logo. So that's fun. I do like this cover. It's a fun Sal Buscema cover. But yeah, it's not iconic, really. Not really iconic.
Right.
But it's fun.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, very much so. And so the story starts with talking about Project Power, where they're bringing this robot, which I've never seen before this, up from the tides. Do you know where this came from, or did you read a story with this guy in it?
Yes, I do know the story that this came from. Not to go on another tangent. It's from Do you ever remember seeing either the poster of it or the cover itself to one of the Captain America annuals that featured him? It's a Mike Zeck image of him and Wolverine, and Wolverine's claws slashing across the shield and making a huge amount of sparks.
Yes.
This robot was in the story that cover was done for. And this is it's an adamantium robot called Test 1. We find that out here. But yes, he was activated to basically go and kill Captain America. Wolverine and him just happened to cross paths, argue, because, Marvel Comics. Right. And this was also like their first real meeting after Secret Wars. They had really kind of butted heads in Secret Wars a little bit, but we hadn't seen Captain America and Wolverine really interact much. That issue was like the real first one-on-one story with the two of them together. And they worked together to defeat the robot. As far as I recall, how that finished was, that finished with Wolverine putting his claws into the robot's neck, but he couldn't put them all the way down because he wasn't strong enough to push them that far. So Cap had to use his shield to bang Wolverine's wrists to knock the claws into the robot's neck. That's how they beat the Venom. He next appeared in the Avengers storyline called Heavy Metal, where the Super Adaptoid was gathering a bunch of other robots to fight the Avengers. And this was one of them. He also got the Kree Sentry and the Mad Thinker's awesome android. He also managed to convince Machine Man to team up with him, although Machine Man really was changed sides at the last minute and was not really trying to hurt the Avengers. But robot power. Death to the meat bags, I guess. I don't know. But Test 1 appeared there too. And yeah, this was when they were on Avengers Island, the former Hydra base. Right. And they stopped this one by Marina and She-Hulk pushing him off the edge of the island so he would go deep into the Atlantic.
Okay.
That explains why we're finding him here.
Right. Okay. And yeah, that annual we're talking about was Captain America Annual number 8.
Thank you.
I had to look it up because that's what I do.
I was busy talking.
Yeah, that's fine. That's why.
Thank you for looking it up.
While you were talking, I'd look it up and see.
I would have been one off. I would have said annual number 7, and I would have been off.
Yeah.
Thank you for having the correct number. So this has been Test 1 podcast. Thank you all for listening.
Let's get back to Spider-Man. No, we're gonna get to Dr. Doom, I guess. So.
Yeah, the Dr. Doom cast. No. Sorry. No.
Fringe on Professor Quarterbin.
No, that's all hail Doom. All hail Professor Quarterbin.
Mighty Doom. Yeah.
All hail Professor Quarterbin.
Anyway, so Dr. Doom gets summoned by Kingpin and Magneto, and they want to discuss the rising anti-superhuman sentiment in Congress. I tell them I'll come when I can and go away. Because again, this is Dr. Doom. He's not summoned by any man.
No. The flunky there really phrased that badly.
Yeah.
I would
very much so. Yeah, he's lucky he got out alive.
Yeah. Exactly. Well, then we move to swift change to Times Square, where Hydra Man, Rhino, and Shocker are all in a free-for-all against each other, because apparently the acts of vengeance have also made the villains cross each other's turf. I don't really know how that works in the Marvel Universe, because they don't really have turf. Right. They all they're either in jail or fighting a superhero. Fine. But then they all turn on Spider-Man anyway, so because as soon as he shows up. So hey, there you go.
There you go.
But he takes them out in one blast. And again we have the Captain Universe silhouette
superimposed
outline around him. So which I love that effect. That's pretty fun.
Oh yeah, very nice, yeah. You blast him through the window. He's taking a bow. He's like, yes, no applause necessary. Now some people start throwing things at him. We saw you wreck the Tri-Rail Bridge. Saw it on the news. Heard you capsize the Staten Island Ferry, too. Wait, that's not the way it happened. You're a menace. You should have some beauties. Yeah.
And how smart is this crowd to be throwing things at the guy that you just saw zap 3 supervillains through a window?
And if you think he's that bad, you don't want to make him mad.
No.
You want to make him angry. You wouldn't like him when he's angry.
No, that was the last issue. That's the last issue.
Well, never mind.
Now, the other thing I'll be remiss if I didn't mention briefly is that the Rhino and Hydro Man had been teammates.
Mm-hmm.
Not to a mere 50-some issues ago in the Sinister Syndicate. So that that's another thing where it's like, really? Were all 3 of them fighting each other? Or were the 2 of them timing up against the Shocker? In which case, I'm sorry, Shocker. How are you lasting that long?
Well, Spider-Man says it's Hydro Man or what? Spider-Man says the Rhino versus Shocker and Hydro Man. Like it's Rhino taking on those 2.
I don't know. I don't know.
I don't understand why they're fighting because they all usually team up against Spider-Man. So I just
exactly.
Other than villains will be villains.
And I guess you wouldn't be a supervillain if you were really smart. So
this is true.
I don't know. Anyway, yep. So but the crowd very intelligently chases off the superhero. We have subplot with Jonah trying to help Joe Robertson. We have Nick Katzenberg hitting on Joe Robertson's lawyer, which is cute and also oddly interesting today with the more openness about body awareness because Nick is a heavyset guy. The lawyer, Cynthia, is a very heavyset woman.
Yes.
And it's like, okay, sure. Why not? It's like, I like how that is, but it's also just crazy because like, no, the 2 of them don't belong together. Cynthia's too good for him.
Even though
I like Cynthia a lot. I don't like him at all.
One of them's a sleaze bag and the other one's a lawyer. Wait a minute, that's usually the same thing.
Oh, well, okay, fair point.
Moving on to Dr. Doom working on his robot, Tess 1. Almost forgot the name. Tess 1. He's visited by Kingpin as they have a little talk.
Mm-hmm.
And let me see real quick. So again, we get a little backstory here that, this is the total elimination of super soldiers. And the robot's told that, Spider-Man is in fact a super soldier. And so the robot heads out to eliminate him. And then we get back to Lower Manhattan, the Stu Soho loft of Peter Parker and Mary Jane. Where Mary Jane's trying to hang their wedding picture, and Spider-Man comes in and helps her.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see. Again, another attractive picture of Mary Jane. As, Spider-Man's kind of laying his problems out for her, and she's kind of walking him through it. And tell him, I saw you on TV, you were a menace, or at least you looked like one. Facing you powers can be overwhelming, even a distance. And Peter gets upset with her, puts his mask on, takes off. Showing that, and he even thinks about this as he's swinging away that, he's practically ripped her head off, the woman he loves, what's going on with him.
Mm-hmm.
So, I love how this is affecting Peter, and he's realizing how it's affecting him.
Right.
It's very, very Peter Parker, very self-aware.
Well, that's he'll self-analyze. Yes.
That's better.
Self-analyze.
That's a better phrase.
Because the other thing that Peter Parker is really good at is making bad choices.
Yes.
not self-aware enough to make good choices, shall we say.
Again, you've got 328 issues of Amazing Spider-Man.
Yeah. It's right there. They're all right there.
Very much so, yes. So Spider-Man's not going back home. He gets in a fight with, Tess 1 attacks him. He destroys some building. Again, Spider-Man uses webbing to prevent destruction of people and things. And here on page 19, as he's doing this, he says he feels a presence inside of him.
Mm-hmm.
I guess it's a surprint, as Rob and Shag would say, of Captain Universe there behind Spider-Man, and Spider-Man's trying to realize what's going on with his powers.
Right. So the Captain Universe entity is just starting to try to communicate with him. When normally when someone gets imbued with Captain Universe, the knowledge and awareness comes immediately.
Right.
So there's just like something's holding it back.
Yes, something's different this time.
Yeah.
And again, as they continue fighting, again, at this point, all the crowd is against Spider-Man. If you weren't here, we wouldn't be fighting. You wouldn't have this. It was your fault. And they're on page 22, the top of page 22, where Spider-Man just lets loose and just knocks that Test 1 into the next state.
Yeah, basically. It's like you see the city skyline and the horizon, and it's just past that.
Yes.
But you still see a crash sound effect, so it lands somewhere out there.
I think they're at the bottom of page 22. Any comments? Good. I'm not in the mood. You can't really blame, he's got all these, you can't really blame Spider-Man for that attitude, because he's had for, I don't know how many years, he's had Jameson, saying what a menace he is. Sometimes the cops are his friends, sometimes they're after him. Now he's got these new powers that are coming on, he's trying to learn how to use, and people are still, you're a menace, you're trouble. So you can't really blame Spider-Man for getting teed off.
Yep. Oh yeah. Well, it's also like a little bit of him already feeling like himself he's a menace.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Especially
plus, I think there may be something more there, because again, the way he tore into Mary Jane, it's like his I don't want to say his anger per se, but he's a little more high strung.
Yeah, exactly. Yep, good thing. And Test 1 has been crashed into a bridge, so it's like that was all because he just knocked him into the horizon, not knowing where he was going to land. So he landed in a bridge, and he's actually starting to absorb the metal of the bridge to rebuild himself. So that's not a good move. That's going to be trouble.
Oh, very much so. And I like this where the Test 1 throws a car at Spider-Man. Spider-Man catches it and pets it down. And he's like, "Do me a favor. Remember who saved you? I could use the goodwill." "Yeah, sure, whatever. Just watch the paint job, will you?" Seriously.
Now that's a New York moment right there.
I could see people doing that.
That is totally New York. Just watch the paint job, would ya?
Someone else on the bridge like, "Spider-Man, that robot, they're trying to kill us." He's like, "That's it. I've had it. No matter what people think, I'm a menace. Even my own woman. Fine. They want a menace? I've got a menace right here." As he just lets through this energy blast, just blasting Test 1 apart. And his gloves.
And it's a great blast. It's a good job.
It's a fantastic image.
Parts are flying apart. You can see it's busted at the joints. And wires are coming out.
Don't have a background. Just got the energy or the yellow pattern coming around. It's just fantastic page.
And now he's having regrets, because he's wanting to take back the menace diatribe that he'd been shouting to the crowd, and the crowd looks terrified, as they should in the first place.
I was only kidding.
Mm-hmm.
And then we end with Doom retrieving what he can of Test 1. And Doom, again, ending this issue talking about how power is destiny, and destiny is Doom, once again. And here, what this does say, to be continued in Web of Spider-Man, number 61. And concluded Amazing Spider-Man, 329. And the next issue, Hobgoblin. So then we go into...
We're not going to get to Hobgoblin ourselves, so that's fine. No.
Yeah, we're not going to talk about Hobgoblin this. No, we got too much as it is. So into Web of Spider-Man 61. The non-mutant cosmic superhero is back. We get Peter Parker being attacked by the Grey Gargoyle. Grey Gargoyle is blasting him with fire. His costume's being burned up. Bottom says roasted by Dragon Man. Brief thoughts on this cover.
Were you saying Grey Gargoyle?
That's not Grey Gargoyle. That's Dragon Man.
Yeah, that's Dragon Man.
Yeah. Oh, I said the Grey Gargoyle.
He's gray, and and I know Grey Gargoyle is on your mind because of the Hulk issue. That's what's that. That's fine. I mean, that's just double.
I was just thinking that I saw the Grey Gargoyle on the Hulk.
Yeah, I was just double checking because the real problem was there was just me wondering, did I mishear it? Because senile. That's me. That would be me. That would be me as well. So it's perfect there.
I misspoke.
No. Yeah, but no. Yeah, it's Dragon Man, full on dragon breath. And Spider-Man being burned up by the thing and thinking this stinks. It's like, is he talking about his breath? Is he talking about Dragon Man's breath? Really? Right. That's possible right there. It's a nice cover. Again, that's not an iconic cover, but it's just a nice cover. Got a nice action pose of got a intimidating looking Dragon Man. The fire looks really great. The flames coming off of Spider-Man look really good. It looks somehow slightly painful, but also you can tell from just the grimace and stuff on his face, like that it's maybe not hurting him very much.
Well, that and his costume is burning up, but he appears to be fine underneath it, other than the grimace.
Yeah, and thinking this stinks,
right?
As opposed to just an observation.
No, very good observation.
I believe I'll be thinking
Yeah, you would think so. But anyway,
Spider-Man. When reading the story, we know he's not hurt by this. We know that.
Because he's Superman.
Exactly.
Firestorm.
Green Lantern.
All the above. And again, this issue starts out Spider-Man on top of the building, his hand glowing with the cosmic energy, his gloves still ripped up. And again, he's thinking they think I'm some kind of monster, and maybe I am, because again, that's what he does.
Mm-hmm.
I like that he standing on top of the building, he lets loose with an energy blast into the sky, and he's like, "I wish for something to happen, like a lightning bolt." And it happens. So he shoots energy into the sky, and then it makes lightning appear.
Mm-hmm.
Again, showing how powerful he is.
Right.
And as he once again quits being Spider-Man and throws his mask from the top of the tower to be caught by the wizard.
Mm-hmm.
What are your thoughts on this section?
Well, it is kind of neat how this actually, unlike the other issues, really does pick up directly from the previous issue. So that's pretty fun. I do like the wizard's face there. It's like, I think it's a pretty good depiction of the wizard, and he looks like, what have I got here?
Yes.
Didn't somebody wash this first? What happened? But yeah, it's like, okay, so Spider-Man's also Storm because he just made or Thor, or he's Thor because he's just made lightning. He's just made lightning.
Yes.
But yeah, so we know how this has been going. It's just him still questioning this power and not wanting it, or being too much power for him to have.
And that's one thing I love about Peter Parker is the fact that he questions it so much. He doesn't just take it for granted. He wants to know where it came from, and it worries him.
Mm-hmm. So the wizard just returns with the mask to the Cabal, saying he's got a plan about what to do with it, and also saying like the Spider-Man's given up. He must have given up being a hero if he's throwing away his mask, and the rest, none of them believe it, especially the Kingpin. None of them believe it. So they're basically treating him like they treated the Trapster a few issues ago. So that's nice teamwork right there.
Fair play.
Teamwork.
Again, we get Dr. Doom saying, talk about the acts of vengeance, just to remind you what's going on.
Right. And Dr. Doom having his own plan. We know what his plan is, all right.
Oh, yeah.
But also, I'm sure it's not like I've read every single Acts of Vengeance crossover, or if I have, it's been a long time. I don't know exactly. Yeah, I don't know everything that Dr. Doom was in back then, but I know there was probably plenty. I'm sure that he was like the go-to guy to have appear in your comic to make sure you knew this was Acts of Vengeance. I
wouldn't be surprised a lot of this ends up in the Fantastic Four at some point, because I don't remember now, but So, how he's the Fantastic Four villain.
No, there was really actually not a whole.
No,
nothing. This is the Fantastic Four. They were stuck in Washington D.C. trying to get Congress not to pass a superhero registration act.
Okay.
So, and random losers were charging in trying to fight them. And they actually finished that story with a like a 1-page fight against the super adaptoid.
Okay.
He lost because he tried to duplicate the Thing's powers, but the Thing was. Why am I talking about all this?
Let's move on to Dr. Doom and
go listen to the Fantastic Four coverage of this. It's awesome. This is Walt Simonson's first storyline writing the Fantastic Four. Go listen to it.
Yep.
I love Walt Simonson on Fantastic Four.
Couldn't be more.
But yeah, none of these people were in it. That's what you asked. None of these people are in it.
So we get the Wizard unveils his master plan of Dragon Man, which isn't really a surprise if you saw the cover.
No, not really a surprise. Now, this I can tie in because the Wizard had been fighting the Fantastic Four most prominently in the end of Steve Englehart's run, which led right up to Walt Simonson's run. And in that run, he had his Frightful Four, and he also recruited a rogue Watcher and Dragon Man. So he had his Frightful Six, or Frightful 4 plus 2. I don't know how that is. So he actually it was not like out of left field for him to know about Dragon Man. He actually had encountered him relatively recently. So that all kind of fits.
Okay. So we get Peter Parker showering, getting cleaned up, meeting again more of a
showers a lot.
Yeah.
He showers a lot.
Well, you know what? If you're going through what he goes through,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, if you're going through what he goes through, you'd probably shower a lot too.
I was going to say that also, if there were women readers of the Spider-Man comic books, you're welcome. It's not all about Mary Jane.
No.
Here you go. Here's Peter coming out of the shower again. Okay.
Peter in the shower.
There you go.
But, we get more of a subplot here with Liz asking Peter if him and Mary Jane could watch Little Normie for her.
Mm-hmm.
For her and Harry can have a real date.
Right.
And again, it's also a little bit to show that she's friends with him and that she's known him for a while. She said, I've known him since high school. He's depressed, and if he can't talk, I can't make him.
It's not really much of there's not really much of a subplot there. It's just a character beat.
Yeah, well, there you go. That's more of a...
Yeah, it's kind of character
beat. That's a proper word.
Yeah. But we also had Dragon Man's silhouette in the moon in the background. So that was kind of fun. And Liz's like, what was that? Oh, I must be imagining it. But then Dragon Man shows up standing on top of the roof sniffing.
Yep.
Got the scent.
He trapped Peter Parker back home.
Apparently, he's part bloodhound. We have mixed together the DNA of a dragon and a bloodhound.
And so I don't know if that's something made up for the story or if that's powers he's had. I don't know.
At that, I have no idea.
Yeah.
I have no idea. That's just fine. I guess with
sure.
I don't think having a beak makes you have a good sense of smell. But I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Now, also, this always cracks me up that the construction of apartment buildings in New York City must be insane in order for this apartment building roof to handle the multi-ton weight of a Dragon Man walking around on the roof.
Yeah.
The construction is obviously just off the charts. No wonder it's so high. No wonder rent's so high in New York City.
They know how to build them in New York, man.
Dang.
And then we get Peter Parker down in the subway system.
Mm-hmm.
As Dragon Man comes busting in. And Peter's like, wait, he's sniffing. He must have tracked my scent. But why? And as he takes off, we see Dragon Man just releasing a blast of flame at Peter Parker, roasting him alive, in quotes.
Totally igniting all of Peter's Axe body spray.
Yeah. This actually may have been before Axe, possibly, but...
Oh, don't interrupt my gag with your facts.
Sorry, facts. Now I'm actually curious.
It was not a thing back then. I know, because the ads in the comic books would have had it.
True.
Sad to say, they would have been in the ads.
Yes. We'll get some more of the Axe of Vengeance being mentioned again.
Now it's the Axe of Vengeance.
Act of Vengeance.
His Axe of Vengeance.
Personal act of vengeance.
Oh, boy.
And then we get some more subplot with Mary Jane and her cousin?
Yes.
Cousin Christy.
Yeah. We haven't seen her in the last couple of issues here, but this was a subplot that was been going on.
And will continue going for a while.
Yeah. This is definitely this one has not a huge arc, but it just keeps going for a while.
Yeah. Again, kind of skip over that, and we get Dragon Man trying to sniff out Spider-Man down in the subway tunnel, looking for me, accelerated breath. And here again, Dragon Man lets loose his fire blast, strips Peter Parker down to his civvies, down to his underwear, maybe not that, I don't know. And
thankfully the steam and the smoke and the panel border let it be a mystery.
Yes. And again, he uses his Firestorm powers and makes himself a new suit.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Costume. Again, I love when he, like this. The second time I had to whip up a costume out of a few stray molecules and they're around me. Again, am I reading Spider-Man or am I reading Firestorm? I don't know.
Oh, you are totally reading Firestorm. There's no two ways about it. But it's great. But it's still great. It's great.
Written by Jerry Conway. Yeah, probably am. Mm-hmm. And so we get Dragon Man punching the train and Spider-Man stopping it. And again, Dragon Man tries to roast him again, but he sets up his web to block it. And again, he's finding out that his web is a little more resistant than he thought it was until his breath goes out.
Exactly. Well, yeah, because he's not. Yeah, so that web is now somewhere between Firestorm and Green Lantern. It's that Green Lantern bubble. It's like you just can't. No, you can't burn through the bubble.
And real quick, because that's what I do while we've been talking. I've been Googling, and apparently Axe first came out in 1983.
Wow.
So he could have been wearing Axe. That could have been his axe going up.
So that really was his axe.
Yes.
Of vengeance.
Yes, that was. And your joke's back in play.
I'm not going to let that joke die. I'm sorry. I'm not going to.
You shouldn't.
Oh, sigh.
Anyway, so moving on quickly from that joke.
As we should.
And again, they come busting out of the subway system. What was the gas man explosion? No, it's Spider-Man. He's like, yeah, right. Blame it on me. Ignore the big gray beastie. There might have just said to train a load of commuters. And that would have happened if we'd been around, right? Well, technically, yeah.
Yeah, pretty much.
Just there to hunt you down, but you know.
But he was there as Peter Parker. He was not looking for a fight.
Yes.
He was just trying to do his life, just get through his day. I gotta go pick up some new socks and more Axe body spray because my bottle's empty. I don't know what he's. Oh, Lord help me. And then the passengers come crawling out of the hole that he's made in the street, with a convenient ladder nearby. That's good. And they're like, "Yay, Spidey! You saved our lives!"
Well, like at first, how it starts off. There he is. Don't let him get away. They started off like they're going to be angry with him, and then, yeah, I want to thank that guy. Well, for him, might be dead. And they're all cheering. And, well, you stood up for that man. I don't care what it says. You're a hero in my book. And then you get the dramatic pose of Spider-Man. All right, New York.
Yeah, that's right. And the wizard going like, uh-oh, this didn't work. I better get out of here.
He was ready to quit. Now he's not.
Which is one of the wizard's moves. That's one of his moves during the Axe of Vengeance in another issue.
This issue ends with Liz, or another subplot of Liz getting a strange phone call from some mysterious man in a phone booth, which, again, we're not going to touch upon, but we find out that it's Molten Man, her brother, I think it is, her brother, something like that.
What? It's the Molten Man?
Sorry, I didn't mean to spoil that for you.
No, I knew it. I knew it was Multiman. It's her stepbrother.
See, I thought there was some other tag in there besides just brother. Stepbrother, that's what it was.
And the other thing that we have here is that we have the final page and a half of Dr. Doom trying to get the power out of the Test 1 head.
Yes.
But it doesn't work. The thing just disintegrates and the machine blows up and the power's all gone and he doesn't get any of it. And he's all mad because, it's Dr. Doom. It's like, hey, you ruined my power. I wanted that. You gum, no good rotten robot. And then we see in the shadows that the little power broker is like, it's a good thing I didn't have anything to do with that. I'm a little Dickens. So,
and I guess technically that was the last issue of the Acts of Vengeance crossover.
Phew, we're done.
Almost.
Oh. Titantia.
Again, this is going to be the longest episode I've ever done.
Wow.
So
I'm glad I could be here for it.
Thank you very much. Are you sure you don't want to edit this?
I'm sure I don't.
Quickly moving on because we haven't talked long enough. This is amazing. Man, 329.
Spider-Man, does whatever a spider can. Spins a web in his eyes, catches thieves just like flies again. Here comes the Spider-Man. This is strong, this is good. He's got radioactive blood. Can't swing from a thread to the hook over here there. There goes the Spider-Man. In the chills of the night, at the scene of a crime, like a streak of light, you rise in time. Spider-Man, Spider-Man, friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. Well, the man is ignored, action is his reward. Look out, here comes Spider-Man. Look out!
Which it looks like last issue was the actual final issue of the Acts of Vengeance. Don't go anywhere, Tim. I see you trying to get up.
No, not me. I was not trying to get up. Why would I do that?
This cover of Amazing Spider-Man says, wow, the secret of Spidey's cosmic powers revealed. And we also get the corner triangle box saying Acts of Vengeance Aftermath. So we always rack this into part of the Acts of Vengeance because it's still, even though it's Aftermath, it really ties into it because it's finishing up with, we find out this first time Loki appears in this book. Mm-hmm. But we'll get to him in just a few minutes here. We start out with, again, our writer Dave Michelini, our penciler Eric Larson. Mm-hmm. Like you said, I think this is where he stays in play for a while.
Yes, this is his first monthly issue of the series.
Right.
Yeah. And yeah, like we have Spider-Man on the cover fighting the Tri-Sentinel. He's three Sentinels in one, which looks like basically a Sentinel with some of his casing removed so you can see the inner workings. And he's got 6 arms, 3 faces, and 2 legs. why does he have three of faces and 6 arms but only 2 legs? No, not 6 legs. Why doesn't he have 6 legs? He ought to have 6. He ought to have 6 legs. I don't.
He should.
And Spider-Man just holding up the foot that he's being crushed under, but you can see the cracks in the metal from that. So that's a pretty good cover.
Oh yeah,
pretty nice. Pretty nice.
Yeah, the ground's cracking underneath Spider-Man. Yeah, this is a very good cover.
Mm-hmm. And well, I mean, this has to be part of this because it's, the second part of the Acts of Vengeance crossover in Spider-Man's books started the Cosmic Spider-Man story. This is the conclusion of the Cosmic Spider-Man story. So this is the Cosmic Spider-Man event that happened as part of that just overlapped with the Acts of Vengeance event. So you had to do it.
Yes.
The title inside the book says Power Prey. Kind of like, that's a fun little play on words.
Oh yeah, very nice. And we get the 3 Sentinels standing here over the scientist, what's his name, Brunson?
Mm-hmm.
And Sebastian Shaw, as they're discussing getting these into play. And again, he goes to talk to, as I talked about in the synopsis several hours ago, Dr. Lubbock, and try to get him to go along with his plan to remove Spider-Man's cosmic powers that he believes that Lubbock somehow gave him. And then we got the try that again. We got the Peter Parker and Mary Jane. He's helping her practice lines for the secret hospital. And again, we get a beautiful shot of Mary Jane in a Spider-Man t-shirt.
Mm-hmm.
And a pair of socks. Very nice.
Yeah. There's some parts about that image. Don't look at it too carefully. That's like, oh, no. Creepy. A little creepy. But yeah, and they're practicing lines from her soap opera. Peter's helping MJ rehearse. And honestly, it's like the first lines they say there look like lines that we saw her record in the previous issue or the issue before. Like, I don't care if you're married. I love you. And I'm going to have you. I could swear that's what they wrote 2 issues ago. So this must be Sybil's note. The character Sybil. This must be her thing to go after married men. It's a soap opera. Why not?
Yeah. Either that or they stop filming that and this is the next scene. I don't know. Yeah,
it's funny.
It does very much tie into what she was doing previously. So,
mm-hmm.
And again, we get Peter kind of, warring his graduate studies have suffered. His social life is, nil. Now he's got these new abilities. Why does he have them? And so Mary Jane, being the helpful wife, gives him his caution, says, well, maybe you should run off and swing around, and that usually clears your head.
Yep.
Here, the page is not numbered for me, so I don't know which page number it is, but we have a beautiful shot of Larson's Spider-Man whipping off into the sky.
Mm-hmm. He's got that nice Larson pose. It looks very spidery. It's a very spidery look. Now, one of the things that also you can tell is that this is a hint of the extreme 90s because his left knee is higher than his left shoulder. It's like, wow, that's a lot of torsion happening in his body there to make that position work. So that seems a little extreme.
Very extreme.
Just a smidge.
And then we get a shot of Mary Jane from behind as she's watching Spider-Man as he swings away. But quickly moving on from there, we get shot confronting the professor.
I know you were distracted by that for a second.
I was momentarily.
Move along.
Quickly. But yeah, it was very distracting for a minute. That's why I'm trying to get moved on.
Okay.
So we get Shaw threatening the professor.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, well, Spider-Man showed up all these new powers after you did your experiments. There's got to be some tie. And he's like, there's no proof that my experiments were even remotely linked to this at all. And then we find out that apparently Shaw has some information about the good professor that could cost him his position at the university. So we find that Shaw's not above or beyond blackmail.
What a shock that is.
Surprising, huh?
So I'm so shocked right now.
I can see the look of shock on your face.
I know. I tried to hide it, but I just couldn't.
Yeah. And then we get some big black gangbanger threatening this young white preppy couple with they both got Vanilla Ice hairdos.
All 3 of these characters have hair that is higher than their heads. Their heads are the height of their head. The hair is even taller. It's like, what is this?
And again,
what is this? And the depiction of the mugger, just no. I don't get that. No. They're trying to play it. They're trying to play it for laughs, and it's like, it doesn't really work.
Give me money. I'm hungry.
Now, I do like the note that Spider-Man leaves on him when he drops the mugger off at the police station, where his note says, "I'm a bad boy." Oh, look, on the next page, it's your friend Graviton.
Yes, yeah, he's back, and yes, Gravitron is back. And again, he goes flying along, thinking about how, again, licking his wounds. Graviton. Not an R in there. Graviton. I'm going to mess his name up.
Gravitron. Going Gons. Goonies. Goonie Boy. I don't know. Gravy Train.
And then we get Graviton here thinking about how his employers have been disbanded, giving us a reference to West Coast Avengers number 55, which kind of tells us that this, the Acts of Vengeance is officially over. But 3 minutes ago, in space, we have Loki watching Earth, complaining about how the Avengers have thwarted his brilliant plan. His Acts of Vengeance have failed. They believe me slain. But that doesn't mean that Loki must embrace such dismal finale. No, not when I can leave their pitiful home planet a little something to remember me by.
And is Loki rocking the pouty, crabby face? It is. So. He has the scowl that can just, I don't know, burn a hole through your head. You just look at that scowl. It's like, that is not a happy face. It's really, really good.
Yeah, very nicely done. And again, as we talked about, so we find out that, and again, this is the first time it's mentioned in the Spider-Man books who's behind the entire Acts of Vengeance. After it's all done, we find out that if this was the only books you're reading, you now know it was Loki. Mm-hmm. But if you're reading the entire crossovers, you should. You found out earlier, and I do like that they do reference that this ties up in West Coast Avengers 55?
55.
I think there.
That's dangerous. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. I don't like it when I do it. I gave that one long ago.
I usually do that because that hurts.
But yeah, it is an interesting postscript. I do like when you point it out. It's like, yeah, and maybe think about it, because really in that issue of West Coast Avengers, they did make it look like that Loki was really dead. Right. So, but it's also like Loki's died so many times. It's like you knew it wouldn't take. Yeah. So I don't have. It's not. If they're trying fictionally say like, oh no, it really was this time. It's like this already let the cat out of the bag.
Yeah.
But I feel like they probably were even like to them. Even Marvel Comics themselves were like, of course he's not dead. Come on.
He's Loki.
Of course he's not dead. So it's fine that he's in Spider-Man right now. Of course not. And yeah, doing one of Loki's kind of moves, which is to empower something on Earth to wreak havoc. He's done that lots of times. So yeah, the three Sentinels that were at Shaw Industries are all merged together to make the Tri-Sential, thanks to Loki himself. This is a little different than the cover in that the different Sentinels have a different color scheme instead of them all having the same color scheme. So when they merge together, their colors are even uglier because it's all a hodgepodge of their looks. But also that's more fun because it's like, yeah, then it really looks like three things and not like a single thing tripled. Nah, it looks like three separate things. So. Except
for missing two sets of legs. But that's another story.
Except for only having two legs. Lame.
But yeah, so again, we get to Spider-Man. He gets his danger sense warning about my buddy Graviton attacking him once again. And Spider-Man's just like, I don't have time for this. And just blasts the hell out of, knocks him through a water tank, into a car. And he's there like, perhaps in the future I should concern myself with less formidable opponents like Galactus.
Yeah, we did. Yeah, exactly.
So again, we get Spider-Man here. Oh, this is where Lubbosh activates his projector, and Spider-Man starts changing. He's remembering Captain Universe. And so we get him as Captain Universe, and we get a little dialogue dump that I talked about in the synopsis so long ago about grave danger, something called the Enigma Force, chooses a champion, gives him the power of Captain Universe. He knows that robot, the Tri-Sential, is why he's there, why he became Captain Universe to begin with. It was to stop this Tri-Sentinel from destroying everything.
Which is kind of wonky that they usually had the Captain Universe force much without such a wide window between the power manifesting and the threat manifesting.
Right.
So this was he had a long time here. So, it seems like Housley says like, okay, Dr. Lubbosh's experiments blocked some of the energy during the transfer. So I got the power without the awareness. I guess it seems like he still shouldn't have had the power for that long, unless he also was supposed to have the Captain Universe power during the Acts of Vengeance.
Right. Well, because think about who he went up against during the Acts of Vengeance. If he didn't have that power, he wouldn't have survived all that. So
exactly. Although in the arms race approach too, some of the choices of who they sent after Spider-Man was dictated because they all of a sudden went, hey, he's a lot more powerful than he's supposed to be. What's going on? So it's like, would they have really sent, Goliath after normal Spider-Man, or would they have sent
Magneto?
I don't know. Well, also, and even like the throwaway fight, like Hydra Man, Rhino, and Shocker. Yeah. Maybe those three were supposed to be sent up against him, and instead, because they weren't, they got mad at each other. Well, I want to fight Spider-Man. You fight. No, I want to fight Spider-Man. You're not. You suck. Pow, pow, pow. And off they go. I don't know. It's just interesting. But yeah, it seems like that. Or a different tactic is that, did Lubbosh's experiment attract the Captain Universe power before it was supposed to?
Very interesting questions. Yeah, it's a lot. Yeah.
But what do I know? I mean, the Captain Universe energy itself says it was brought there for that reason. Right. So I'm just saying, yeah, whatever. I'm a random person on the internet. I know better.
These writers do.
than an omniscient universal force for peace. Lame.
But I love the look of Cosmic Spider-Man here. Captain, what I call him, Captain Spidey Universe or whatever.
I don't remember. It was 8 hours ago. I don't remember anymore.
Pretty darn close. But yeah, no, it's a great costume. Mm-hmm. And again, he flies up, uses his cosmic blast to try and fight the robot, uses his webbings, turns him to steel, which he snaps like dental floss.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, and the robot's pounding on a nuclear power plant because that's the real threat. Is that the robot has been sent by Loki to set off the plant and be a big thing, which does not quite seem like a Captain Universe level threat. But it's certainly a big threat.
Yeah. Well, if it's going to destroy bad Earth, and they've mentioned before, Earth seems to, have a lot of heroes, a lot of, attract a lot of attention.
Well, I could see it as a New York City-wide threat, not a planetary threat necessarily. Except, well, I don't know. Marvel Universe nuclear power plant specs are probably a little bit higher than ours.
Yeah, who knows?
Their specs are pimped out the wazoo.
Yeah. But
I want to also give a big shout out to the colorist Bob Sharon on this, because the Captain Universe costume, the lower half, the silver leggings are just beautiful. Mm-hmm. And they're so shiny. They definitely look silver. So I have to think the colorist was a big part of that. Oh, yeah. I meant the inker is, just as about also, and, our penciler and inker, that I have to think that, okay, that helped. That was contributing to it too. But I really shout out to the colorist because that nails the look. It wouldn't have, it could, with a less care to the coloring, it wouldn't have looked as good.
Yes, I agreed.
That looks very Captain Atom.
Yeah. Yes, I concur 100% with that.
Mm-hmm.
So we brought Captain Atom into the mix. Oh,
yeah, we have. Here we go.
So again, Spider-Man, he gets entangled by the tentacles, the cabling, whatever, or trying to capture him. He rips out of that, and again uses his webbing and creates a giant hand to knock water over the Tri-Sentinel, which he freezes.
Mm-hmm.
And again, just there on the next page, that's a fantastic image of Spider-Man trying to just socking him, just in the background, smash in the background.
Yeah, it almost looks like a panel that's spelling the word smash with an exclamation point. A panel board, like one of the scratchy panel borders that Larson likes to do. And then inside the letters is the image of Captain Spideyverse. It's like, yeah, that's a good panel.
Yes, and then Shaw stops the robots because he has a backup plan, but
he totally Captain Kirks it. He totally Captain Kirks it.
Yeah.
Compute pi to the final decimal point. No.
But yeah, so
the robot gets stuck in a loop, a logic loop, and it can't get out of it. So it freezes while it tries to solve the problem.
Yep. As Captain Spidey Universe, I see the last few minutes, that's going to take something special. Okay, Name of Force, show me what you've got. All of it. And this here, the last panel on this page of all that cosmic force just swirling into Spider-Man, Captain Universe. It's just fantastic. I love the way that's drawn and the ink and everything on it, the colors.
There's lots of Kirby crackle, and there's lots of fiery energy just spewing everywhere. Yeah, It's a good image. And then in the next page up, there he is glowing like a sun, random ray beams flying out, and the Tri-Sentinel has reactivated itself. Its eyes are, all 6 of its eyes are glowing, and its 3 mouths are like, "Rah! I'm going to smash something."
Well, and Shaw says, that the triple logic circuits must be able to reject the failsafe loop.
Mm-hmm.
So again, a little explanation there of what happened. Hey, gentlemen, we're about to die. And Captain Spidey Universe, no, you're not. Thanks to the iron will of Amazing Spider-Man and the uncategorizable power of Captain Universe. And again, this next splash page of Captain Spidey Universe just blasting that Tri-Sentinel the bejesus and back. Another great page. Great art, great coloring. The coloring all works together. The orange sky, the energy beams of Captain Universe blasting the Tri-Sentinel. It's just fantastic.
Oh, yeah. It's just gorgeous. Beautiful. So much Kirby crackle all over. Yeah. You see the water at the bottom just splashing around, the big energy waves. It's like, yeah, if you like your summer movie blockbuster artwork once in a while, this is your thing. This is your thing right here.
Very much so. And then our story ends with Spider-Man, as I talked about, powerless, feeling drained. He's like, nope, can't fly an inch. I'm back to normal. And as you said, normal is different for everybody.
Yeah.
And he sits there and falls asleep because he's just so worn out.
Yeah, it's just rest a minute or a week or a year. I feel you, Spidey.
Oh, yeah.
I feel you.
And this issue ends with, again, more subplot of Flash Thompson and his newest girlfriend, Felicia Hardy, who we all know, if you're a fan of Spider-Man, you know her as Black Cat.
Dun, dun, dun.
Well, guys, say hello. What's the matter? Cat, got your tongue?
Oh.
And that
Flash was in Flash's accidental jokes. Yeah.
And that almost ends the Acts of Vengeance.
No, what? What? No!
I got you.
What are you?
Manly life, buddy.
What have you done to me?
Two more.
This was actually, but honestly, this was a good twist for the end of the book, because if you've been knowing the Flash has been having the date a month thing for a while, and not getting anywhere, and we haven't seen any of it for the rest of this issue. So it was like one of the beats that they've been doing recently. So they had just doing it. So they left it out. It's like almost like got to the end. It's like, oh, they're fitting it in, and this is who that is.
Yep, just to tie into further. And again, it's Mayor Spider-Man, intimately.
Now, the other thing about the post-powered Spider-Man is him also berating himself, like, I should have done something more with the power. I should have I should have helped people. Should have done I should have taken out evil people from power. And what could I have done that would have been more than more? But it's like he shouldn't have even had the power that long, really, in the first place. And not for those things. He's given the power. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was saying, he said he could have stopped Gaddafi, could have ended apartheid. Mm-hmm. And again, that's very Peter Parker-y to be, the entire time complaining about having these powers, afraid to use them, and then when he loses them, I could have done this, but I could have done that with it.
Like I said, making bad choices.
And we're going to wrap this up with Web of Spider-Man, the non-mutant superhero, issue 64 and 65. The cover of 64 says Acts of Vengeance is back. But
I'm pretty sure that my contract did not include these issues. I'm pretty sure.
Read the fine print, buddy. Read the fine print.
Crap. Screwed again. Anyway, yes, I can't wait. I can't wait.
So again, basically, I want to cover this real quick. It's an Acts of Vengeance epilogue. We get most of the people that Spider-Man's been fighting over the last 10 issues in the back of a prison van, going to prison. Gravitron, my buddy, breaks them out, and he gives them a choice while they're flying in the air. You can either help me.
Did you say Gravitron? Gravitron.
Gravitron. I tell you, I'm going to mess his name up every time. Good thing this isn't the Gravitron.
Glamorbon.
And he holds him over there and says, well, you know what? You guys got to take a chance to beat Spider-Man, or I can let you go. Crack a Spider-Man? Let's go for it. And so then we get some more subplot of Nick Katzenberg apparently have taken pictures of Spider-Man over the last couple issues somewhere with Spider-Man unmasking in front of Mary Jane. And as I talked about earlier, Robbie's whole subplot about doing something wrong and paying for it's kind of coming back here. And so Robbie is being even worse than Jonah would be. And he's holding Peter to a very, I don't want to say a high standard, but he's very upset with Peter for doing this. And he's like, if you could have faked one, you could have faked more. It doesn't have anything to do with you anymore.
And which is interesting to be talking about it all, because that's one of Peter's bits is to tweak and doctor his photographs. He'll rationalize it as him trying to help people, but it's still not ethical.
Yes, and that's a big question of Spider-Man. Well, kind of like over in DC with Clark Kent reporting on Superman.
Right.
The interviews of Superman and stuff. How ethical is that? He's interviewing himself. Peter's taking pictures of himself,
But that's one thing. But like, there's been things where he actually, like I said, doctored the photos. So they're not depicting what they originally showed. Yeah. At least Clark Kent is still talking about the things that actually happened. And but it's like, ew. It's the more you think about that, the more I go like, oh man, oh no. So
as he's walking away, he's still saying, I still think I did anything wrong. If Nick Katzenberg hadn't been out to nail me, this never would have happened. And again, he's pushing the blame off on somebody else. It's his fault, but again, Peter's not in the most morally sound place.
No. Just afraid not.
And again, Nick doesn't realize how close he came to really getting plastered.
Oh, yeah. Well, because, Nick is slimy anyway, so it's just...
Enough about that, because we're not going to deal with that anymore, really. We get Spider-Man flying around. We see a billboard saying the Daily Bugle and Spider-Man, a 90s kind of paper honors a 90s kind of hero. And we get basically Spider-Man recapping the last 10 issues, if not more. Amazing. Friend Nathan is diagnosed with terminal disease. He gets Captain Universe powers. He loses the Captain Universe powers.
Lots of subplots kind of were just like treading water during the Acts of Vengeance, and then they actually like finished off right after it was over.
Yes.
I don't know if it was the Acts of Vengeance or it was probably both really, because it was the Acts of Vengeance and the Cosmic Spider-Man storyline together. They all kind of just like had to hold in place for that storyline to finish, and then they could move along with those subplots. So a lot of things have changed since in the last 4 issues of Web of Spider-Man.
Yes.
Or the last 4 months of Web and Spectacular, since both of them were Jerry Conway.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then here we get a scene of Spider-Man, again, complaining, thinking to himself. And behind him, we see the Green Goblin flying by. What? The Green Goblin's dead, isn't he? We'll see. Well, I guess we won't, but...
No, we will not tonight.
Unless you want to figure out... No. We get Graviton taking his associates to meet his new employer, the Chameleon, who we find out is apparently another one of the crime lords of New York. Apparently he's sharing the not really sharing, but him and the Kingpin are both the Kingpins, or the crime bosses, crime lords. And again, I've always liked the Chameleon. I like he's showing his different ways he can change, what he looks like. Like Lon Chaney, John Wayne, Bogart. Just the way he just casually changes between them all. And he tells me he wants Spider-Man's. Again, it's not so much part of the Acts of Vengeance, but it's the villains from Acts of Vengeance, so that's why it's an aftermath. And he says he wants, Spider-Man's mask to put on his pedestal, of course, with Spider-Man's head inside. And they introduce him to the other teammate, Goliath, who's back to giant size.
I think that he's even stuck at giant size because of what happened during the fight. That
he does say there that when Spider-Man hits him with an energy blast, he's stuck at 60 foot tall.
Yeah.
So yeah, he's stuck at that height now for a while. Let's go squash a spider. And I do like here where they're going back to Soho. They actually tell you what Soho means, south of Houston Street. See, I never knew that until I read the Spider-Man comic. I've always heard of Soho, but I didn't know that's what it stood for until I read this. So,
I'm the same way. I don't think this issue is where I first learned that, but definitely Marvel Comics taught me that.
So not only entertaining but educational.
We all know more about New York than we should, thanks to Marvel Comics.
So again, we get some more of the backstory going on, some more of what's happening as Peter's talking to Mary Jane as they're sitting there eating Chinese food, and as they start to turn the TV off to have a little makeout session, we see the Daily Bugle building flying once again. And so yeah, Spider-Man swings over. He's like, again?
Yeah, and that it's funny. You almost go like, oh, come on, from the writing perspective, but you also go like, oh, wait, we've actually kind of established that Graviton only has one major move in any of his books, and they actually heroes make fun of him for it.
Yeah, he's got one step and he sticks with it.
Yeah, he's got one thing. It's find something big, make it float in the sky. That's his shtick.
He's got one time job on this ship. I'm going to do it.
Exactly.
But again, we get all the heroes try that again. We all the villains teaming up to try and destroy Spider-Man, and they punch him into the ground.
If he still had his cosmic powers, this squad would be committing suicide.
Yeah.
So,
Well, that's why most of them agreed, because hey, non-cosmic Spider-Man, we can do that.
Squad?
No, I got it. I'm moving on.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, squad about suicide reference.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm trying to get you done here.
Okay, all right. I'll just shut up.
And you're trying to drag me back into the Suicide Squad.
So Spider-Man gets hit by Titania.
Stepped on by Goliath. The Suicide Squad, as you brought up. And knocks him to the ground, into the ground, actually. And Spider-Man comes up, trips Goliath, knocks him into his companions. Like, the web spinner, he's alive? No, really? Don't just float there, Grimm. We got $500,000 riding on this. Let's get him. So again, we get the villains chasing Spider-Man through the streets, and he kind of uses their numbers against them, uses them to take each other out, as he Graviton sends Spider-Man flying into space. And so it ends, the final act of vengeance. To be continued? Question mark.
And that's a bad ending for Spider-Man.
Yeah.
That is a problem.
And considering he recently knocked the Hulk into space, he's about ready to join the Hulk.
Yeah. But it's all kind of like a fun homage to what they to what those stories all had. So
I like the way it all ties back, and
Spidey doesn't have a Captain Universe to come save him.
No, that's what he says. I don't got the Captain Universe powers to help me this time. And so, just to finish this up, this is Web of Spider-Man 65, Acts of Vengeance Aftermath. We get the villains fighting the non-cosmic Spider-Man next to the Kingpin's building. Goliath smashing Kingpin's window as Kingpin watches on. And I like this. As he smashes the window, Spider-Man's like, hey, I'm not paying for that window. The non-mutant superhero, again, takes on Graviton, Titania, Goliath, the Brothers Grimm, the Trapster. But not because he wants to. And again, we get the title, The Last Act of Vengeance, as Spider-Man is falling straight up. He's able to grab onto a plane to help get him back down to ground. And again, the little kid's there. Wow, Mom, some guy's hanging on a string behind the plane. Billy, haven't I warned you about lying? Yeah, but Mom, no more Nintendo for you, young man. Which is a much better outcome than, speaking of Superman earlier, the Superman movie when the little girl says, some man flew out of the sky and saved her cat.
Oh, right. Yeah. What did I tell you about lying? Yeah, that was bad. Bad. That doesn't hold up well. That doesn't hold up well at all.
And I didn't notice that when I was younger. It wasn't until decades later that someone pointed out that, no, if you listen, she gets a slap.
Oh, yeah.
So, every time I watch that, I can't but hear that.
Yeah, so Spider-Man got to play Terror at 20,000 feet. So that's a good thing, too.
Yeah. Flight 73, this is Airport Tower Control. Are you aware you got some kind of deformation on your tail? The idea of deformation? Dave, you tell him. It looks like, but it can't. I swear but how could it be? Spider-Man! Great artwork here. Not quite as dynamic as a lot of the other artists have been, but it's good artwork. I enjoy this. And when he jumps down, he gives that one gal a kiss on the cheek. I don't know how that works out with the mask on, how that feels, but hey, I guess Mary Jane wouldn't be too jealous that.
Well, hey, he's got the mask over the mouth and nose.
Wearing a mask.
That's good, man.
Before it was needed.
Good man.
Yeah. And so again, we get the villains. This wannabe villain team going back to the Chameleon's hideout. Chameleon's gone, but they find a note, oddly enough, left talking from the Kingpin to Chameleon how they're working together and they planned on turning on the villains. So the villains take off towards New York to fight. Since they can't find the Chameleon, they will take it out on his partner, in quotes, Kingpin.
That was so careless of the Chameleon to leave that note behind.
I'm telling you, I don't know what he was thinking.
That's not very smart, man. Your buddy Kingpin could get in trouble for that.
Yeah. Again, we get Chameleon there sitting there, how they found the note. Bring us fresh champagne, girls. We have much to celebrate. After those crazy supervillains are done with the Kingpin, you're going to have one crime lord left alive. Yours truly, the Chameleon.
Now, actually, I was just thinking about this. The fact that this is kind of interesting continuation, and I'm sorry, I'm going on a tangent again, of some other storyline that had been continuing, that had been in Web of Spider-Man earlier, like in the issue number 50, because around then, Chameleon had replaced J. Jonah Jameson and was running the Daily Bugle. And the chagrining thing for Jonah is the way that Chameleon was running the paper. Nobody noticed the difference.
Yeah,
he was running it exactly as bad or worse than Jonah in terms of his coverage of Spider-Man. But everybody's like, "Oh, he's just on one of his rants." So nobody noticed.
Yeah.
Nobody missed him.
And that's pretty bad.
It was pretty bad. But yeah, so here we've had not only that, so we've had that plot has ended, and Jonah has lost the paper to Thomas Fireheart. Now he's got the paper back, but Chameleon is still around because he was part of that storyline. So it's like you're kind of still keeping him in the mix of the Spider-Man stories. Now, is it just me, or do the two ladies on the boat look completely unhappy to be there?
Oh, very much so.
They're either cold and are having to wear swimsuits when they don't want to, or they just don't want to be with the Chameleon. One or the other. And it doesn't have to be exclusive either. They could be both.
Yeah. Look at the Chameleon. Would you want to be with him?
Exactly. Well, let's not go there.
Anyway, moving on.
There's some things the listeners don't need to hear. I'll just put it that way.
La 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 la. So moving on to Spider-Man again, Soho, south of Houston Street, where we get again the subplot from earlier, where Liz was asking Peter if him and Mary Jane would mind watching the kids. Here they are, the kid watching
Normie, little Normie,
watching little Normie, and again, this ties into Normie crawls away, Mary Jane calls after him and finds the Green Goblin gear. Pumpkin Bonds is laying around behind a curtain. No secret panel, no under the floorboards, just in a little closet with just a curtain, not even a door. Not Harry's greatest move.
No, definitely not.
But again, being a big Spider-Man fan, a big Green Goblin fan, I like seeing this though. Mm-hmm. I love the costume just hanging there.
Yep. I don't remember what this goes to. I know what it eventually goes to in Spectacular when J.M. DeMatteis comes to write at that time, but I don't remember what happens. Oh no, I do remember what happens in the meantime.
See, I'm not sure offhand, but I know I read this at the time.
If it's not too much, I know it's like I hate to spoil something that's 30 years old, but this is the brief period when Harry tries to be a heroic Green Goblin.
Oh, okay. I forgot about that. There you go.
He's not really that good at it.
No. Spoilers for a 30-year-old story.
Yeah, spoilers for a 30-year-old.
Yeah, that's the Daily Bugle. It's in ruins. They're going to have to destroy the whole thing and rebuild. And again, Peter Parker, Spider-Man. Again, I love this on page 14. Looking at Peter Parker, he's all in shadows except for the big red spider emblem on his back. Just a great shot of Spider-Man looking down at what's going on, thinking about how, the Bugle has been part of his life for so long. It's like a second home.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's cool. I do like that one.
And as he's watching again, Goliath shows back up. And that's where he sees the villains go into the Kingpin's tower. And Kingpin's like, what on earth? As the villains start invading them. Again, the Trapster uses acid paste to cut open the window. And I like that. As Titania comes in, she's like, maybe you're not so useless after all. Hi there, Chubbs.
Oh, boy, Chubbs.
I guess Goliath, I think it's Goliath, is all. Well, I see that you got two choices, big boy. Either pay us the money, you go right now. I guess it's Titanic. She's still talking. She's like, money? What money? We'll take it out of your hide, your oversized hide, and hold you for ransom from your partner. It's like, partner? I don't know what the hell you're talking about. as, again, Gravitron does his one-trick pony trick and starts to mess with the mass of the building. And this time he's actually going to make it collapse on itself.
Mm-hmm.
As Spider-Man shows up, webs Gravitron's face, his eyes. I'm blinded. That's the plan, Graviton. Because how can you wrap the gravity of the target you just can't see? Like Spider-Man. I thought Graviton sent him into space. How can he be back? And again, you can't just send your villain off on a Republic serial style villain send-off without making sure he's actually dead.
That's absolutely right. This is one thing that doesn't get done enough with Graviton is catching him by surprise and just knocking him out because he's not superhumanly strong. So, yeah, it's like, yeah, as long as you get him catch him off guard when he doesn't have his force field up, because his force field is usually pretty good. It's like, yeah, that works. It's like, that's the move. That's the move. Take him out, move on. So,
yeah,
that levels the playing field for Spidey.
Yes. And kind of skipping through this, get done so you can go to bed sometime this week. We get Titania falling to the ground, stopping herself, only to get smacked by a bus.
Mm-hmm.
She landed right in front of me. The old bus couldn't brake in time. Oh my gosh, that woman dead? Still breathing. She don't look good. Maybe someone I'll call an ambulance.
Maybe. You could, maybe. New Yorkers.
It's New York. What do you
Maybe somebody call an ambulance. Yeah.
Maybe. We get Trapster fighting against Spider-Man when Goliath comes up. And again, Spider-Man uses the enemies against each other.
Mm-hmm.
Over Goliath's hand, which he smacks into a building. As we're going through this, and he fights the brothers Grimm, comes up, throwing their pies at him. And Spider-Man's able to get the drop on them. Goliath breaks free. And again, Spider-Man's kind of webbed his legs up, so he trips and falls into the ground.
7 with 1 blow. That's it.
And then he has some kid take a picture of him standing on Goliath, which is sold to the Jameson News Digest, where he says, "Would you trust this man with your city?" And with Chameleon laughing how his plans worked. And again, these girls look a little happier to be with him than the last pet set. I'm not sure if it's the same set or not, but they look a little happier now to be with him.
Yeah, I've just decided though to read it as the one on the right is kind of like saying, "Oh yeah, Chameleon, you're so funny."
Yeah. Oh no, I don't think they're
him not knowing.
They're just not as miserable as they were before.
Mm-hmm.
Which leads me to believe that maybe you were correct with your first analysis that it was just too cold for them out there.
Mm-hmm.
Now that they're inside, they're warmer. They can be a little friendlier with them.
Right. Oh, now this is the style that was really how Jerry Conway kind of treated Web of Spider-Man, which was much more of a slugfest.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Spectacular Spider-Man actually had a little bit more of the character development of Spidey. Here, though, he was really leaning into the slugfest. So they had a lot of fun with that. And it's also, I think it was good they didn't quite go overboard in how many villains they pulled back from Acts of Vengeance for this, how many opponents, because it's like, it would have been redunculously overdone to have Dragon Man and Tess 1 and the Hulk. And how would you even have gotten Magneto to come back?
Well, I don't think you would have gotten Hulk to come back for this. And
yeah, so it was the right lineup for the particular for the team, the characters that are going to have work together. That just worked. That was fine. And it's just like, yeah, it's also just a fun hook. It's like, oh yeah, just get them all back. It's like, and now Spider-Man doesn't have the cosmic powers. Yeah. So a good old slap fest. Just fun.
Yeah. So guess what? We've reached the finale of the Spider-Man Acts of Vengeance portion. So real quick, before you run out of here screaming.
I don't believe you.
It's only been.
I'm waiting for the other shoe to drop.
Well, we do need to cover a couple more issues. I'm just. What are your overall thoughts of the Acts of Vengeance after having reread it after all these years?
I really enjoyed seeing the more revisiting the homages to the other superheroes and the kind of the superhero story that we're trying to show here, and showing why Peter Parker is not Superman, why Peter Parker is not Firestorm, right? He's not Green Lantern. Peter Parker is Peter Parker.
Yes.
And it's Peter Parker who is Spider-Man, he's not Spider-Man, he's Peter Parker first.
Right.
So it was fun kind of having that as a way to explore his character in a little bit indirectly, and sometimes overtly. So but it's way fun, and also kind of interesting just to think about how they would have done the Acts of Vengeance crossover if he hadn't gotten the cosmic powers. They probably would have had, they would have had different villain lineup. But in this case, it gave them like a chance to bring in vastly overpowered opponents that normally Spider-Man would not be fighting.
Yeah.
So that was it was a fun romp. I do love the storyline. I do love the cosmic Spider-Man storyline, and we still see its repercussions today.
Oh yeah,
we have the occasional nod to it in the Spider-Verse crossovers and events. It's a pivotal point in his publication history that just about everybody who's read Spider-Man knows about, whether they've read it or not. They know that it happened. So it's a great arc. What are your final thoughts on it?
No, I agree with you 100%. It's a great story arc. Like I say, we've had a few nitpicks here and there, but overall, yeah, it was, and the Acts of Vengeance itself, it had some flaws. The Acts of Vengeance itself had some flaws that we kind of pointed out earlier, but just sitting back and reading a fun story, 12 issues, this was a great fun read. And again, I like the entire Acts of Vengeance storyline. Like I said, I loved the Hulk portion of it, the Avengers. I liked it all. So I really loved the Spider-Man portion. So before we get out of here, why don't you tell everyone else so that way they can hear you if they want to hear more about you? The last 5 hours haven't been enough.
Yeah, after all this, I don't know what. If you want more of me, sure. Why not? Why not? It's fine. Well, if you want to just more like read things, I don't know. You can read things. I'm on the Twitters at TimPrice17. And if you want to find me for the other podcasting endeavors, you can go to the Right On Network, especially the webpage, thehuntress.podcast.com, which will have links to the Batgirl Cassandra Cain podcast that I do with Astrid Wright, and also the Outcasters, our Batman and the Outsiders podcast. You can find the Outcasters on Twitter at BatOutcasters. And that's what I do. Aside from think of random tangents to talk about when we're covering Spider-Man.
And jumping to the cool things I hit here a few months back on my Starman Manhunter show. I enjoyed that. And always enjoy talking to you, Tim. So,
thank you. That was a lot of fun. I enjoyed those issues quite a bit. That was a great time.
And I'm glad you took time, half your day out for me and to talk about some.
Half my day. Yeah, your math's a little off there.
A little bit.
But seriously, thank you for having me on the show to talk about Spider-Man. I love Spider-Man. He's been my favorite hero since forever. Since forever. I can't remember a time when I wasn't reading or watching Spider-Man. So I was so glad to be on the show to talk about my main man. So thank you for having me.
Well, thank you for joining me. And I guess we'll let you go. Thanks again. We'll have to talk to you again soon. But maybe not for 5 hours. Thank you for listening to another fantastic episode of Head Speaks. Hope you enjoyed it. If so, let me know. Drop me an email to head@headspeaks.com or visit our home at head.headspeaks.com. You can also visit and talk with me on Facebook and Google+, both under Head Speaks. You can also send an MP3 file with your thoughts and I can play that on the air. And you can also get more of me on my other podcasts. Be sure to listen to Task Force X, where monthly I look at John Ossinger's Suicide Squad and Paul Kuppenberg's Checkmate comics from the 80s and early 90s. Also, over on G.I. Joe, a Real American Headcast, my podcasting friends Ryan Daly and Kyle Benning, along with myself, are looking at all of the G.I. Joe, a Real American Hero comics, and related titles from Marvel and IDW. All of my headcasts are available on iTunes and Stitcher, along with the respective blogs and my main page at headspeaks.com. All comments, thoughts, and opinions expressed on Head Speaks are owned wholly by the speaker of said comments, and do not express the opinions of Head Speaks, unless, of course, I'm the one making the comments. Head Speaks, Task Force X, and G.I. Joe, a Real American Headcast, are all part of the Headcast family. So, join us next month, another wonderful episode of Head Speaks. Until then, I'll see you in the funny pages. Good night.